We request that board members use their video as much as possible when participating in the meeting. And for others who are not board members, please leave your video off unless you are speaking. For audio, please mute your audio when not speaking to minimize the background noise and interference. And unless prompted, please keep chats to everyone to a minimum during the presentations. And if you want to write a private message, select the individual's name in the chat function to send them a message directly. If you have questions beyond clarifying questions, during a presentation, please save them until the end of the presentation. And then of course, again, hit the hand raise button. And when called on, please identify yourself and unmute your audio to speak. Brad will try to keep us on time throughout the meeting. So if he gives you a nudge that we're about out of time, please wrap up the presentation or the discussion. As always with technology, there are opportunities for glitches. And so I thank everybody in advance for your patience if we have to work through some of those. As I begin my term as chair, I'm honored to be on the board and now in this position of trust because I strongly support the mission of NSF and the role that the broad science and engineering enterprise plays in advancing our nation's health, prosperity, and welfare. Working with my eminent fellow board members, my esteemed Vice Chair, Victor McCrary, the dedicated NSBO staff, and the talented NSF team, I'm energized to make an impact. On behalf of the entire board, I'm so pleased to welcome NSF's new director, Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan, better known to us as Panch, to his first NSB meeting in this role. Those of us who have been Panch's colleagues on the board for the last few years have seen his great enthusiasm for science and engineering research and education and the innovation it sparks, as well as his deep respect for the mission of NSF and the people who carry it out. We're excited to move forward with Panch at the helm of NSF. I also want to extend gratitude and thanks to Dr. Kelvin Drogemeyer, who took on the role of NSF acting director at the end of Dr. Franz Cordova's tenure until Panch's confirmation. Kelvin's willingness to take on a second, more than full-time job demonstrates his great care and concern for NSF's mission and people. And both NSF and the broader science and engineering community will continue to benefit from his deep knowledge of our fundamental research mission as he continues in his critical role as director of OSTP during a challenging time for our country and the science and engineering enterprise. Throughout this time of transition and leadership, we've been fortunate to have NSF's COO, Dr. Fleming Krim, continue to provide his expertise and leadership to ensure that the ongoing operations of NSF haven't missed a beat. And we look forward to continuing to work closely with him. And I'd like to lead a round of applause for Fleming for his support during this time and ongoing. I would now like to extend a very warm welcome to the new members of the board. They are Suresh Babu from the University of Tennessee, Aaron Dominguez from Catholic University of America, Dario Gill from IBM, Melvin Huff from the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth, and Heather Wilson from the University of Texas at El Paso. We're also delighted to have Roger Beachy from Washington University, St. Louis, continue on the board for a second term. We will now hold a ceremonial swearing in. So for this, I would like to ask everyone on the call, except the new members and me, to stop their video so we can focus on the new members. And will the new members please be sure your video is on and you are not muted. Now, will you all please raise your right hands and repeat after me? I state your name, do solemnly affirm.
I, Heather Roger Beachy, do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the
same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
God.
Congratulations and welcome to you all. We look forward to working with you in the years ahead. And now the rest of the board members can turn on your videos back on. And I will now turn the meeting over to Panch for his director's remarks.
Thank you so much, Ellen, and many thanks for your very kind words. I mean, it is truly a delight to be back with all of you. I mean, I value every one of you for your intellect, for your commitment, and your friendship most importantly. And this is truly a pleasure to be able to continue to work with all of you. Since the last NSB meeting, I was very pleased that the Senate confirmed me as director by voice vote on June 18th. And then I was sworn in by Kelvin on July 2nd. This is my third week, just to make note, officially as NSF director. In the weeks since, Kelvin and I have talked regularly to ensure that there is a great communication between the administration and NSF. I especially want to publicly thank Kelvin for serving as acting director during the interim period. I also would like to express my deep gratitude to France for her exemplary service over the past 6 years as director. I'm very grateful. I have had excellent conversations in the last 3 weeks with many folks. With Chris Liddell, Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House, Michael Kratsios, Chief Technology Officer, about advancing NSF into the future. And they have been extremely supportive. During the process of getting confirmed, I was pleased to meet with many members of Congress. The beginning of what I expect will be my very fruitful interactions with the Hill and continuing bipartisan support for NSF. Even in my first few weeks as director, I have already had very good conversations with congressional committee staff. I meet regularly with Fleming, and I can tell you, I second your note of thanks to Fleming. He's an amazing individual that I'm happy to work with as a COO. The ADs, an unbelievable group of people that I've come to know and respect even more, and the office heads, our senior leadership team. In the first weeks, we have had 2 retreats to lay the groundwork for the coming year and beyond. I'm also meeting with the leadership of the individual directorates, and on Monday had an excellent town hall with the entire staff of NSF. It was a very enriching interaction. They had a lot of questions, and it was truly an amazing experience. I know that building on NSF's current efforts with partnerships is a goal of the board and also of mine. To this end, with the federal agencies, I have already had conversations with Jim Bridenstine of NASA, Paul DeBoer at the Department of Energy, Chris Fall at the Department of Energy Office of Science, Andre Yanku from USPTO. I had lunch with him in a socially distant way, and that was an interesting experience. Walt Copan from NIST, Neil Jacobs from NOAA, and we are currently scheduling meetings with the other national science and technology leads in the near future. Internationally, I participated in a meeting already of the Global Research Council just last week. Again, very fruitful conversations around thematic areas of collaboration, including COVID. And finally, I want to call out my expectation to interact with our key partners in the scientific community, industry, philanthropy, and more, whom I am eager to meet within the coming weeks, months, and years. Already we are setting up meetings with some of the foundations. NSF continues to maintain the mission. The staff are doing an incredible job. I would like to give you some updates on NSF and COVID-19. The slide that you see here provides some NSF-wide data year to date, which compares where we were last year as of Monday, July 27th, to where we are this year. The bottom line is that teleworking en masse, you will all agree, for the last several months has had minimal impact on the proposal work of NSF. As you can see in the slide, there has been only some reduction in the number of awards made compared to a year ago at this time. NSF staff have actually made more decisions about the awards or decline of proposals at this point in time this year than last. If you can go to the previous slide, please. NSF has received slightly fewer proposals as of July 27th, but the difference is less than weeks worth and can easily change. NSF's obligations reflect funding as opposed to actions and is ahead of last year. The percentage of operating plan obligated is adjusted for the fact that NSF's appropriation is higher than last year, but we have obligated more this year than last. If you will advance the slide to the COVID-19 graph, please. That's the third slide. Very simple, press N to advance to the next slide and P to the previous slide, or whoever is monitoring the slide advancement. And so you will see the numbers. I want to put this up for a minute because you didn't have a chance. Now go to the next slide, please. Sorry about the glitch here. Can you? Who is doing this? Okay, that's good enough if you want to not go to the slideshow mode. So you will see from the graphs here of what I have said as comments that you will agree with. I have to say, at the end of it all, I'm very proud of the exemplary work of NSF staff and how they have maintained the essential work of the agency. Finally, I would like you to know that last week we began a phase 2 opening that will begin to bring the NSF workforce back to our building. Phase 1 focused on safeguarding the building for when the workforce would return. With phase 2, up to 25% of a unit can work at any one time, but we are stressing continued flexibilities for our staff, including support for extensive telework. In addition, all meetings will continue to be conducted virtually. Next slide, please. We also extend continued flexibilities to the scientific community following the guidance authorized by the Office of Management and Budget in Memorandum M2026. Some of you may recall these were originally through June, but OMB extended them through the remainder of the fiscal year. This guidance extends short-term administrative relief to award recipients affected by COVID-19, including the allowability of salaries and other project activities. In the interest of time, I'm not going through the details, but if the board is interested in the specifics of these flexibilities, we can arrange for a briefing by our team in BFA. We will continue to be as supportive as possible for our award community as it strives to meet the challenges of the pandemic in real time and as it seeks a new normal after the pandemic is over. I have to say, I'm very proud of our scientists in the community as they have risen to this challenge in incredible ways. I want to now talk about the COVID awards. Next slide, please. Let me give you some examples. The map in the middle shows you the distribution of the over 800 rapid awards that NSF has already made. In the lower left, the highlight is an award to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. This research project is producing curricular materials designed to help high school students learn about viral epidemics as both a scientific and social issue. It will engage students in scientific modeling of the epidemic and in critical analysis of media and public health information about SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. This approach helps students connect their classroom learning experiences with their lives beyond school, a key characteristic of scientific literacy. The second chart that you see, you'll all be very familiar with that. The middle highlight about NSF support for the Johns Hopkins University's COVID-19 dashboard and overnight success. The idea grew out of a discussion among engineers, and 24 hours later, anyone with internet access could track coronavirus cases. Within days, it was clear that the dashboard run by the Center for System Science and Engineering at Hopkins had a worldwide audience. The audience now includes everyone from the public to leaders and policymakers to researchers and the media. The lower right image highlights an award to researchers at Northwestern University to investigate antiviral chemicals that can be safely built into masks to self-sanitize the passing respiratory droplets. The team aims to design a drop-in solution that works generically with various types of masks to deactivate viruses. I highly recommend that everyone go to the webpage noted at the bottom of the slide. This is where you can find information on guidance for current awardees, as well as our calls to the field for new proposals. And there are links to our new COVID-19 related awards and related press releases. Next slide, please. You might have all seen this set of announcements. Fundamental challenges in quantum information science and engineering remain. With these unresolved questions in mind, NSF launched the Quantum Leap Challenges Institutes program. On July 21st, NSF, in partnership with the White House OSTP, announced $75 million for 3 new institutes designed to have tangible impact in solving these problems over the next 5 years. These institutes are a central piece of NSF's response to key federal initiatives to advance quantum information science, including the National Quantum Initiative Act of 2018 and the White House's ongoing focus on American leadership in emerging technologies. Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes also form the centerpiece of NSF's Quantum Leap, one of our big ideas. The new institutes are the NSF Quantum Leap Challenge Institute for Enhanced Sensing and Distribution using Correlated Quantum States, led by the University of Colorado. The NSF Quantum Leap Challenge Institute for Hybrid Quantum Architectures and Networks, led by the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. The NSF Quantum Leap Challenge Institute for Present and Future Quantum Computing, led by the University of California, Berkeley. And the final slide, please. And that would be my final update. Last week, NSF released its second special report to the nation on the NSF Includes Big Idea, outlining the progress that has been made through this key initiative to enhance diversity and inclusion in the SME community. instead of building isolated programs that focus on a particular group in specific regions of the country, builds networks. You will all agree. These networks are the key to building and sustaining the kind of systemic change that is needed to move the needle on inclusivity in STEM in a substantial way. Includes draws on regional alliances, which pull together important individuals from different sectors to work together towards specific goals. The alliances take on a diverse range of issues like creating more inclusive cultures in higher education, improving calculus skills in underrepresented groups, and improving persistence in STEM during the first 2 years of college. Thank you, Ellen, and thanks to every one of you. Thanks to Vic and the entire board and the board office for this opportunity to provide you a quick report. And I'm happy to take on any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Panch. It's really, truly impressive what your team has done over the last few months, just in their ongoing work, as well as in being able to get all these rapid award outs that are directly looking at issues associated with COVID-19. Let's see, are there any questions from the board for Panch before we continue?
How do we raise our hand? Anyway, I'll go ahead. Panch, your last slide made me remember a really important, from my perspective, National Science Board initiative. I sat in on listening sessions with America's historically Black colleges and universities, and I came away from those discussions with an incredible appreciation of how they have managed to use networking and some of the mentoring that you were talking about. And so I encourage, as you fulfill that last slide's effort, to particularly look at what Vic and crew did with his skilled workforce, and particularly with regard to the mentoring capabilities and excellence that are in our HSBCUs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. We will most certainly take that into advice. And we are interacting with Vic, and Vic is working with our folks in the ADs, as well as the folks in our ODI, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And it's a great interaction. And I tell you, you will see some of that in the panels and the discussions that we have a little bit later. We are very excited by that, and we look forward to working with Vic and all of you. This is a very important thing that we need to focus on.
Thank you, Panch.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. As is typically the case, the short period between the May and July meetings is a busy time, and that was certainly true this year. In addition to the onboarding of new members, the board elections in May led to a slate of new committee chairs and assignments. I won't go through the complete rosters here, as committee chairs will do that during their respective sessions. But I do want to publicly thank the chairs for agreeing to serve in these demanding roles. Dan Reed as the chair of the Committee on Awards and Facilities, Jerry Richmond as the chair of the Committee on External Engagement, Anila Sargent as the chair of the Committee on Oversight, Maria Zuber as the chair of the Committee on Strategy, and Julia Phillips as the chair of the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy, as well as Maureen Kondik, who is chairing the subcommittee for honorary awards. Thank you all in advance for your dedicated service and for already getting your committees up and running on these issues. Another area of board business that continues is the engagement with congressional offices. I'm very excited about the interest that has been demonstrated by the Hill regarding the board's Vision 2030, which we released in May. As a result of that interest, Vic and I had a couple of meetings with key leaders in the House. On July 14th, we met via Zoom with Representative Frank Lucas, the ranking member of the House Committee for Science, Space, and Technology. Representative Lucas began the meeting by asking essentially the same question we asked when starting our vision journey. How do we make sure the accomplishments of the past 50, 60, 70 years can continue? He's tuned into the challenges of COVID-19 across the research and university landscape, particularly as it impacts young career researchers. He also expressed his own frustration with basic infrastructure deficiencies, such as broadband, relating how his access at home in Oklahoma is drastically worse than when in DC. Vic and I expressed our shared concerns for these issues and highlighted the role they play in STEM talent development. Throughout our conversation, he stated, "We're on the same page with you and want to work with all of you." Just last week, Vic and I met via Zoom with Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, the chair of the House Committee for Space Science and Technology. The meeting was a follow-up to a vision rollout meeting that Diane Subane and I had with Representative Johnson's staff in May. Vic and I provided a high-level overview of the vision. Chairwoman stated that they were on the same page and look forward to working with the board. As the conversation turned to STEM talent, Representative Johnson recognized the importance of domestic STEM talent development and the challenges with immigration as it relates to remaining attractive to STEM talent from abroad. Both Vic and Representative Johnson had a brief but passionate meeting of the minds on the importance of the skilled technical workforce in the United States. We concluded by making her aware of the panel discussions we're having a little bit later today on the topics of HBCUs and the Black experience in science and engineering. She took great interest in this and added that she is working to set up some Zoom meetings on the issues related to underrepresented minorities in science and engineering. I will conclude by saying that our Vision 2030 is being read, it's getting attention from people who matter, and it's now up to us to make things happen. And so on that note, I would like to continue to the next item by moving to our Vision 2030 update. You know, this is an important time for science and engineering in our country. And as I look back, it now seems quite serendipitous that earlier this year, the board described a vision for the country's science and engineering enterprise in the year 2030 and outlined what must be done to remain the world innovation leader. Our Vision 2030 report urges the nation to take action to retain our lead in fundamental research, to empower US businesses to succeed globally, and to increase STEM skills and opportunities for all Americans. Given the time and attention of the board to this effort over the last couple of years, I'm confident that the vision roadmap represents our collective thoughts on how we can best spend our time and effort in my 2 years as chair. Even though our new members didn't get to participate in its development, their varied experiences and new perspectives will be valuable as we move to the implementation phase. The first section of the roadmap focuses on the need to benefit from research. As we reported in Science and Engineering Indicators, Americans have consistently held a positive view of scientists, with 90% believing that they help solve problems and work for the good of humanity, and over 90% believing that science and technology will create more opportunities for the next generation. And we know what really makes a huge impression is when people see the immediate relevance to their core concerns, like the health and welfare of their loved ones and the strength of their communities. In that way, the current pandemic has highlighted the crucial role that science and engineering plays in service to humanity. Some technologies being used, like 3D printing, enable a response today that is built on NSF investments from many years ago. While, as we see, research proposals funded just this spring are designed to better understand the makeup and behavior of the COVID-19 coronavirus and contribute to treatment and vaccines. There's also considerable interest by Congress, the administration, and other stakeholders in strengthening and speeding the path from discovery to innovation. And we know this is a passion of our new NSF director as well. In short, we're poised to significantly enhance the return to US taxpayers from the investments that NSF has made and must continue to make in fundamental research across a wide breadth of disciplines. Another section of the roadmap is developing STEM talent for America. As Vic has pointed out, as we develop the vision, really almost everything in the vision is dependent on a STEM educated and STEM capable workforce. As we wrote in the report, talent is the treasure on which America's science and engineering enterprise and the nation's prosperity, health, and security depend. We highlighted the missing millions, noting that any progress in creating a diverse and inclusive science and engineering enterprise has not kept pace with demographic trends or with the increasing centrality of science and engineering to our economy and job opportunities, a point that was reinforced in a recent op-ed by board member Suresh Garamella. With the NSB's strong support, NSF has been an influential agent for positive change in broadening participation and supporting a welcoming environment in science and engineering education. Yet we are more aware than ever that we must do more. The deaths of Black people that result from systemic racism have viscerally and painfully reminded us that barriers go far beyond unconscious bias and economic disadvantages. But understanding and mitigating the barriers, including within our science and engineering community, is imperative. We can start by including voices that are too infrequently heard to help us understand how we move forward. Today's plenary open session will feature a discussion of NSF's HBCU programs, followed by a panel of external speakers addressing the broader topic of the Black experience in science and engineering. And this is the first step in a sustained dialogue around larger issues of racism, broadening participation, and barriers to the development of domestic STEM talent, a key pillar of Vision 2030. To lead the effort in implementing the Vision 2030 roadmap, I've created the Vision Implementation Working Group, composed of Victor McCrary, Roger Beachy, Maureen Kondik, Dario Gill, Julia Phillips, Alan Stern, and Maria Zuber. I've asked Vic to chair this team. As part of their membership, working group members serve as liaisons to their communities and ensure that committees align with the vision. The plan is that the committees will be primarily responsible for implementing the plan, and the working group's continuing action will be to monitor progress, for example, by developing and using a dashboard, suggest changes to the plan to be responsive to circumstances, and generally help hold us as the board accountable. As needed, the working group might also convene groups for particular discussions or to carry out certain activities. The working group has already met a number of times since the May board meeting, and I'll now turn the floor over to Vic, who will provide an update on the team's activities. Vic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ellen. I also want to thank all of the members of the committee, and thank you board members for the support of this. We will go through a brief presentation to talk about some of the activities. I will go ahead and stop my video and ask you to focus your attention on the slideshow. So as Ellen has said, she has formed this working group. As you can see, our members here, which, as Ellen had said, just to emphasize, they are liaisons to the committee because we feel that the actions, we're going to make Vision 2030 a reality, they have to come out of the actions of the standing committees with the NSB, and that these committees will go forward in their context to make these actions realized. I also want to thank, also as part of it is Saul Gonzalez, who is our liaison from NSF, and I want to thank Ponch and his leadership team for providing that. Thank you very, very much, because Saul will work within NSF because this vision is a partnership between NSF, NSB, and obviously other stakeholders. And I want to give special thanks to Kathy Jackert, who's our NSBO liaison, and the whole NSB office team who has helped us with this. Before I give an update on the vision implementation, I'd like to remind or inform everyone that the NSB started thinking about a vision back in 2018, when our NSB member and current member, Roger Beachy, thank you, Roger, asked at our July meeting that year whether the board had ever developed a formal vision. It turns out it had at least once, in 2005. The board released its Vision 2020 in response to a congressional mandate. Unfortunately, that vision did not have much staying power. However, we formed a team, and I want to really give thanks to Roger Beachy, Ellen Ochoa, Vicki Chandler, Bob Groves, Julia Phillips, and Maria Zuber, who worked together to formulate the roadmap with others. And thanks to Diane Sylvain, our chair at that time. Our goal was to write a vision that was big, bold, and actionable. Vision 2030 provides a vision of where the U.S. science and engineering enterprise must be in 2030 and lays out the actions that the board, the National Science Foundation, and others can take to achieve the vision so that America remains a global leader in science and engineering. As you know, over the course of 2019, the board held several listening sessions around the country and at NSF, including with program officers, division leadership, and the assistant directors. These sessions contributed enormously to the board's thinking and are reflected in the vision in many ways. Next slide, please. At our last NSB meeting in May, we released Vision 2030. In it, the board states that its vision for 2030 is that the US remains the world innovation leader. That is a vision we see 10 years from now. To that end, we envision a future where, first click please, the US enterprise offers unparalleled opportunities for all Americans, students, researchers, workers, entrepreneurs, and that we continue to attract the world's best minds. The US has made investments in R&D that fuel innovation and empower our businesses to succeed globally, and where government, industry, and academia partner and coordinate to deliver R&D priorities and speed up the translation from discovery to innovation. Next click, please. The scientific values model US scientists and engineers, such as openness and accountability, are practiced globally. Next click, please. And finally, we envision a future where NSF continues to support the best research people and to create knowledge that benefits us all. As I said earlier, the board is serious, and I said really serious, about turning this vision into action. And I'll talk in a minute about how we've started the process of developing an implementation plan. Next slide, please. As you know, the US science and engineering ecosystem built on federally funded fundamental research has led to innovation and new industries, revolutionized healthcare, promoted peace, improved and kept our national security, and created the mobile digital world and transformed nearly every aspect of America's lives. Science and engineering, particularly fundamental research, conducted transparently and openly, benefits the entire world. Yet, if the US is to ensure a strong economy and our national security, it is vital that a significant share of future scientific breakthroughs and world-changing innovations be made here. In this new era, the National Science Board asked the following questions about 3 trends that threaten the nation's science and engineering leadership. Click 1, please. The globalization of science and engineering. How can we keep America's lead in fundamental research? Click number 2, please. The growth of knowledge and technology intensive industries. How can American discoveries continue to empower US businesses and entrepreneurs to succeed globally? Click number 3, please. The demand for STEM talent. How can the US increase STEM skills and opportunities for all Americans? Regarding that last question, we must focus on the missing millions in our own country, particularly given demographic trends that show that the US will be a minority-majority country by 2040. If those folks are not at the table, then we all, as Americans, will be on the menu. Addressing these questions will require all entities of the US science and engineering ecosystem to engage. This ecosystem relies on the integration and cooperation of private industry, academic institutions, and government agencies. In the incoming months and years, NSB looks forward to engaging with all partners in this ecosystem to address the questions and achieve the vision. Next slide, please. To achieve the vision, as Ellen has said previously, we've developed a roadmap centered around our 4 major thrust areas: defining benefits from research to enhance the return to U.S. taxpayers from NSF support for curiosity-driven research and empower the nation's businesses and entrepreneurs to compete globally. The U.S. must build on progress from the past decade, improve coordination, and speed translation from discovery to innovation. NSB has endorsed the principle that all NSF-funded research and education must further the national interest by contributing to NSF's mission. 2, developing STEM talent for America. In the next decade, the nation must focus heavily on developing America's STEM talent, both domestic and international, including researchers and a STEM-capable workforce at all educational levels. Expanding the geography of innovation, number 3. We must do more to create STEM-related opportunities and jobs across the country. Empowering American workers, entrepreneurs, and businesses will require strategically building our S&E capacity and infrastructure across America and actively seeding and nurturing innovation clusters. Number 4, fostering a global S&E community. The U.S. must compete and collaborate to remain the global leader in science and engineering research and provide the seed corn for innovation. NSB is strongly committed to developing and expanding NSF strategies and partnerships to grow the nation's international collaborations and ensure that we are a reliable partner on the global stage. The roadmap, and if you've read the report, lays out 26 roadmap items that the board will undertake in these 4 areas over the next decade to achieve our vision. Next slide, please. And this is just our illustration to show, if you look at all of these 4 thrust areas, they're extremely interdependent. That to foster a global S&E community, you must still deliver benefits from research. If you're going to expand the geography of innovation, you must develop STEM talent for America. Next slide, please. So in terms of making the vision a reality, as Ellen said, under her leadership, she has established the Vision 2030 Implementation Working Group. We started in May. As previously said, they're composed of liaisons of the 5 of the NSB standing committees. We've put together an implementation plan matrix, looking at the 26 recommended roadmap items and 47 activities and prioritize them. We've met over the June and July timeframe and looked at the prioritization based on chronology, things that we can do now, things that we can do midterm, 6 to 10 months, and things that we can do long-term, 10 months and beyond. We are presenting this both to you, and we presented it to NSF's ADs. Again, I want to thank Ponch and Fleming for setting that up. We really appreciate your help. This is a living document, so we look forward for your discussion and inputs. It's an ongoing process, particularly for the committee chairs, working with the liaisons. As you meet and have your committees, make sure those inputs are coming back to us. And then at the retreat in September, we hope to further hone the implementation plan matrix, and also we'll be meeting with the ADs at that time. Next slide. Now, I'll talk more about this later, but the Vision Implementation Working Group sees the board implementing activities across all 4 of these roadmap words: delivering returns on taxpayer-funded research and developing STEM talent for America, starting with our domestic STEM workforce. Delivering returns means turning discoveries into innovation. It also means aligning NSF's investment strategy with national trends, other funders, and competitors and collaborators around the globe. The status quo doesn't get this done. We need to develop new partnerships, make sure the broader impacts criterion is working as intended, and ensure that NSF internal structures are supported and supporting convergent research and the continuing from basic to applied research. Developing domestic STEM talent, the missing millions, as Ellen has mentioned. Any progress in creating a diverse and inclusive S&E enterprise has not kept pace with demographic trends or with the increasing centrality of science and engineering to our economy, national security, and job opportunities. We knew it before, but the current environment has made it even more evident that what we're doing to address this situation is not enough. We must redouble our efforts to get NSF-funded research into the hands of educators and broaden participation. These two priority areas are obviously related. NSF researchers know that how to improve STEM education and developing domestic STEM talent eventually will contribute to turning discoveries into innovation. NSF has recognized for a while that these are priority areas as demonstrated by the Convergence Accelerators, the agency's strategic objective on partnerships, and NSF programs focus on domestic STEM talent, such as Includes and HBCU Up, as the director has previously mentioned, to name a few. The board sees an opportunity to build on NSF's work, especially given the broader context we find ourselves in. Next slide, please. So how did we decide to prioritize these areas? Since Ellen formed the working group in June, and under her leadership, we focused primarily on prioritization the 26 action items that are spread across the 4 areas, the thrust areas of the roadmap. We've also identified specific activities that the board could undertake, and in some cases are undertaking now to implement these actions. Finally, we've identified which board committees should take on these activities. To do this, we've developed a matrix, which is very much a working document, where we've assessed the relative level of priority or urgency of these action items on a criteria that the board agreed on at the May meeting, as well with other developments. Criteria includes things like whether the action is low-hanging fruit, for example, leverages existing partnerships, committees, activities, whether the action relates to a statement on the board and raises NSF reauthorization legislation, and whether the action aligns with congressional or administrative, as well as NSF directors' priorities. One thing we want to emphasize, and the chair has made it very clear, we need to get going now, we need to get going quickly, and we need the committees and every member of the National Science Board involved in this effort. Obviously, all action items are important, or they wouldn't be in the vision. But since neither the board nor NSF can tackle 26 of them at once, we had to prioritize, and we did. So based on our assessment, we categorized the action items according to the time frame during which we think the board should begin implementation in earnest, namely immediately and in the next 6, 10 to 12 months, as well as over the next 10 to 12 and beyond. So in the matrix, immediate action items are indicated in green, ones that the board should undertake in the next 6 to 10 months, and those that are in yellow are 10 to 12 months beyond, and your liaisons will share that with you all in your committees. So let me give you a few examples. Next slide, please. The first action item of the Deliver Benefits from Research Roadmap area focuses on evaluating how NSF's broader impacts criterion could better meet societal needs. We prioritize this item in part because it's a low-hanging fruit and leverages ongoing work of NSF and the board through the Committee on Oversight. It's also timely and has potential for high impact. Proposed activities that the board could undertake for this action item are to assess how the merit review information NSB analyzes contributes to NSB's understanding of broader impacts, conduct a review of relevant literature, including the NSB 2012 Merit Review Report, hold listening sessions with people who have done work on this, including representatives from the research community, private sector, broader impact communities, and NSF. And as you can see, some of the action items here, you can see some of these activities are already proposed, and as you will see in our accomplishments, things that we've already accomplished, as well as talk to congressional stakeholders. Since the Committee on Oversight is already taking the lead on the board's merit review activities, it makes sense for it to continue to lead this effort. Given A&F's role with awards, it may also play a part in implementing activities related to this action item. The working group prioritized the next action item in the deliver benefits from research area for a number of reasons. Chief among them, that there's a real opportunity with various proposed legislation. This action item calls for the board to undertake with NSF leadership as a partner, a review of the agency structure, funding models, and programs. We had planned to do this anyway, but some of the pending legislation provides with an opportunity to express our recommendations. To do this, we should conduct analysis around funding across NSF, look at funding models of peer agencies, conduct focus groups on what NSF could look like, look at known approaches to management systems for translational research, and of course, talk to Panch and NSF senior leadership about their ideas. We see the committees on external engagement, strategy, and SCP contributing to this action item. The third action item is the discovery benefits from research area focuses on NSF's partnerships. We prioritize this action item because it's an administration priority, something that NSF is already working on, and one of Director Panch's priorities. To implement this action, we propose activities such as having discussions with Panch and OSTP, addressing partnerships as part of our budget development discussions, requesting an update from NSF on the development of its partnership strategy, hearing about NSF's current and potential partnerships with DoD, other research agencies, for example, USDA, NASA, and exploring partnerships through the Federal Demonstration Partnership Group. Next slides, please. As I mentioned here, the roadmap area that we propose tackling first is developing STEM talent for America, specifically domestic talent. One of the action items in this area that we think should be prioritized is the third one, which calls for the board to advocate for new investment in NSF talent programs. This is important for a whole host of reasons that the vision addresses. And it should be a priority for the board because it relates directly to the statement on racism in science and engineering that the NSB issued in June following the murder of George Floyd. In that statement, we recognize the important role that historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, play in educating future STEM leaders and committed to increase support for HBCUs. These are 4 examples of the 12 action items that the working group recommends that the board prioritize. That is, we should undertake immediately. Next slide. So for example, here's an example in the implementation matrix, which is in the board book. You'll see some activities in bold. These are activities that the working group thinks the board should start to undertake first. We also note in red where activities are already underway or will be soon. As you can see, although we're still developing the implementation plan, we're starting to make some progress. I've borrowed this slide from the National Center on Science and Engineering Statistics to illustrate an area where progress is really being made. And when I saw this slide, we were just taken aback. So again, I want to give a call out to Amy Burke, Abigail Orkrent, and Skip Lupia and your leadership for SBE and NCSES for making this happen. In the vision, it shows for the purposes of collecting and analyzing data that the STEM workforce was limited to workers with a bachelor's degree. This was kind of our view a couple of years ago, and we asked NCSES to take a look at this, and then we came out with the STW report. In the Vision Roadmap, we're committed to working with NCSES to improve enhanced data collection on the STEM workforce to include the skilled technical workforce. So if you look at those numbers, we were looking at an S&E and S&E related workforce of about 12 million folks, as well as a skilled technical workforce, which we weren't counting, of about 18 million. Next slide, please. However, if you look at this now and what NCSES has done, they've really taken this to the next step. And again, I want to thank Amy, Abigail, and Skip for working on this, and for their collaboration and board on so many other aspects of the vision. And as you can see right now, they've got a new category they've defined, which is the science and engineering and technical workforce. And now that puts the entire STEM workforce at about 33 million people, which is no small number and something that is extremely impactful for what we want to do if we're going forward in our vision. Next slide, please. This slide shows other areas where we've made progress on the vision. So we've actually made, since we started the team, since Ellen stood up the team in May, we've been working diligently with our partners at NSF and others to accomplish a number of things. So for example, last year, the Committee on Oversight noted that there were a need to work with NSF to increase public understanding of broader impacts. At this meeting, the committee will discuss the multiple dimensions of broader impacts, what information is available now and what other resources there are. In the context of the FY 2022 budget discussions, the Committee on Strategy is asking about NSF's investments and how they complement industry and other federal agencies, partnerships, the next big ideas, broadening participation, and so forth. Also related to ensuring that NSF's budgetary strategy reflects national research needs, the ANF committee is having and just had a retreat with Korth and others where it discussed an agency level approach to research infrastructure investment. Regarding domestic STEM talent and broadening participation at this meeting, we will have a discussion on the Black experience in science and engineering and have presentations on NSF's investments in historically Black colleges and universities and its STW portfolio. The SEP committee is in the process of assessing which policy areas will focus in on the coming months. Everything they've considered is related to the priorities for the working group and has been identified in one way or another. If you also see this list here, you can see a number of things are already happening. As Ellen mentioned, we've met with representatives of Congress. NCSCS has a new model. You're going to hear about NSF's HBCU Up program. Committee retreats are happening or have happened. Director Ponthers Nathan has met with a number of people, as he's talked about, because these partnerships are important, and we're engaging others on the vision. I expect we'll hear more about these and other activities from the committees over the next 2 days. I should mention that the list of activities in the matrix is not meant to be exhaustive. In further developing the vision implementation plan, board committees will need to flesh these out. I should also note that the vision implementation matrix does not specifically indicate what NSF is already addressing, but we will eventually include that in the vision implementation plan. And again, I'm going to thank you again, Ponch, and thank you, Fleming, for your leadership with our meeting with the assistant directors yesterday. That was the first step in this process. Next slide, please. During December's listening session with the ADs and office heads, the Vision Task Force was extremely impressed with and encouraged by how forward-thinking the group was. Many of the ideas that you all expressed influenced the NSB's Vision 2030. The Vision Implementation Working Group, or the VIWG, and the board are excited about the opportunities for NSF right now, especially in light of the proposals and discussions on the Hill. We want to know your thoughts on the congressional proposals related to NSF structure. We're very interested in hearing your thoughts on priorities we've identified in the matrix that the NSB and NSF can focus on together, and how the board and ADs can work effectively together, as well as we like your ideas and inputs. Okay, this is a living document. We plan to develop some kind of dashboard or scorecard to monitor progress in implementing the roadmap and achieving the vision. And so we would also like the AD's input on benchmarks the board could use to measure progress and on what success looks like. We hope the retreat will provide an opportunity for these kinds of discussions. Next slide, please. So thank you very, very much. And I am open for your questions, feedback, or reactions from the board.
Well, thank you so much, Vic, and thanks to all the working members as well as the members of the NSBO staff for the progress you've made to date, and looking forward to future successes. So before we take a short break, I did want to look and see, as Vic said, if there were any questions from board members for him. Okay, Ponch.
I just wanted to second what Vic said. It's a great partnership. And I was so thrilled that Vic, you and Ellen came and spent time with the ADs. You saw that the interaction was very productive. I'm looking forward to that leading up to the retreat, being where we can work on some of these things together, so that we come out of this. I mean, I know that we have two roles. You have two roles in NSB. One is advising the Congress and the administration. The other is the NSF. So on that part, the partnership can be very valuable. So we look forward to doing more of this at the retreat time also, and towards the retreat. So thank you so much. I just want to express my gratitude.
And thank you, Panch. We know we have a strong partner in working between the board and the NSF with your leadership.
Yeah, thank you, Panch.
And Panch, while I have you, just want to apologize for the fact that your presentation, the actual showing the slides didn't go quite like we wanted. That was one of those glitches we were hoping to avoid. As we used to say at NASA, an opportunity to excel. That we're going to hopefully avoid that the rest of the time, but do apologize for that.
Thank you, Ellen.
Hey, Ellen, I want to put out, will any of the members of the Vision Implementation Working Group have any comments or questions? I see Julia.
And
yeah.
And then Maureen.
Okay. No, I was just going to say that in the two committees that I'm involved in, SEP and ANF, the vision and the roadmap have really informed, very extensively the conversations that we've had. You'll hear that particularly in the report of the SEP committee later this afternoon when we talk about the policy documents, but also in ANF, while that was a retreat and things are still maturing, there is just a tremendous amount of interconnectivity. And one of the things that we talked about in ANF was the importance of the interconnectedness between the different committees. And this implementation working group is one of the places where we can really make that happen now.
Thank you, Julia. I appreciate that. Maureen, was your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend you, Vic, and the entire committee for having done such an incredibly comprehensive and thoughtful job on identifying actionable priorities from a very, very long list of potential areas that we could have focused on. I think we've actually arrived at a really strong and focused list of things that are achievable, and that's quite an accomplishment for a short period of time. So thank you for your leadership.
Well, thank you, Maureen. But I will also throw it back to you all. I think the NSBO staff knows I have a couple of sayings. I guess that's what happens when you get older. You just repeat yourself. But I will say here that I think the operative saying here is teamwork leads to dream work. And so I really thank all of the members of the team because they have made this happen.
It looks like Maria has a question.
Yeah, thanks. And Vic, that was a great summary of the committee's deliberations. And I just want to say that the vision has really been a guiding force in our discussions, both on the Committee of Strategy and External Engagement for all the reasons that we've talked about. I mean, it makes it very clear how we need to communicate externally, and obviously the Committee on Strategy, the board strategy ought to be the implementation of the vision. So we're all well aligned and rowing in the same direction.
Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that.
Vic, this is Roger. Just one more thing. I think we really were reluctant to release that without the new board members having an input, but of course the timing demanded otherwise. We really welcome the input of the new board members who are just now grasping the enormity or the challenge that's in front of us. So please do, and feel free to ask any of us on the committee led by Vic how you can help, or the suggestions that you think we might have missed in that development.
Roger, thank you. Yes, we do welcome.
Let's see, Suresh Babu.
That was a wonderful report. I got the report from the office, and I'm going to give it to the senior leadership here at also the industry leads. So one of the things which I think articulated in that is engagement with the industry is also in the IP matrix, how we are going to do with industry engagement. We have some new incoming NSB members from industry. It'll be nice to articulate that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we welcome that, and I know Apanch and his team. I know while he has made his rounds through government, I know that the next group of rounds is going to be with industry leaders to get out that. So I think it's an exciting time for all of this. This is all coming together, and so we welcome any inputs, contacts, introductions that you can make, as well as all the members of the board to help us achieve this vision.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
So we'll now take a short break until 20 minutes after the hour, at which time we'll hear a presentation from NSF on the Foundation's HBCU programs. And board members are invited to the coffee or lunch breakout room if you wish to chat for a few minutes.
I will be assigning you all to the coffee room from the breakfast room this morning. So just watch for a pop-up.
Dr. Jackson, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Great. I just wanted to make sure your microphone was working.
I'll cut it off.
Okay.
But I will say this, we are right now, we're in discussions with JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon. So I'm looking forward to that in the next 2 weeks.
Hey, Vic.
Hey, Steve, what's up?
I'm assuming we're not on record yet.
I don't know. I just heard that. I said something about live streaming.
We just went back on recording in preparation to start up in about a minute.
But
Okay.
Steve, call me at 5.
Yes, so we are recording.
We are recording.
Okay. With regard to Jamie Dimon, we've talked previously about Community Reinvestment Act. And if you want to touch base with me in thinking about how your institution can come to agreements with financial institutions like JP Morgan, give me a call offsite.
It'll happen this evening. I'll have my glass of wine and you can have your double big gulp cup. I think we're gonna have a good conversation.
Yeah, it's a good program.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Steve.
Sure, buddy.
Hi, Steve. I don't know if it's just me getting old, but I find your volume a little low when you speak. Is that just me?
No, it is a little bit low. So if there's a way to get closer to where the mic, that would be helpful.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah.
No, my pleasure. My pleasure. Sorry about that, gang.
Yeah, that's better.
I just decided I would face up to the fact that it could well be me.
It wasn't. It was, how far can I get from my tether? Thank you for mentioning it.
So it's,
I was just being ignored, but now I know it was a failure to be heard.
It's 20 after. Brad, are we ready?
I have sent a note to the breakout room for people to return. It looks like most folks have done so. And I will start recording. You're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm really looking forward to our next 2 agenda items. In recent weeks, we've all witnessed the national focus on race relations and racial inequality in really nearly every aspect of our nation's life. The science and engineering enterprise is not immune from that charge. About a month ago, the board issued a statement on racism in science and engineering. In acknowledging the longstanding racism that has existed in the science and engineering environment, the board committed itself to act intentionally to remove barriers and to ensure that the U.S. science and engineering environment is one in which all are respected and valued. So today's discussion is step one of that journey, beginning of a series of conversations and learning opportunities in which the board will engage to drive the implementation of the broadening participation pillar of our Vision 2030 roadmap. We begin with a presentation by Karen Marangel, NSF's Assistant Director for Education and Human Resources, and Claudia Rankins, who has been the Program Director for NSF's HBCU programs for over a decade. And this will be followed by a distinguished panel discussion on the broader Black experience in science and engineering. So Karen and Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to talk with you about NSF's investments in historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs. The Directorate for Education and Human Resources and the Division of Human Resource Development in particular have a strong history of supporting research and education activities at HBCUs. We will discuss these and efforts across the foundation to support students and faculty at HBCUs. I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, Dr. Claudia Rankins, who has managed the Historically Black Colleges and Universities Undergraduate Program, or HBCU UP, at NSF for 12 years. HBCU UP is the signature program at NSF designed to strengthen STEM undergraduate education and research at HBCUs. And as Dr. Rankins will describe, HBCU UP is not the only program at NSF supporting HBCUs. A physicist by training, Dr. Rankin served in various faculty and administrative capacities at Hampton University prior to joining NSF. Her expertise in and passion for HBCUs has served NSF well. I'll now turn it over to Claudia.
Thank you, Dr. Marangel, and please permit me to share my screen. I hope everyone can see it. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about historically Black colleges and universities, and to the board for your courageous statement on racism and engineering, in which you recognize the unique legacy and important role of HBCUs, and commit to increased support for research at these institutions. I also thank you for taking this moment in the history of this country to reflect on NSF's practices and even biases in who we consider worthy of research funding. This brief conversation will be about HBCUs, where I will give you some background on the institutions and NSF's funding history, as well as set the stage for that increased support. The map of where HBCUs are located reflects the history of the institutions, a few of which were started prior to the Civil War, some during the time following the Civil War and the end of slavery, and some during the era of Jim Crow and segregation. All were founded to educate Black Americans at a time when white institutions, mostly in the South, refused to do so. HBCUs were founded on the mission to educate the Black community, but have always been inclusive of admitting all who wanted to attend, to teach, to do research there, including Native Americans, Jewish refugees of Nazi Germany, and more recently, immigrant students and faculty. A brief synopsis of HBCUs, half of which are private and half are public institutions, with 12 community colleges among them, shows that 15 have ABET accredited engineering programs, 21 offer a PhD in at least one STEM discipline, 34 offer doctoral degrees, 58 master's degrees, 90 offer bachelor's degrees, and 42 associate degree programs. Their enrollment size ranges from 200 students to 12,000 students. 12% of HBCUs are research-intensive institutions. There's a notion or even myth that enrollment of HBCUs, especially of Black students, has waned after segregation ended and Black Americans had access to all institutions of higher education. NSF data, however, shows that enrollment at HBCU steadily rose from 1976 to 2010, despite the number of HBCUs decreasing by 10%. The blue line shows total enrollment, the orange line, enrollment of Black students. Changes in the federal student loan structure caused enrollment to drop sharply in the early 2010s, and it just began to rebound as now COVID-19 will add new challenges for HBCUs. However, enrollment in 2018 is still higher than it was in 1976. I want to give you a quick screenshot of where HBCUs are particularly successful in graduating Black students with bachelor's degrees. Latest statistics show that HBCUs enroll about 9% of Black undergraduate students. However, graduate a significantly higher percentage in critical fields such as engineering, the physical sciences, mathematics, the biological sciences, and agriculture. Additionally, HBCUs are 7 of the 8 top baccalaureate institutions of Black S&E doctorate recipients from 2013 to 2017. Over that period, 462 Black STEM doctorate recipients came just from these 7 HBCU baccalaureate institutions. What the statistics don't show, however, is what contributes to the success in these numbers. It is the culture and ethos of HBCUs that is the foundation of success and learning of the students they educate. HBCUs know how to best educate Black students in STEM, especially students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. So seeing these successes, one might think that HBCUs are well funded. But I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this next slide. On the left in blue, you see the total NSF funding to HBCUs. On the right in green, you see the research funding by NSF to HBCUs. Let me start by clarifying that by top 20 HBCUs, I mean the 20 HBCUs most funded by NSF. So the total funding has hovered around $100 million per year. That's about $1 million per institution on the average. Over 70% of the funding goes to 20 of the 101 institutions. This means the remaining 80 or so get around 30 million per year, usually less, combined. That is less than $400,000 per year per institution on the average. Yet, we expect miracles from these institutions. We want to hold them accountable for moving the so-called needle in graduating Black STEM students and for producing research. I frequently get asked about the impact of NSF funding on HBCUs, and I'll talk a little bit about impact later. However, to see more of an impact, simply put, more funding is needed, especially in the area of research, where I have to agree with the word used by a 2015 Senate report, which referred to the funding by NSF's research directorates to HBCUs as anemic. The small dark green sliver of R&D funding to 80 institutions is indeed anemic. And I'm not sure what impact we should expect as a result of NSF funding for that group of institutions. To be clear, the chart on the right is a subset of the chart on the left. To put this chart in perspective for you, the top 4 R1 funded institutions receive about $400 million annually from NSF in R&D funding. All 101 HBCUs receive this amount over a 10-year period. I'd like to emphasize 2 points about the green chart. More research funding would increase the research capacity of the top 20 institutions and allow R2 institutions to become R1 and others to become R2 institutions. More research funding to the other 80 institutions would increase the research capacity of their faculty. Also, to be clear, I am not arguing for a redistribution of the green piece of pie, but for an increase to it. More research funding to all HBCUs would alleviate the brain drain of Black faculty leaving these institutions and encouraging more of them to join. This pie chart shows that 770 awards were made by NSF to HBCUs over a 5-year period. Almost 60% came from EHR. On the average, the 6 remaining research directorates each made about awards annually to HBCUs. Your briefing book contains a 2-page document that further describes the 3 congressionally mandated programs at NSF that fund HBCUs exclusively. HBCU Up, with a $35 million annual budget, makes about 50 to 60 awards annually for single investigator research, curriculum innovation, and institutional transformation, as well as for centers of broadening participation research. The HBCU RISE program annually makes 2 to 3 awards of $1 million to the 21 institutions with at least 1 PhD in STEM. The new Excellence in Research program provides a link between HBCU faculty and the research directorates. It is intended for HBCU PIs to find their intellectual research home in the respective research program or division. EIR has made 129 awards from 2018 to 2020 to HBCU faculty, and all research directorates participate. As you can see on the orange looking chart from 2009 to 2018, these three programs were responsible for 36% of all NSF funding to HBCUs. As a reminder, NSF has 300 programs. So just a little bit about impact. I want to show you some success stories, and I understand that success stories don't show all of impact, but they give you a small screenshot of what is possible. Prior to having funding from HBCU up in 2008, Harris-Stowe State University in St. Louis, Missouri had no STEM programs. Since then, they have established biology and mathematics programs, and Harris-Stowe has become a national leader in producing Black mathematicians. A PI at Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida, who received a Research Initiation Award in 2012 from HBCU Up, 5 years later was awarded a $5 million CREST Center in Materials Research. HBCU Up provided seed funding to establish 2 new physics undergraduate degree programs at the University of the Virgin Islands in 2016 and at Virginia Union University in Richmond, Virginia in 2017. Faculty at both new departments have already received research awards, and the first 6 students graduated from these programs. And as a last example, a CREST Center Award in 1997 to North Carolina A&T University later resulted in the award of the only HBCU-led engineering research center funded by the Engineering Directorate. I'm showing you these examples to illustrate that faculty participate in research at research-intensive HBCUs as well as at small HBCUs. So let me share with you briefly what we have done at NSF to promote collaborations, outreach, and inreach. A plethora of activities like workshops and webinars have resulted in more research proposal submissions by HBCU faculty and subsequently more awards. We have established a number of interagency collaborations. We have established a group of NSF program officers, the Excellence in Research Working Group, comprised of representatives from all directorates that participate in inreach and outreach activities. The CREST and HBCU Up programs conduct an annual PI meeting to connect PIs with program officers from all research directorates. And I'd like to conclude by talking a little bit about opportunities and challenges. On the opportunity side, HBCU faculty are poised to do research. This research may be mainstream or may be grounded in the mission of the HBCU institutions, which seek to connect research to community betterment and to the cultural context of the institutions. One thing we learned from history is that HBCUs know how to navigate challenging times. Since the end of slavery, through the Nadir, Jim Crow and segregation, federal policies that didn't favor them, to these challenging times of COVID-19 and racial reckoning. The challenges to HBCUs can be summed up in 6 words: systemic and historic underfunding of HBCUs, which has led to high faculty workloads, low pay, not enough staff, lack of supporting individuals like technicians, research faculty, postdocs, labs and classrooms that could be better equipped, and I could go on. Despite or because of these challenges, just last week, NSF received an unprecedented number of letters of intent for the Excellence in Research program, which shows that HBCU faculty are ready to move forward. It speaks to the fact that HBCU faculty are interested in, capable of, and poised to receiving NSF funding to conduct research that will benefit their students, their institutions, their communities, and indeed all of us. Let's imagine what could happen if all HBCUs had proper research funding. I promise you, HBCUs are a good investment. I have some additional slides with data for you if you're interested, and all of the data can be found at, is publicly available. I want to thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you about HBCUs and invite your questions and comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We do have a few minutes, about 10 minutes for questions. So I would like to hear from other board members. Again, please raise your hand, in the participant sidebar on Zoom if you want to ask a question, and Brad will help keep me updated on that question. Okay, so I see Jerry. Let's start with you.
Thank you, Claudia. That was really a great presentation. I have a couple of quick questions. One of which may not be so quick, but with COVID impacting so many, both private and public institutions, what are you hearing with regards to concerns that some may not be able to survive through this?
There are certainly concerns that especially the most vulnerable HBCUs may have trouble making it through this. I also, though, am highly encouraged by what I hear from faculty, mostly from PIs, and their plans to move forward. There was no hesitation back in March when all of this started to think about new ways to teach, new ways to engage students in research. No one canceled any summer programs. All students were engaged virtually. I've received a number of proposals to move particularly the lab, chemistry and biology labs to a virtual model. The fact that we have received so many of letters of intent for research shows that the institutions are really ready to deal with this and move forward. Now, what it looks like, how enrollment, you saw the enrollment trend that's already going down, how that will impact HBCUs. I'm just hoping and praying, really.
Well, we're with you. Claudia, my second quick question is that some of the institutions are relatively small, and some faculty may have very heavy teaching loads, which can, in many respects, impede their ability to do research. So what's being helped to relieve them from really heavy teaching loads to let them have a balance of research and teaching? I know that's the ultimate question for a lot of institutions, but it does concern me in this equation of how you get more faculty to be engaging in research when their teaching loads are and service loads are incredibly heavy.
As a former faculty member with a 5+5 teaching load, I can speak to that. And that's 5 per semester, by the way. One thing we can do at NSF and the HBCU UP program and the Excellence in Research program do that both, is allow for academic year release time for faculty. We simply cannot expect the institutions, especially the smaller ones, to carry that burden. So it has worked well if we give faculty 25%, at smaller institutions, maybe even 50% academic year release time, and the payoff has been great.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Great. Thanks, Claudia.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll go to Maureen and then Dario, Steve Willard, and Mel.
So again, Claudia, thank you for your very clear and compelling presentation. I'm really impressed with the very strong success of HBCUs. But I had a kind of a methodological question regarding your conclusions. You stated that, quote, systemic and historic underfunding has been an ongoing challenge. And I'm just curious, what is the benchmark against which you're comparing funding of HBCUs to determine that there has been a historical and systemic underfunding of these institutions? What are we comparing them to?
So when I say historic, it goes way back to the founding of the institutions. And I really have not done the study, but the literature exists that shows the underfunding by states in particular of the HBCUs. So I'll be glad to dig up some of that.
Thank you. I
just don't have it at hand. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm always interested in how the comparisons are done, because often I have found that the comparisons themselves may reflect a systemic bias or a foregone conclusion sometimes. So it's really, digging into what underlies that kind of a conclusion is of great interest. If you could send me something, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
So Dario?
Thank you, and thank you, Claudia, for the presentation. I wonder if you can comment on the opportunities you see in terms of partnership with, let's say in this case, the private sector. What's happening right now as a consequence of the moment is that many technology companies, just to give an example, are going to put a very significant focus on being able to engage in a new way, right, with HBCUs, to create and shape new programs, to invest in different ways, both through opportunities for internships, new centers, and you name it. What would you recommend and what would you suggest on ways for NSF to be a catalyst, right, to perhaps channel that energy in a way that is most constructive?
And I think your last words were key words, channel that energy, because these activities have been ongoing, and I'm sure they will sort of be ramped up now in this day where everyone wants to collaborate with HBCUs. What is often not happening is that on the other end, and by that I mean the companies who want to collaborate, that an environment exists in which Black and Brown students in particular feel welcome and can function, to be honest. So I hate for us to just sort of jump in on the bandwagon without considering the implications of that. Is that in the best interest of the students, of the institutions? And if it is, how do we really do it in a thoughtful way? I don't know if that answers your question, but some thought ought to be given to the climate and culture.
Yeah, I completely agree, but I guess I would encourage, to what degree can the NSF be a convener or a way to be able to do this well? Let me put it that way.
I'm sure we can. I would not be the expert in that area, but I'm sure others are, and I'm certainly happy to work with anyone who wants to take on that task. But thank you.
Steve Willard.
Yes, thank you. On one of Vic's Skilled Technical Workforce meetings, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of historically Black colleges and university people, and I talked to them not only about how I think funding parity and opportunities, I think that's only step one. Then the step two, I said to them, was, what do you guys do better than anybody else? And with the list of things that you talked about, Claudia, of how they have overcome incredible obstacles, I think they have become potentially the country's experts on mentoring and bringing along students in the undergraduate and graduate programs. how can we think about how we might be able to fund some work that would allow historically Black colleges and universities to teach our other universities and college about the skills they've learned in mentoring students?
Well, I thank you for that question. That's actually asking a lot of them. You know, part of the success of why HBCUs are successful in that area, and I thought a lot about that, because everyone mentors, right? Everyone has research experiences, everyone has these new and innovative ways of teaching. So what is it about HBCUs that makes them do better in educating Black students in STEM? And it really has to do with the HBCU environment, the ethos, the history, the belonging to family and community. Now, can we teach that? I'm not sure, but it goes to what I said when I answered the last question. We can certainly hold other institutions accountable and help them in that way in establishing this culture and this environment to make Black and brown students not only welcome, because they're now welcome, but to make it so they want to stay and they can thrive. And this is, I'm sure, where HBCUs can shed some light on how to do that. But I think until we make it clear to the 4,400 institutions that are not HBCUs, where actually 91% of Black students attend, and I don't know how we can do that in some way. I wish we could. Maybe that's a great discussion to have.
Wonderful. I'll look forward to it.
And we have just a little bit of time, so I'll just take 2 more questions. First, Steve Leith, and then Suresh Babu.
Thanks, Helen. First, I have a question. I'll comment on that. When I was vice president of the UNC system, we had a number of HBCUs, and I think part of the reason they were so successful is role models. You take a place like A&T where you have a Black chancellor who's an electrical engineer, the students identified with that and saw a future there. But my question was, you know, when we got the ERC at A&T when I was vice president, we were obviously really pleased, but did I understand you correctly? There haven't been any since then? Because that was the first one.
Not an HBCU-led one.
Right.
No. Actually, this one is the only major center funded to an HBCU. There are no STC, and this is the only ERC.
You know, said I was
went to HBCUs.
I'm proud of the fact we got it when we did, and we were pretty excited, but I'm stunned that there haven't been any. Okay, but thank you.
And finally, Suresh Babu.
Thank you very much. So I think Stephen took away my question. What is the best practice used by HBCUs to break through that and make a transformative impact? And what can we learn from that? So that was my question too. What did they do that made them to get out to to start an ERC leading one? So any insight?
I don't know if I have any insight on that. HBCU faculty want to do research like faculty at all institutions, right? I'm not sure what led to the success of this only one. I would venture to guess there were other great applications that were submitted. And I know we can only fund a few. But North Carolina A&T in particular has an infrastructure that's probably a little bit more advanced than at most other HBCUs in terms of their sponsored research office, their grants office. They actually do have grant writers, people to help faculty write grants. I want you to realize that most HBCU faculty, when they submit a proposal, do everything themselves, from the budget to putting it in FastLane to filling out all of the forms. In many cases, there's no one to help read it over, make sure it's compliant. So there's a good structure at North Carolina A&T, which I wish we could replicate at others.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you, Claudia. And I think
Thank you.
pointed out, one of the challenges that HBU
Yes,
faces in terms of getting more research. So huge thank you to you, Claudia, to Karen, for the wonderful presentation, and to all of you for the thoughtful discussion. And, we look forward to continuing this dialogue as we go ahead. So I'm going to move on now. And I'm delighted to welcome for our second session, a distinguished panel of academic leaders, thought influencers, and mentors for a panel discussion on the Black experience in science and engineering. And I'll let Vic, as the moderator, formally introduce the panel, but I'll just say as a word of introduction that we had an organizational call last week for this panel and became very clear we could have set aside certainly half a day for this rather than the 45 minutes that we have today. Their perspectives based on their own lived experiences shine an invaluable light on the realities that still exist despite generations of words and actions that have been meant to change that. We sincerely hope our guests will see this as just the beginning of a conversation. One request that will hopefully improve the viewing experience for those watching on YouTube, since this is a panel discussion, is for everyone on Zoom, except our panelists and except Vic and me, to stop your video during the panel discussion. That way we can focus on the panel. And then I'll ask the board members to turn your videos back on as we get to the Q&A session. Vic or I will ask you. So thank you for that. Vic, I will hand the floor to you to introduce the panelists and proceed.
Thank you, Ellen. And good afternoon, everyone, and all our participants on YouTube. And welcome to our plenary panel discussion on framing Black experiences in science and engineering. Before I introduce our panelists, I will remind everyone, as Ellen has said, to please stop your video, and I would ask you all to hold your questions and mute your mics until we get to the question and answer portion of this session. So with that, I'd like to introduce our panelists. We first have William Jackson, Distinguished Research and Emeritus Professor of Chemistry at the University of California, Davis, and previously the Professor of Chemistry and Physics. He was a university professor, or what they call the Professor of the University at Howard University, and was one of the founding members of the National Organization for the Professional Advancement of Black Chemists and Chemical Engineers, NOBCHE. Stephanie Page, Community Engagement Manager at the Advanced Resource and Coordination Network and creator of #BlackandSTEM, which is enormously popular and a virtual community and safe space for Black scientists. Stefan Alexander, who's a professor of physics at Brown University and the current president of the National Society of Black Physicists. Eugene Deloach, Dean Emeritus of the Clarence Mitchell School of Engineering at the Morgan State University, and he was the 2019 recipient of the National Science Board's Public Service Award. And finally, Kelly Mack, former program director for NSF's Advanced Program, co-founder and chair of the Society of STEM Women of Color, and current vice president for undergraduate STEM education and executive director of Project Kaleidoscope at the Association of American Colleges and Universities. I want to thank all of our distinguished panelists for being here today, and we really look forward to your opinions. In 1944, in Vannevar Bush, The Endless Frontier, he wrote, "There are talented individuals in every segment of the population, but with few exceptions, those without the means of buying higher education go without it. Here is a tremendous waste of the greatest resource of our nation, the intelligence of its citizens." Despite this recognition by Bush, our nation's HBCUs were not part of Bush's vision, even though leading researchers like Carver were at Tuskegee University or Charles Drew at Howard University, as well as the likes of people like Percy Julian, were making innovative discoveries. Federal and state laws failed to invest equitably, as Dr. Rankins has previously pointed out, in these institutions and the talent that comes from them. While things have improved, we know it's not enough and that we're missing millions of talented scientists and engineers. At every level in our sector of the science and engineering ecosystem, racial inequities remain. So for each of the speakers, I will give you this question, and I would like you to take 5 minutes to be cognizant of every other panelist and the time, and to have time at the end for Q&A of this one question. And I'd like it from your perspective, as well as a recommendation that our board members, as well as those from NSF and others, can take with it. So, as stated in NSB's Vision 2030 report, to achieve proportionate representation by 2030, the number of Black people in the science and engineering workforce must more than double over the next 10 years. Based on your experience and unique perspectives, what do you think NSB and NSF should do over the next 10 years to make science and engineering research enterprise an attractive and welcoming environment for Black people? And what should success look like for you? And I'm going to start with Bill Jackson. Bill, I'd like you to start. We've just heard about NSF HBCU programs, which you had a hand in creating, as well as the HSI programs back in the 70s, initiated by your testimony before Congress and Senator Ted Kennedy in 1976, advocating for more funding for underrepresented minorities in science and engineering. Based on your history and what you've heard today, what do we need to do to move forward toward full representation of Black people in science and engineering by 2030 and to carry out what this board has stand behind in terms of Vision 2030? Bill, you have 5 minutes.
First, let me give you a quick review of my experience. I have been active in all parts of the scientific and engineering enterprise in this country. I've worked in industry, the federal government, HBCU, Howard University, and UC Davis. Thus, I have had a background that would allow me to have some perspective of what goes on. I would say that you have a daunting task to raise the number of active participants in the science and engineering enterprise in 10 years by a factor of roughly 3, rather than what you've done in the past 50 years, a factor of 2, from 2% to maybe 4%, depending upon how you calculate it. You've already heard about HBCUs and what I would call the pitiful support for those institutions. A university that should have been in the top 10 of the universities in this country was Howard University. This is a university that is directly funded by the federal government. When you compare it to UC Davis, when they had roughly the same number of students, 12,000 for Howard University, 14,000 for UC Davis, the funding for UC Davis was twice that of Howard University. And it was actually worse than that, since capital costs at a UC campus are not considered in their basic budget. Thus, Howard University was being asked to do the same kind of job UC Davis was doing on less than 50% on the dollar. I mean, this is abysmal. There is a story that the vice president came over and looked at Howard University this was in the 70s, when the vice president was from Minnesota and saw what was going on, and tears came to his eyes. What we need is more support funding for HBCUs. We need predominantly white institutions to hire more African-American faculty so that they can serve as mentors. They say they can't find them. It has been my experience, they don't try hard enough. Finally, we need faculty at the PWI institutions who are sensitive and respectful of African-American students. You can get them to do better if you bring them and treat them like people should be treated. That means listening to them and have respect for their ideas, just like you have respect for your white students' ideas. I think that's about all the time I have for a discussion, as was pointed out, could last for a whole day. Thank you. I can't hear you, Victor.
Bill, I say I appreciate your candor and thank you for your comments. Stephanie, I'd like to turn to you. With your unique perspective in community engagement, you have your finger on the pulse of so many Black scientists and engineers, especially young people, activating their collective voices and pushing for change. What do you think we should do over these next 10 years to achieve full representation? And what does success look like to you?
Thank you. I thought a lot about this question, and really, what could I possibly say to compliment Dr. Rankins and Dr. Jackson, and to really give voice, not just to myself, but to so many people out there who, you know, we're either in the process of pursuing careers or pursuing education and training. And so what I tried to do was prepare a statement that would take about 2 minutes, and then, but to kind of highlight some parts where I'm speaking from my head and my heart on this. So I'll start with what I prepared. And basically, which centers on the fact that to have a goal of at least doubling the number of Black folk in the science and engineering workforce, it has to take into account far more than representation. These numbers represent Black people, you know, who must pursue our education and our careers in spite of deeply embedded racism. Pursuing STEM education and careers, it means essentially taking on a secondary career of being Black while you're doing it. We cannot also overlook, you know, Black women, disabled folks, gender nonconforming, trans folks, et cetera. That there are Black folk who occupy overlapping identities and social stratifications that place them in unique positions to endure unique marginalization. And as NSB and NSF pursues action items, we must, for example, ensure that experiences and needs of Black women and Black trans men and women are integrated into the policies addressing gender inequity, sexual assault and sexual harassment, for example. We cannot allow these perspectives and experiences to go unheard and unaddressed, and without the consideration of the uniqueness of, you know, having race as a part of your identity and your social stratification. We must dismantle the status quos and cultures that reinforce racialized and patriarchal power structures that work against entry, retention, and progress of Black folk. It's not enough to let more of us in. We must see a structural change. Black folks should not have to assimilate. We should not have to adopt the same power structures, social power structures. We should not have to commit the same harms or leverage the vulnerability of others in order to find success in STEM career paths, right? So we should not be expected or held to adjust and adapt in an environment and essentially take on those behaviors in order to be successful. Over the next 10 years, each and every action plan of the NSF must intentionally take into account the sociological and psychological expertise on intersectionality, because it's there, and on equity and merit assessment, because it's there, and so forth and so on. Over the next 10 years, NSB and NSF must hold itself, the institutions, the programs, the individuals it funds accountable for being anti-racist. And, you know, to really be personal about what success looks like for me, I have a child who is saying that they want to pursue a science and engineering degree. My child might end up with 6 PhDs like Sam Beckett on Quantum Leap. But what success would ultimately look like is for him and others in his generation to be able to pursue their dreams and not repeat the experiences that are reflected in those of us on this panel. When I think about being able to speak with a Dr. Jackson and the reality that we have overlapping experiences, even though we reflect, generations in between, that's unacceptable. And, when I think about particularly my role with ARC, an NSF funded initiative, the fact that we're unique because we integrate the framework of intersectionality and other sociological frameworks into pursuing STEM equity and supporting STEM equity in a systemic and sustained way. I want to point out too, like what it means to really ensure the sustainability of programs and initiatives like ARC and like some of the other advanced programs that are really working to both coalesce the research, to support the research on the sociological issues around STEM equity, and also looking at how to translate that into practice and so that we can see longstanding impact. These are all things that to me are inextricably linked. And so, the biggest piece that I think about over the next 10 years is how do we evaluate success? So for example, I am a graduate of a wonderful HBCU, North Carolina A&T State University, that we've heard mentioned already. I went on to earn my PhD at the University of North Carolina in biochemistry and biophysics. And what I saw was UNC highlighting its expanded representation at the undergraduate and graduate level, and even at the postdoctoral level. But for all of this success, what I did not see was UNC turn around and utilize the populations that they had educated and trained, and then translate that into faculty positions and faculty leadership positions and institutional administration positions. That is, to me, a point of accountability that I want to see addressed over the next 10 years. If you can educate and train us, why are you not placing us in positions as faculty and leaders of research in your own institutions? So thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's really powerful. And we appreciate those words of wisdom. And I hope our board members and everybody's listening and taking down these things as we go forward. Stefan, the same question from your perspective as a professor at an Ivy League institution and as president of the National Society for Black Physicists, what do you believe needs to happen to make the science and engineering enterprise more equitable for Black people?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I really appreciated what Stephanie had to say. Really resonated with her words. So in a nutshell, I'm going to speak from a perspective where I feel it can be impactful in terms of my experiences. So just for the record, I grew up in the Bronx, New York. I'm a proud product of the New York City public school system, and still actually very involved in work out there as now the director of the Harlem Gallery of Science. And speaking from that, I've been very fortunate throughout, my short career. I was a recipient of an RU award when I was an undergraduate. And then later on, after much effort, a career award from the NSF. So I can, so I have some of that experience. I've also served on panels in the NSF for physics, for my field. So from that kind of broad experience, I would say there are some really good things that the NSF has engaged with the EPSCoR. By the way, can everyone hear me? I'm using these headphones. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. So from that experience, I mean, and as president of NSBP and a member of NSBP, one thing that we are engaged in is we have reignited a lot more student activity. So for example, this summer, with the help of the Simons Foundation, we instituted a summer research program that engaged 28 NSBP student members, half of which are from HBCUs and half of which are from PWIs. And we have about a 50-50 gender split as well. And the reason why that we saw that to be valuable is because when I was an NSBP member as a freshman in college, I went to Haverford College. It was the first time that I engaged and had endured relationships with colleagues and friends over those 30 years from historically Black colleges and universities. And that proven to be very valuable to me. And I think one thing that NSF could maybe really help engage more of programming that basically enhances interactivity between faculty, Black faculty and faculty of color at predominantly white institutions with their colleagues at the HBCUs. And we can think about and I'm sure maybe there are already things going on there. Another thing I think in terms of an action item, having sat on panels, just to share a personal story. There was once a time I was on a panel, I won't mention names, and someone basically on that panel in some ways was a kind of attacked in a way that didn't speak to any of the a female applicant's application. And there were two people on that panel, myself included, that basically stood up and basically was able to really speak to that person's research. But I sometimes wonder, if the voices on that panel were not there to sort of speak and speak justice. And the question I have and the recommendation I want to make is to make sure that there's transparency and accountability in terms of who's on those panels. And I want to make a very quick recommendation, maybe these, how oversight happens, whether or not that's internal or an external mechanism, number one. Number two, to make sure that there are on panels, there is representation. And it's not just enough that we have, say, a person of color, a minority person, but exemplar people with a track record of having sensitivity to making sure that practices of bias doesn't happen at the level of panels. And so there's just a general concern and question as to, just from my own personal experience. And I did speak to a number of Black colleagues, by the way, before this discussion, to make sure I wasn't just speaking for myself, that there is a sense that a lot more needs to be done. Make sure that, I'll give you one quick example and maybe a recommendation. There have been, I've heard a generic sense that, if you're an applicant and you're a person of color and you're an applicant and you get back your report from the panel that, there's a resounding positivity, and then there's one review that's negative and you didn't get funded. I think the applicant should have an opportunity before a decision is made to at least be able to defend themselves, because there is a sense and a suspicion that, because of the informality maybe and lack of transparency with the anonymity of the panel, that we have a lot of cases of people who will ordinarily get funded. And a lot of us actually are the ones that are also mentoring and training the next generation of scientists of color, by the way, to make sure that that there's some safeguards to make to deal with that. I mean, we can think of future things to do, But for the current matters, I think that there needs to be some protection there as well. So let me just stop there. I think my 5 minutes is way over.
Thank you, Stefan, and we appreciate your comments. There is always a question is, how do we break down these things, these systemic things internally, and how do we make sure that all of our people have 2020 bias training that's not just protective from an EEO point of view, but advances the mission of the agency, and people are brought up to speed, pretty much how they do it in industry. We've got to get up to speed in government. Eugene, you bring a unique perspective, and with your experience creating and leading a school of engineering at an HBCU, you have been credited and has been rightly documented and rewarded because you have the honor of producing more Black engineers at the bachelor's level in this country than any other person in the history of U.S. higher education. What are we missing here? What needs to radically change in order for Black people to fully participate in the science and engineering enterprise? Eugene.
Well, I want to thank you, Vic, and I want to thank the board for this opportunity to join this panel, this distinguished panel. I want to, you just said something that I wanted to lead off with. I happened to have the opportunity, was given the privilege to start an engineering school at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland's largest city. And it has been a pleasure. And that was back in 1984. And what I did and what is happening at the other 14 places where there are accredited engineering schools in this country on HBCU campuses, they are engineering schools at HBCUs. That's very important to say rather than to say an HBCU engineering school. Now, the other side of that coin is very important, very necessary that I have the best that I can put before the young people who would be coming to us to get their first introduction to and first degree in engineering. When I left school in 1959 with a bachelor's degree in engineering, less than 1% of all the engineering professionals in the United States are Black. I sometimes lecture to the freshman class, and they don't understand that quite in this day. So I tell them, look, line up 100 pennies in front of this room. Take one of them and take out your file. Chisel that down a little bit. And there you have what I represented in a very important sector of employment in this country in 1959. So it's very important that we understand that this nation has grown in a way and is really built on technology and science. I'm not going to touch the science part because I have Bill Jackson here on this panel. I'm not touching that. I'm not going to touch, the physics part either, and certainly I will touch a little bit on the mathematics because engineers are scavengers, and it happens that I made my way to engineering through mathematics. I have a bachelor's degree in mathematics and then a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. But without mathematics and without rubbing shoulders with chemists and physicists and those people, we have no toolbox on which to work with in engineering. So there is no HBCU engineering. There is no US of A engineering. There is only engineering. That's innovation, creative, inventing, whatever that is. But we build that all on the basis of you, Bill Jackson, you, Victor, and on backs of those scientists, those physicists, and so forth. And without them, and without that knowledge base, we can't go forward. We would have one heck of a hodgepodge of whatever was going on. So what I want to say is that this is not a mystery. When I went to Baltimore in 1984, the year before, I looked at the statistics. The year before in Maryland, an interesting state, there were 1,000 bachelor degrees awarded to engineering students in that state. 1984 now, not 1964. And in 84, of that 1,000 students that had received bachelor degrees in the state of Maryland, where in Baltimore, 80+% of the students were in public schools were Black. There were 19 degrees awarded by the combination of the University of Maryland, College Park, the Naval Academy, Johns Hopkins University, and Loyola. That was it, 19 out of 1,000. So, it was an easy task for me to build an engineering school and to increase the number of Blacks with engineering degrees out of Maryland. So what I wanted to, Victor, I just want to lay on the table that this is, I occasionally go out, I've been up to Martha's Vineyard, I've been down to Chincoteague and those places, and I've been down there, and I sometimes like to go out on a fishing boat. And I can tell you, some of these captains, they know the seasons. They'll take you out, and there's sometimes you go out and you get no fish. Well, you can't catch fish where there's no fish. We have to do something about what we have been doing as a nation. It is sad what we've done. We cannot leave these young people in the inner cities behind in this great first generation field of engineering. It's not rocket science. It's just solving the problems that are in front of you and using the toolbox that you need to develop and have in your toolbox. Those courses in chemistry and physics and mathematics and so forth, they're not difficult. They're just things you do because you want to get to your end and your goal. So what I'm saying is here that we need something in this field. And I know the difficulty of using the word EPSCoR. I understand that. I've been around. But we need an EPSCoR kind of thing for minorities in engineering, especially those from the African American community. I hope there are people on this board that are willing to at least explore that. Take the weight that they've taken on EPSCoR, the way it was done with states and so forth, and all those kind of things, and look at this thing from the standpoint, I don't care where these kids are. I'm just not committed totally to HBCU for that, where they come from. But I know one thing, if I have on my faculty people who can't do that, then they're not going to be there very long. So that's what I would say. I'm interested in seeing that we find a way to increase the pool of African American and other minority youngsters in engineering. And what I'm going to say here is, it's a little controversial, but it's real. For the last 50+ years in these United States of America, my home, more than 50% of every doctoral degree awarded in engineering in this country has been awarded to foreign nationals, not people born in this country. And it's still going on, folks. I know some of the money comes with the student, but after a while, some of the faculty start looking askance and they use money that should not be used in that way. So I'm saying to you that if we don't wake up and do the job we have to do, I hear people talking about somebody stealing our technology. No. Those students worked long and hard, 4 and 5 years to get those doctorates. And that's their technology as well as the faculty member who turned it on to it. So let's go with it, guys. If we want to maintain our posture, let's do the right thing and find the funds you need to get these kids in the game.
Thank you, Gene, for that call to action. I hope our board members heard that and reflect on what you just said. Very important. Turning now to Kelly before we open up the floor for questions from the board. Kelly, you've heard everyone's comments. I'd like you to answer the same question, but I'm particularly interested in your perspective as someone who understands how the National Science Foundation works. You've served as a program director for Advance. You've served as the executive secretary for the Committee on Equal Opportunities in Science and Engineering, or what we call CEOS. What specific recommendations do you have for both NSF and NSB to change the environment and culture of science and engineering to achieve the full representation of Black people?
Thank you, Vic. And thank you also to the board for inviting me to be a part of this really important conversation. First, I'd like to commend the board on its recent statement on racism in science and engineering. The boldness and the bluntness of the language was a soothing balm for my soul and the soul of so many of my colleagues who've been engaged in the work of broadening participation and grown weary in our well-doing. It was also in many ways for us a call for attention. You have our attention now. We see that you are as angry, disheartened, fed up, exhausted, disappointed, exasperated, and as dissatisfied as we have been, especially of late. So to answer your question, how do we come together now, double the numbers of Blacks in science and engineering, and as I would add, also significantly improve the quality of their experiences? I want to echo the sentiments of Dr. Rankins and also my fellow panel members. We are way behind in funding HBCUs, and we have a lot of ground to make up in that regard. We absolutely should be funding the institutions whom this nation is most relying on to educate and train Black STEM students, and we absolutely should be funding them to a degree that matches the expressed concern we have for the ways in which racism in our disciplines has negatively impacted them. And yet money is not the answer to all things. To that end, my answer to the question at hand is as simple as it is complex, which is, please lead us. If a governing board of an agency like NSF has assumed such a bold stance against something as radical as addressing racism in science and engineering and taken on such a daring goal as doubling the number of Black people in science and engineering, then we need you to also take seriously the responsibility of leading us in your word, your deeds, and by example into this new age of discovery, innovation, risk, and reward. So my first recommendation, actually, as strange as it seems, now that we've reached this point, is that we just pause. Let's just take the time necessary to fully understand how we even got to this point and admit to our complicitness in it. Let's not rush to identify and implement quick fix solutions because we know they are too easily undone and always at the mercy of a change in leadership or a shift in priority. If it took us a few centuries to get here, let's assume it will take more than a fiscal year or so to move past here. We owe it to ourselves and those we are most concerned about to grapple with just how deeply pervasive the problem is and how deeply pervasive the problem is at NSF. We must examine, for instance, how and why, just last month, there could be hundreds of Twitter posts and replies from Black and brown PIs quoting verbatim from their own NSF grant reviews some of the most egregiously racist sentiments, statements, and stereotypes that I've heard in my 25+ year career. We need to examine very carefully how it is that one day I could be invited to meet with this esteemed body. And on another day, just a year ago, I could be invited as a visitor to NSF, asked to assume the position with hands on the table, legs spread apart, patted down from behind like a criminal by a male security officer in the middle of the NSF lobby, while my white colleague who accompanied me that day could do no more than sit and watch it all unfold and silently grieve for me. Because even though her shoes also set off the scanner just like mine did, she was respectfully just asked to remove her shoes and then re-enter the scanner. And there are just too many more stories, more egregious than this, happening every day at all levels outside of and within NSF. So as a leading agency in this work, it's time for us to admit with candor and transparency that we have been complicit in upholding oppressive systems and structures that reign and rule over how we do the business of scientific discovery. My second recommendation is that once we've admitted to and gained a deeper understanding of the ways in which we have contributed to the issues we seek to address, that we gather the very best intelligence we can. What's needed now is a sophisticated system like the dashboard that I heard about earlier for receiving direct, non-social media influenced, anonymous if necessary feedback from our community, as well as from our program and admin staff, and a sophisticated system that allows for responding to that feedback with the same resoluteness that has informed the board's statement on racism. Already other agencies similar to NSF have launched online polls and surveys to ensure that identity is protected, experiences are given consideration, and situations are resolved to the benefit of those most vulnerable. But a word of caution here. We don't always need to, nor should we constantly turn to our Black and Brown colleagues for information that potentially compromises their positions and drains their energy. We all now know the trauma that living with COVID-19 brings. A general lack of essentials, day in and day out, constant threat of our demise every time we leave our homes. So the intelligence of and the sensitivity for and sensibility about racism and its impact on science and engineering is rooted in and directly tied to our own individual understandings and experiences with the vulnerabilities that we all now know as new normal life. All we need to do is dare to do what we ask of our students all the time, apply what we've learned. My third recommendation, I'm getting to the end, Vic. My third recommendation is that the National Science Board apply the same level of energy, effort, and resources to an anti-racism media campaign that it intends to apply to promoting Vision 2030. The recent statement of racism has been invaluable, but let's not let that be the last statement. We need a lifelong series of statements from the National Science Board that constantly evolve as we grow and evolve and as our understanding of racism in science and engineering matures. And if I can add just one small caveat here, Vic, and that is perhaps the board would consider that its next statement critique the dominant narrative that wrongfully positions excellence and diversity as being mutually exclusive. Exclusive excellence is not some special or lesser kind of excellence. The two are inextricably linked. And so finally, as our leaders, please challenge us to proactively look for, identify, and interrogate all of the other places where dominance shows up in science and engineering, whether it is in our beliefs that we are keepers of all knowledge and our students must learn it the way we know it, or whether it is in the understandings that we hold of what quality research is and who is capable of doing it. It's a lot, I know, and there's so much more, but time is not on our side today. I'm probably out of time. So I'll simply end here with a very fervent plea for us to truly commit to doing the hard and difficult work, which Frederick Douglass described as being more than transient or fitful work, but as being patient, enduring, honest, unremitting, indefatigable, and into which the whole heart is put. Thank you for your time and attention. It's been my privilege to share my thoughts with you today.
Kelly, thank you for such a moving and eloquent testimony here and a way to end up our panel. As also, I want to say, no one should ever have to go through that experience or humiliation that you did. And I'm sure that the board, and I know our chair, Ellen, and also at NSF, you please accept our apologies on that.
Thank you.
I know I'd like to open this up to the board for the time we have remaining, which is not much, so I ask you to keep your questions short. Board members, please turn your videos back on. If you have a question, please use the hand raise function, which Portia will be monitoring, and wait to be called upon. Once I call upon you, please remember to turn on your microphone before you speak. And I see we have some questions in the queue. And Anelia, you have the first question.
Yes, I'm responding as the chair of the Committee on Oversight, because in fact, of course, one of our most important tasks is to review the merit review process of the NSF and explain how we try to be as fair, as honest, and as straightforward and transparent as possible. I think we're still trying to do that. But in fact, I was very sensitive to the remarks that were made about how NSF does indeed review proposals. I think we are trying desperately hard, and we have made steps towards making that more transparent. As I will discuss later this afternoon, and I recognize that the panel probably have other and more important things to do, but I would explain a little of the merit review process because I have new board members to brief very briefly. I think they will find that going forward, one of our biggest tasks is to examine how the process is working in the matter of broader impacts. It's been pulled out in vision, as you mentioned earlier. We are actually very conscious that this is an area that is ripe for, what shall I say, for improvement, and that's probably an understatement. We have a great deal of work to do there. We have to understand what we can do as we move forward. It might be wonderful if we could talk to some of the people who made the remarks today. I really respected and appreciated them to make sure we're going in the right direction. But I just wanted to say we are aware that this is a profound problem, and we're trying to track it down and to work on it as we go forward. Thank you.
Amelia, I want to thank you for that comment. And I'm sure you have folks here as well as other resources that the Committee on Oversight can draw on to help as we try to refine and improve. Jerry, you're next. You have a question?
Yeah, so I just have quick comments to make, both to the board as well as to each of the speakers. Bill, the issue of exemplar, I think, is really important. If there was some way that we could identify faculty that are really good faculty and appreciating the racial issues, as well as how to make a welcoming climate in their department and in their own research group, I think this is critically important for those of us who are on the more senior end of things. And minority students come and say, what if I work for this person to get my PhD? And you can pretty much say, don't go there, or do go there if you've been around enough. We need to be able to have some kind of nomination process, something out there that can really identify PIs that students can work for. And I don't know what form it would take. With regards to Stefan, as well as Kelly's comments, I really think NSB has to look very seriously about what is the process by which PI that puts in a grant can report a bias that they've seen, a bias that they've been affected by, in an independent way through a process that's transparent, so that they know they will not get injured by making that concern, if not accusation. And I think we have to seriously understand what that, develop a channel for that. And so I challenge myself and the board to work with NSF to figure out how to put that kind of a process in place, because none of this should be happening. None of this should be happening. Stephanie, to your point about leadership, I think it's important for NSB to get a report from NSF on the demographics of our program officers, to make sure that we have representation from African Americans in our program officers at NSF at all levels, because leadership is incredibly important. Thank you for raising that issue. Gino, the wake up call, boy, a number of us on the board have been pounding the table on this, and we'll pound it along with you. So thank you for that one too. And Kelly, you reduced me to tears once again. My admiration for you continues. Thank you for all your incredible suggestions and the impact that you're having yourself. And I hope we'll follow up on many of your recommendations.
Thank you, Jerry. Carl, you have a question for our panelists or a comment?
The answer is yes, I do. I apologize that my video does not work. It says the host has stopped me. And Brad, if you can turn me on, that would be great. Ignoring that part, let me first, Bill, thank you for taking part.
Just been muted, so you better go back on. You're muted, Carl.
Okay, you can hear me now, I think. Yeah, I just didn't push the key hard enough. Okay, I'm not going to get a picture very easily. Anyhow, Bill, we really appreciate. There we go. Yeah, it does allow me. Thank you, Brad. Somehow I got disallowed. You are an inspiration, and I can tell you, I would say one of your above average students was Victor. But you have done a service for so long. And, I look at ways at which we can do something better. I agree with everything that's been said so far, but in a thing that would make Jerry a happy camper, I would point out that it would be, yeah, it would. The research experience for undergraduates is, I think, being still underutilized as a tool at HBCUs. Part of it is that that program needs to have a way to produce some release time for the faculty at such institutions, and to get to show the joy that comes from carrying out research. That's just one more of the many parameters. Kelly, I can't tell you how much it breaks my heart to hear the way you are being treated. And we as a board have to find a way to do what we can to make that statement loudly and clearly. So again, I know others want to speak as well, but the board cares, and we're going to find ways somehow to make the path a little bit smoother. And Bill, thank you for getting us started.
Bill,
we got because I want to respond to first. I think that the head of NSF should fire the person who did that, period. There is no reason for any woman to be treated like that. I mean, I want to cry, and I'm 80-some years old, and I'm just disgusted. I mean, the idea that, Kelly, also, you spoke more eloquently about some of the problems than anybody, I think, on this panel. There can be things done. At one point, NSF was giving money to any PI who could get an underrepresented minority person in their group. That went away. Why? That was one way to engage the PIs. They respond to money. At UC Davis, when I was chair, and actually, when I was chair, I got money from the Sloan Foundation. As chair, I knew that the university was growing. We needed to increase the number of graduate students because we needed to increase the faculty. As everyone knows, if you have a chemistry department that is a service department for the rest of the university, you need TAs. TAs mean you need graduate students. I double the number of graduate students and at the same time increased the number of my underrepresented minority graduate students from 5% to 18%. I could do that with money because money allowed me to go around the country and give extra money for minority students to come to UC Davis and to promise them there would be somebody in the department to mentor them. Not necessarily to be their advisor, because the graduate program should be done not for a particular person, but for your interest. You should be interested in what that person is doing and how you're treated. Now, you need an advocate. Everyone needs an advocate when they're in graduate school. And often, your major advisor is not going to be simpatico with you. Some advisors don't talk well to graduate students. Some graduate students don't talk well to their advisors. So you need people in the department who can do that. We found that when we brought in the minority students under the Sloan program, we graduated 80 some underrepresented minority students and only lost 2. That was better than the success rate of predominantly white students. So all of the ways in which recruitment committees recruit graduate students don't necessarily work. I mean, and we know that. Graduate record exams don't work. Grades don't necessarily work. The best thing might be the recommendations. We made sure that all minority students knew exactly what the criteria were to be accepted to graduate school. You don't have to have a 3.8 average to go to graduate school, not at UC Davis. Maybe you do it at Harvard. But I mean, I don't know about Harvard since they turned me down when I applied. And I don't really care at this point. The other thing is, in terms of undergraduate students at predominantly white institutions, bring them in your lab as freshmen, just so they know what science is about. Pay them so they work in that lab rather than going to work at McDonald's where they're learning nothing. Just talking to and being around graduate students help acclimate you to what science is about. And when you take general physics and general chemistry and calculus, you have somebody you feel comfortable about talking about those things. We found here at UC Davis under an NSF grant that was funded for $1 million for 5 years, that increased the performance of underrepresented minority students by 1 grade point average. The university is continuing the program, but of course they couldn't do it just for minority students because of Proposition 209 here in the state of California. But it serves as an example of what you can do.
Hey, Bill, let me get some other questions in here. Ponch, I saw your hand raised. And by the way, Bill, I would point out to all board members, what you're saying is there's a good article in the latest edition of Chemical and Engineering News on science identity and what you're talking about, taking students in the lab, letting them see themselves, whether they're chemists, engineers, physicists. Ponch?
And Vic, let me just suggest that Ponch be the last question. Okay. I mean, I know we could go on all day. We will continue the conversation later. I just want to make sure we get to the rest of our business.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen and Vic. Let me tell you, I'm a new director of NSF for the panel members who may not know. I was sworn in on July 2nd. First of all, I want to say to Kelly, I'm sorry for your experience, and you can be rest assured that I'll be thoroughly looking into this with my team. And already our OIRM head, Vauncey Gardner, will reach out to you, Kelly, to find out what happened. Because I want, and I can assure you this, I want NSF to be a welcoming and a safe experience for all visitors. And this is, so I cannot tell you how sorry I am from the bottom of my heart. So I hope you will take that as on behalf of NSF. On behalf of NSF, I'm very grateful for all your comments today, your ideas, your suggestions for doing better, much better. We have a long way to go, and we are going to work together to make it much better. And I can give you my word on that. I resonate with many of your comments. In the interest of time, I'm going to say, even taking, for example, Dr. Delocha's comment, that call for action that we need to better to engage our whole domestic talent. I'm fully on board with that. I've talked about this. You will see my comments that I've made in the many articles that have been talking about what my plans are. So Vision 2030 talks about it. And so this is something that we will take very seriously in terms of bringing up our domestic talent at scale, at speed, and across the geographies. So I just want to leave you with this thought. Just on Monday, in the first town hall I had, I announced the launch of a racial equity task force. led by our ODI head. And I will tell you that this task force singularly, the purpose is to ensure all the barriers that will be identified and addressed at NSF. And that was my first direction to them, is to make sure that all barriers are identified and addressed. And so you have my word again on that, that we're going to work very hard at this. And this is a challenging problem. And thank you for pointing out not only the challenges, but also some ideas and suggestions. And we're going to take this and work on it. So again, thank you on behalf of NSF for your wonderful panel and your inputs today.
Thank you to our guest panelists, not only for participating in this important discussion, but also for leaving us with specific recommendations on how to address systemic marginalization of Black people in the area of science, in the science and engineering enterprise. Although our time was limited, this is just the beginning of the conversation. And I can assure you, this is just the beginning. And I can say also our chair will assure you, I can speak for her because I know she feels passionately about this, that I know the board will turn into action and our fellow board members. As we transition into the Vision 2030 and individual committee sessions, I encourage you to consider what was said here and allow it to inform your actions go forward. And I will also say what you just heard from the director. I've only known him for 4 years, but what I've known about him, he is a person of action, and whatever he says, for all you panel members and our board members, you can take it to the bank. So I know that with this partnership, we will get this done. I thank you all again, as well as our participants, for this incredible session. And I turn this back over to the chair.
Thank you, Vic. And let me add my deep thanks to Bill, Stephanie, Stefan, Jean, and Kelly for your time, your wisdom, your perspective, and your call to action. And I do hope we can continue to engage with you all as we move forward with our own efforts on this important issue. And thank you very much to Victor, and also to Portia Flowers in the NSBO office for putting together this amazing panel for us today. So next on the agenda is the External Engagement Committee session, and I turn the floor over to Jerry Richmond. And Jerry, we will give you a little extra time. I know we cut quite a bit into your session.
Oh, I can talk fast. But the Committee on External Invitation, good morning to some of you, good afternoon. Thank you to the panelists we just had, and welcome to the open session of the External Engagement Committee. I think that this last session also pushes external engagement to be involved in getting the word out, especially following up to make sure we have a continuous response to issues related to this, and it's not just a one-off. So thanks for that suggestion. So at this point, I'd like to have Nadine Lim, Staff Liaison to the External Engagement Committee, to call the roll.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. EE Committee members, please say here when I say your name. EE Committee Vice Chair Dario Gill.
Here.
Suresh Babu.
Here.
Maureen Kondik.
Here.
Kent Fox.
Here.
Heather Wilson.
Here.
Maria Zuber.
Here.
Thank you. Jerry, you may proceed.
Okay, thanks, Nadine. So I'd just like to say welcome to our new committee members, Dario, Suresh, Heather, and welcome back to returning members, Maureen, Kent, and Maria. I'm excited, very excited to work with all of you. So in addition to Nadine, 2 other NSB staff support this, this committee, and that would be Reba Badaponte and Allison Gillespie. Allison is just starting to work in the NSB office about a month ago and comes to us from NIST. Reba and Allison, would you please identify yourselves? Are you there? Okay, I see him. Okay, hey, okay. Thanks, Ray and Allison. Did we get Allison? I saw, yeah, oh, okay. Before we turn to our agenda, a quick reminder to use the hand raise icon when you want to ask a question or make a comment. Staff will monitor these and let me know so I can call you on you in turn. And don't forget to unmute your audio when your name is called. So, all right, thanks everyone. First on our agenda is approval of the minutes from April Telecon and May meeting. Are there any changes to the April Telecon minutes? Any hand raises?
Nope.
Nope. Any objections? Let's see. So then, hearing no corrections, the minutes in this stand approved as presented. So are there any changes to the May meeting minutes?
I'm not seeing any hands.
Great. Hearing no corrections, the minutes stand approved as presented. So turning now to our next agenda item, earlier this month, our committee held a telecon to agree on key initiatives for the next 2 years and determine who will lead each of these initiatives. Not surprisingly, an important aspect of our engagement activities will be Vision 2030. Maria serves as the EE's official liaison to the Vision Implementation Working Group, on which Dario and Maureen also serve. This will be an extremely valuable group for coordinating as this committee moves forward on its initiatives around vision. So we look forward to be actively involved in getting the word out on that also. So during our July EE Telecon, we agreed to focus on 3 main areas over the next 2 years. To strategic engagement and partners with to advance the vision roadmap actions. That's number 1. Number 2 is expanding board engagement with Congress. And number 3 is ensuring that the board is prepared to respond to emerging events and continue strong messaging on high priorities issues, such as addressing groups underrepresented in STEM, the missing millions, and any other type of issue that arises with a great deal of community concern. Dario and Suresh Babu have agreed to lead the initiative of strategically engaging with partners to advance the vision roadmap actions. In addition to working with existing partners, expanding to new partners such as industry groups will be a really important piece of advancing the vision goals. Dario and Suresh, would either of you like to add anything to this? No?
Just the enthusiastic aspect with which we're going to drive this. So it's great.
All right, we're at the EEE group, external engagement enthusiasm.
I'm honored and ready to get to work.
All right, great. Do other board members have any additional comments about this initiative or initiatives? No? See anything? Nope.
Don't see any hands. Nope.
Okay. So Maria and Heather, thank you. They've agreed to partner on expanding the board engagement with Congress. This will mean looking for opportunities for more NSB members to participate in meetings with members of Congress and congressional staff, in addition to the meetings that Ellen and Victor as NSB chair and vice chair hold with key congressional contacts. The broad geographic representation of the collective board, as well as the 6-year terms that board members serve, means that NSB can build the valuable long-term relationships that are so vital to advancing the priorities of NSB and the NSF for the US S&E enterprise. Maria and Heather, would either of you like to add anything to that?
Well, I'll just start off and say, we're in a bit of a challenging situation, with regard to the election. So it's, it's going to be, there's going to be some challenges in getting the attention of Congress, but we're committed and we're going to do what we can. And, as have had some experience, both Heather and I, people don't tend to turn down National Science Board members when they want to go talk to people in Congress. So we're going to take advantage of that access.
Heather, do you have any comments?
The only thing I would say is that while we're in an election season now, that will be very quickly over. And then there will be a whole new crop of new members, and there's a lot of turnover. And it's an opportunity to create a great first impression of what normal looks like for proactive engagement. And so I look forward to that.
Great. So now the rest of the board, your 2-point people that are going to be working with us on this. So please reach out to them as we go forward, both pre and post election. Any other comments from the board members, thoughts on this particular initiative?
Don't see hands.
Okay. Lastly, I want to give thanks to Kent, who has agreed to work with me to help the board respond to emerging events and community concerns, and to seek ways for the board to continue to message through meetings, briefings, media pieces, and other means. The urgent need to address the missing millions in STEM education and STEM workforce, which I noted earlier. Kent, would you like to add anything?
I would just say that as we all have experienced, because of COVID, there's just a real public hunger for science. And I think we have opportunities in the National Science Board to engage the public around, and including our elected officials, around the mission of the foundation.
Great, thanks. Do any other board members want to add regarding this issue?
No? Don't see anybody, Jerry.
Okay, Thank you, everyone. This has been helpful in having all these committee members so actively engaged, and we look forward to working with everyone on our committee initiatives. Now, turning now to NSB resources. Over the last several years, NSB has developed a suite of resources designed for policymakers, the science and higher education communities, members of the press, and anyone else interested in a range of science and engineering issues about which the board has data or has taken on priority areas. Especially for you new board members, this has really been a really good effort. And I think we're becoming much more sophisticated in how we do it also, in learning how we can reach people in different ways, especially with the type of data that we have. So these resources are also intended for us to use in interactions with any stakeholders. So our one-pagers are designed to provide quick and easy access to important data trends, including through visually compelling graphics. They've been well received by the science community as well as by congressional staffs, especially the state ones. Our collection includes these state one-pagers that highlight key data on each state. You can see how good and bad your state's doing. And DC from NSB's Science and Engineering Indicators Report, and also one-pagers on the topics such as the rise of China in S&E, the skilled technical workforce, and the STEM workforce. So we update the one-pagers that are based on indicators data and have just done so for our foreign-born students and workers in the US S&E Enterprise one-pager, which is in our board books. So policymakers and others have been eager to get an updated version of this one-pager, so I wanted to flag it as that it's been updated with indicators 2020 data, so hot off the data stream, and is now available for all of us. All one-pagers are available for download on NSB website, as well as PDFs for easily sending them around or distributing them. So NSB has two resources web pages, one on S&E indicators and one on skilled technical workforce. These pages are intended to provide one-stop shopping about key issues in S&E and include congressional testimony, videos, and other information. We are in the process of building a third resource web page that will focus on Vision 2030. So we've also produced a suite of video clips on a host of S&E topics. These videos are intended for a wide audience and are primarily shared via social media and NSB's website. Board members may also use them for their own presentations or in NSB listening sessions. Most videos feature interview clips with board members. Our newest clip features our SEP star, Chair Julia Phillips. Julia, take a bow. A virtual bow. Finally, I'll just mention that NSB staff are working with our multimedia contractors to produce a short video about Vision 2030. The goal is to briefly introduce Vision 2030 and to introduce partners to work with us to achieve its goals. So stay tuned for that. And for our last agenda item, I will turn to Maureen, who is serving as chair of NSB's Honorary Awards Committee. Maureen, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jerry, for this opportunity to remind everyone about this important function and to introduce the honorary awards to the new members. So NSB's honorary awards serve multiple important purposes. They call attention to the remarkable achievements of individuals and organizations in science and engineering, STEM education, and public service. They raise the awareness of science and engineering research and education and the contributions that they make to our nation. They grow a network of individuals and groups that are strongly invested in the US S&E enterprise and in NSF's mission. So our honorary awards were established 40 years ago with the NSF's Vannevar Bush Award, which honors the lifelong achievements of leaders in science and technology who have contributed to the nation through public service in science, technology, and public policy. Past awardees have included Walter Massey, Jane Lubchenco, Norm Augustine, and Mildred Dresselhaus. We also have the NSB's Public Service Award, which honors individuals or groups, organizations that have contributed significantly to increasing the public's understanding of science and engineering in the United States. Past public service awardees have been as varied as the Committee on the Status of Women in Computing Science, or Science Friday's Ira Flato, the television drama Numbers, the scientist Natalie Narkani for involving non-traditional audiences in her research. So our nominations process is on the NSB's website, and it's really quite straightforward. I want to remind everyone that the deadline for nominations is September 30th. I encourage everyone tuned into this session, including my board colleagues, to share this opportunity with your networks to consider making a nomination yourself. I know we all know many extremely dedicated individuals or groups who should be recognized for their contributions. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact Keisha Slater-Williams, who serves as the Executive Secretary to the Honorary Awards Subcommittee, or you can reach out to myself or to Jerry. But I'm confident Keisha would be more knowledgeable than I am, for sure. So back to you, Jerry.
Great, thanks, Maureen. Thanks for doing this. And thanks also to Kent and Suresh for serving with you on the subcommittee. Along with the rest of the board, we look forward to your Vanderveer, Bush and public service recommendations later this year. And as I'm closing up with this, I want to see if there's any other board members that would like to provide any ideas or suggestions that they think EE should be working on. And if you're interested in being involved in EE in any capacity at all, please let us know. We're always looking for volunteers to do our outreach activities. So please let us know by email, and especially to Nadine and Reba, because so I don't lose your email. And any other comments that board members would like to make to us?
Not seeing anything, Jerry.
Okay, and with that, there's no further business. This open session of External Engagement Committee is adjourned at 11:09 Pacific Daylight Time.
Thank you very much, Jerry. You did make it through that agenda very expeditiously, and even with all the rich content that you had, everything that your committee has talked about in the short amount of time that you put it together. So thank you so much. Okay, the board is now going to be taking our one longer break of the day, and we will be reconvening at 45 minutes past the hour. For many of us, this is an opportunity for lunch, and you won't get much opportunity later in the day. So just letting you know. And then, of course, board members are invited to the coffee lunch breakout room if you would like to go there. So we will reconvene 45 minutes past the hour. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be stopping the stream now.
be talking to each other a lot again, Susie.
We sure will.
It'll be a pleasure.
Yes, it's too much fun. Yep, solving the world's problems.
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm
So
gonna-
I just wanted to ask, is Raphael on? Not yet.
I'm
Okay.
here. I'm here.
Oh, you are. Okay, Raphael, should you take the roll call or will I just do it to keep up to speed?
I think it's a good idea if you just go ahead and do it.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just wanted to be sure. Okay. I think I've got everything organized here. Hi. I just found myself thrown off, but I've re-entered newly and it should be okay.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Let's see. I don't see that we're recording yet, so we'll wait just a second. Brad, let us know.
It says live on custom streaming in my.
Yeah, there's two things, that and recording.
see.
But I see both of them now, so we're good.
Okay. Okay. Should we begin?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to because, well, I'd like to begin by welcoming everyone to the Committee on Oversight section. And I'm happy to inform you that we have a new vice chair of the committee. That's Steve Willard. So I'm excited about that. And Jerry Richmond has also joined our committee. That's really a pleasure. First, let me take the roll call. So when I state your name, please respond. Roger Beachy. Silence. Stephen Lee.
I'm here.
Oh, good.
At present, Roger Beachy's here too.
Good. You're Carl Leinberger. Carl?
He was here.
Jerry Richmond.
I am so here.
Good. Steve Willard.
Here.
Good. So now, will I try again? Carl, are you muted?
Yes, he is here and he is muted.
Okay. Thank you. I'll assume Carl is here. Then now I was sorry if I sound breathless, but I really looked seriously at what I have to get through today, this morning, and I know I have to be breathless. So during this session on the Committee on Oversight, the Executive Secretary, Raphael Cotto, will watch for raised hands and monitor the chat box. And he'll let me know at appropriate junctures if there are any questions or comments. I'd like to begin with the committee business of requesting formal approval of the minutes for our May 20th, May 2020 open session. Are there any corrections to the open session minutes? Hearing none, I believe the minutes stand approved as presented. Okay, so now I'd like to go on to my real remarks. But before that, I'd like to draw your attention to a presentation in the board book titled Promoting and Protecting the U.S. Science and Engineering Enterprise. It's tab 7.1.1. This is from Rebecca Kaiser, the Chief Officer of the new Office of Research Security, Strategy and Policy for NSF. And it outlines NSF's recent actions to ensure the integrity of federally funded research. I expect the board will be hearing more from both Rebecca and Inspector General Alison Lerner about these matters in the future, but we wanted to alert you to them immediately. And our first item of committee business today will be a presentation on the Merit Review Digest and an update on other merit review activities. I've already mentioned merit review in this meeting, and you'll understand why I'm going to spend time reviewing that briefly for the new members. But following the merit review discussion, the committee is going to have a more in-depth discussion about one of the two major merit review criteria, that is broader impacts. And then we'll hear updates from Alison Lerner, the Inspector General, and from the Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Grankovich. But Teresa will also introduce a very timely and I think key presentation on NSF's enterprise risk management. And as we'll see in that, there are implications for a broad range of board activities in that presentation. So let me return to a brief summary of what happens in the Merit Review Committee. Reviewing proposals, and this is mainly for, of course, the new members. Reviewing proposals is at the heart of the NSF's mission, and beginning in 1977, the board requested an annual report on the merit review process from the NSF. The Committee on Oversight works with the foundation, particularly with the Office of Integrative Activities, that's OIA, to bring this report to NSB. And the Merit Review Digest that the NSF will present on now, or in a few minutes, is a principal part of this activity. And to emphasize the importance of reviewing, I'd just like to note for you that in fiscal year 2019, principal investigators had submitted 41,000 full proposals to NSF, and about 95% of these were reviewed by external experts as well as by the NSF program officers. Program officers do in fact select reviewers for relevant expertise and for different points of view. And their service, the reviewers, is voluntary. So last year, 29,000 scientists and engineers reviewed 4 or more proposals for NSF. And these reviews describe the strengths and weaknesses of the proposals in the context of NSF's merit review criteria. Now, these merit review criteria, there are 2 of them, are overarching, and they've been put in place by the board to guide the review process. And currently, they're called briefly intellectual merit and broader impacts. Intellectual merit encompasses the potential to advance knowledge, and broader impacts encompasses the potential to benefit society and to contribute to the achievement of specific societal goals. So you can see why broader impacts, given the events of this year and given our prescient version of the Vision 2030, broader impacts is something that we're really paying attention to now. More information, by the way, is in Appendix 8 of the Board Books Merit Review Digest at pages 52 and 53. Now, the board typically reviews and revises the merit review criteria in coordination with NSF, but it's been a decade since the board last did that. And since the board's Vision 2030 actually actively encourages this committee to deepen its understanding of the broader impacts criterion and ultimately to evaluate how it could better meet societal needs, is going to really activate this committee for the next for the foreseeable future. And you'll hear how we are responding to that encouragement from the Vision 2030 team at this meeting. Now, again, I'm getting to the end very quickly. In deciding which proposals to recommend, NSF program officers also consider other factors. Examples of these are support for high-risk proposals, potential for transformative advances in the field, capacity building in a new and promising research area, promoting NSF core strategies, and of course, other ones like geographic distribution and diversity. And then they make funding recommendations to the division director or the equivalent for approval. Over the last 2 years, I'm really at the end, I promise the veteran board members this. Over the last 2 years, the board and NSF have collaborated to modernize and more clearly present merit review data. As part of the modernization, the board now crafts an overview for the digest that highlights results and trends relating to merit review, and it vouches that the process is fair and that the resulting portfolio of reviews fulfill NSF's criteria and continue to support the best science. The overview relies not only on the digest, but also on reports from committees of visitors to the various directorates and on the results of NSF's biennial survey of proposers and reviewers. So these are folded in by OIA, and then OIA and the overview committee discuss these, and we present our ultimate decisions or thoughts, shall we say, to the board. And now I'm moving immediately to the update on the Merit Review Digest. We're going to receive a presentation, now that you've heard what this is, from the OIA staff on the modernized, and we hope more transparent or becoming more transparent, suite of merit review material that's included in the Merit Review Digest. There will also be included in the presentation selected statistics from the biennial survey of principal investigators, reviewers, and information about an upcoming website for the digest. It's a particular module for the website. The website's in place. So I turn now to Susie Iacono, the director of OIA, sorry, the AD for OIA, and she will introduce Erica Risi. So Susie, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anila, and good afternoon, everyone. As Anila just said, we've been working over the past several years together, the Office of Integrative Activities with the Committee on Oversight on the modernization of the merit review process. And so that includes, as Anila just said, the design of a new annual digest, as well as an online comprehensive merit review website. So we've had a few busy months here lately. We've made significant progress, and I'm very excited that we can share it with you. So today, Erica Risi, who is the Senior Staff Associate for Integrative Activities, is going to give you a brief summary of data in the digest and the latest user survey, as well as an update on the modernization effort. Before I turn it over to Erica, I want to thank you, Dr. Sargent, Anila, and the whole Committee on Oversight for your leadership, and the whole board office for their ongoing support. I also want to acknowledge the contributions of staff and OIA, especially Steve Beecham, Gail Pulev, and of course, Erica. So I'm going to turn it over to Erica now. Take it away, Erica.
Thank you very much, Susie. NSF's merit review process has long been considered the gold standard for the review and selection of projects that receive sponsored funding. And that process remains strong, not because it's perfect, as I think we all heard in from our distinguished panelists earlier, but because we are deeply committed to always trying to make it better. So our vision for merit review modernization is one of continuous improvement. The Office of Integrative Activities contributes to modernization through our mission to enable oversight and foster adoption of proven improvements. To do this, we analyze data, launch pilot activities, and make data about the merit review process accessible internally and externally. And you'll see these strategies in action as I present updates on the fiscal year 2019 Merit Review Digest, the biennial survey of principal investigator and reviewer experiences, and the Merit Review website. The Merit Review Digest is an annual report that provides summary statistics about the merit review process. The digest will be published soon after the National Science Board approves the report, but I would like to share some highlights from the fiscal year 2019 digest. Here, you see the overall summary statistics for competitive proposals. In fiscal year 2019, NSF acted on over 41,000 competitive proposals, which is 85% of the number acted on in fiscal year 2018. NSF processed over 11,000 awards, which is 96% the number processed in fiscal year 2018. And the overall funding rate increased to 27%, a 3 percentage point increase over fiscal year 2018. Funding rates have otherwise been steady since the fiscal year 2009 increase that resulted from the additional funding support provided through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. So what happened in fiscal year 2019 that could account for the decrease in proposals acted on and the increased funding rate? Well, there's two things that we can point to. The first is that between December 22nd, 2018 and January 25th, 2019, NSF operations were largely suspended due to a lapse in appropriations. Consequently, when NSF returned to full operations, NSF staff were asked to prioritize processing award decisions ahead of decline decisions. Some of the decline decisions were pushed into the next fiscal year. The second thing is that the Directorate of Biological Sciences and the Directorate of Engineering eliminated proposal deadlines for their core programs. While we expect much of the impact from the lapse of appropriations to be most visible in fiscal year 2020 data, we do already see some differences that we attribute to the expansion of NSF's no deadline pilot in bio and engineering. As a refresher, the no deadline program eliminates submission deadlines and target dates for proposal submission. Under the no deadline, PIs are free to submit a proposal when it's convenient for them. And although some programs in NSF have previously adopted no deadlines, bio and engineering are the first to adopt it directorate-wide for core programs. As already mentioned, the number of proposals acted on in fiscal year 2019 is 85% the number acted on in 2018. However, the number of proposals acted on by bio and engineering was 65% and 69% respectively. The rest of the directorates acted on 90% or more of the number of proposals acted on in 2018. Also, while the overall funding rate for NSF went up 3 percentage points over 2018, it went up almost 9 percentage points for bio and nearly 8 percentage points for engineering. The funding rate for the other directorates varied within 1 percentage point of 2018. The National Science Board had previously shown interest in the impact eliminating deadlines would have on female and early career PIs. Further analysis showed little variance in the percentage of proposals received by female PIs for the Directorates of Biological Sciences and the Directorate of Engineering in fiscal year 2019 compared to fiscal year 2018. There was also little variance in the percentage of awards to female PIs. Similarly, we saw no significant impact on early career PIs, which we define as someone within 7 years of receiving their last degree at time of award. On the left is the percentage of proposals from early career PIs, and the chart on the right shows the percentage of awards to early career PIs. Turning now to this recent survey of the biennial survey of principal investigator and reviewer experiences, while the digest provides annual summary statistics about the merit review process from NSF administrative systems, the survey helps us understand PI and reviewer perceptions of this process. The most recent survey, conducted in fiscal year 2019, surveyed PIs and co-PIs who submitted proposals during fiscal year 2016 through fiscal year 2018, and individuals who reviewed proposals during the same period. Of those that completed the survey, we found that it was most common for individuals to serve as both an applicant and as a reviewer. When we look at the experiences of applicants, we find that they are generally satisfied with the merit review process and believe that the process is fair. Overall, applicant perceptions of the process improved in fiscal year 2019 compared to fiscal year 2017. In fact, satisfaction with the overall quality of the merit review process increased among applicants from 54% in fiscal year 2017 to 62% in fiscal year 2019. But on this slide, I'm focusing on some of the individual dimensions of satisfaction. For example, 62% of applicants agree or strongly agree that written reviews were of high quality. 74% of applicants agree that applicants are treated fairly. A majority of applicants also agree that panel summaries are of high quality and that feedback from program officers is helpful. Reviewers are also generally satisfied with the merit review process and value how participating as a reviewer helps them become better proposal writers. We've always believed that becoming an NSF reviewer is a great way to learn more about the NSF proposal and review process. And the reviewers surveyed agree, with over 98% indicating that participating as a reviewer improved their understanding of the proposal process to some extent. 92% of reviewers think that participating as a reviewer provided them with useful information for improving their next proposal. We also asked a few questions from the inverse perspective to understand whether participating as a reviewer discouraged reviewers from engaging with NSF. Only 9% of reviewers reported that to a great extent, participating as a reviewer influenced them to submit to another agency. 5% reported that to a large extent, participating as a reviewer discouraged them to submit proposals to NSF. The last update is on the Merit Review website, which we've been developing for launch on nsf.gov. The website brings together in a single location information about the merit review process that has historically been spread out throughout nsf.gov. In our initial release, we provide an overview of the merit review policies and process, as well as details of the internal and external oversight mechanisms that help us ensure the continued fairness and effectiveness of the merit review process. The site also includes detailed information about NSF's Committee of Visitors reviews. Committees of Visitors provide expert external assessments of major NSF programs or divisions. They examine the integrity and efficiency of merit review processes and the structure of the program division award portfolio. I don't plan on going into the website now, but I've listed the URL here so you can explore at your convenience. We'll work with Dr. Sargent to collect any feedback you may have. In conclusion, I'd like to share our plans over the next 12 months for the 3 ongoing activities I reviewed today. Following the National Science Board meeting, we'll coordinate the final logistics for publishing the fiscal year 2019 digest. And after a brief respite, we'll begin the work of producing the digest for fiscal year 2020. We expect the next digest will be ready at this time next year. We plan on releasing the results of the PI and reviewer survey in the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. We've drafted the report and are working through revisions now. We then begin preparation and planning for the next survey. The website is already publicly available in our demo environment. We'll make final revisions based on any comments we receive and continue working on adding data and other resources to the website throughout the year. And with that, thank you for your time today. I'm happy to take questions.
Well, thank you, Erica, and thank you, Susie, too. Are there any questions or comments on the presentation from either committee members or board members?
Anila, Heather Wilson raised her hand.
Oh, Heather, please ask.
A question on your, what I have in my book is page 117, your experiences of applicants. You get 74% of applicants feel they're treated fairly. But what about the subgroups? Do 74% of minority applicants think they're being treated fairly, or women applicants who are actually a minority of the total applicants? Have you broken that down?
We have looked at that that data, and it's, we don't see, we haven't done the full analysis of it, but we have looked at it. We do have it, and we can decompose it. I think in general, what we see is that there are some variations, and also, the population or the sample size in many of those demographics groups is very small. So that's what we know right now.
Actually, perhaps I could step in right now, because it brings this to a point that I was going to discuss with you and Susie, but of course, so many things happened before the meeting. In the interest of achieving, a more equitable review process, will it be possible, how difficult is it going to be to disaggregate, as Heather suggested, the demographic data so as to actually illuminate gender and racial disparities? Because I believe that we're going to need an intersectional understanding of both the proposers and the reviewers so that we can understand the challenges and the barriers to broadening participation. And so do you have anything? I don't want to go too far into this, but.
Sure. So we do include several subgroup analyses already in the digest, and we can absolutely work with the Committee on Oversight to determine what additional analyses would be helpful. For the survey, we can do what we can do with the data that we have, and certainly look to maturing our survey practices looking forward to allow additional analyses to meet the needs. Yes, Susie.
Yeah, so I just want to add to what Erica said, that we're strong believers in intersectionality, and that's an important new lens for how we look at the data and how we come up with solutions in the future for who exactly we think is getting some kind of unfair treatment according to our data. So we're working with NCSES, in fact, about the small n problem, also with CEOS, the Committee on Equal Opportunity in Science and Engineering, to look at this problem in a very holistic way. And so I think that you're bringing it up, Anila, is so timely, because now is the time for us to really try to figure out how can we show this, even if the cell size is small. And so that's what NCSES is going to try to help us do, to look at statistics in maybe a slightly different way, looking at trends, for example.
Yeah. Thank you, Susie. I kind of knew you would be ahead of my game. Okay, so are there any other questions, Raphael? Do you see any other hands?
I think Jerry wants, I saw a hand there from Jerry.
So I have my blue hand up also. Mine is exactly Heather's as well as Anilia's, having to do with disaggregating that data, because you had 26,000 respondents. Doesn't seem like a small sample size to me, but even when you disaggregate it, I think even looking at the numbers is important. My second issue has to do with what we talked about this morning, and that is a process by which, if someone sees some biases in the process, either by the program officer they're working with, as opposed to the reviews they get back or the review process, what is the process by which they can go about reporting that in a way that is safe and confidential? And so are those processes in order now? And if so, where are they on that website?
So let me start first, and then I'll let Erica join it. So is table on page 8, diversity of participation, I think it's A3, is that insufficient for what you're looking for?
I can't look at all of this, and I'll look at that.
Yeah, so we have a lot. And so I think that what we need to do, Jerry, is moving forward. I think that we're going to have a little meeting of the Committee on Oversight about all of this.
And you're talking about the disaggregation of the data.
Yeah, we do have a lot of disaggregation already in the report, right? And so what we're curious to know is what else, do you think we should be doing? It's not quite intersectional now, and we know that that's the way we want to go in the future. But take a look, please. Okay. And to your second point, so absolutely. So we get. Even the director of NSF gets letters from people who are dissatisfied with usually it's the outcomes. And of course, we have a formal process for reconsideration. But I think what you're talking about is a reviewer actually spotting something in a panel that is seemingly not the right thing. And so one thing I want to say to Stefan's comments this morning is I think that while we can say it's terrible that people talk about this, I actually think that with our new video focusing on implicit bias, that we're encouraging people, all of the panelists, to actually bring it up if they see something. And I think there has to be a dialogue. And what we're hearing is that after you've seen the video, it's much more likely that the panel will have a discussion, a full discussion, if they spot someone who said, wait a minute, you didn't consider that when you talked about him, but now looking at her, all of a sudden you're bringing up these other things. And so I think that we're on the road to that, but an official reporting process typically goes to the DD, first to the program officer a complaint, and then to the division director.
And is that process outlined on the website with regards to what you would do if you have a concern like that?
No, it isn't. So I think that's an excellent point. So we'll take that under consideration as to how we handle that. Thank you.
So if I could just follow up with that, in the corporate world, there are fairly established complaint procedures that go through an independent process. And I think as a committee, let's think about putting something together like that so that there is a place where people know they should go and they'll feel well treated. Great point, Jerry.
Thank you.
Were you trying to say something, Ellen?
Yeah, I was just going to say several of us have our hand raised on Zoom. Is it okay if I go next? And then I think Aaron and Roger are up there.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you may want to use the icons. They make it a little bit easier since there's so many people on the screens. But yes, I believe Ellen, you, Aaron, and Roger and Suresh all raised your hands. So perhaps we can go in that order, starting with you.
Thank you. So this is a similar question, but it is looking at the reviewers. And I know at least from the digest, you have an extensive database on reviewers. It notes that you reach out to associations that work with underrepresented groups to identify reviewers. So I'm curious about if you've taken sort of the next step. Do you track the demographics of the reviewers each year and look at trends, and also the demographics of program officers?
So let me go first and see if Erica or Steve want to jump in. But to the last question first. So yes, and so the CEOS, the biannual report to Congress, always reports on the demographics on the science and engineering workforce in NSF. And so if you look at any CEOS report, you'll see that as part of the report. And then for the reviewer demographics, yes.
But is that broken down into program officers as opposed to staff?
Yes, It's the science and engineering staff. Yeah, we work with NCSES and others, the HRM office, and so to do that. But we do it every single report because the CEOS members, just like you, will really want to know, how we're building that workforce over the years. And for the reviewers are broken down by demographics also in the digest. So there are some reviewers who elect not to identify some of their characteristics, and we're seeing kind of a growing trend there. That's another topic that we're taking up seriously right now. And so we're not sure if it's because of the way that the questions are posed, whether they're not getting sufficient encouragement, or what exactly the problem is. But so my evaluation and assessment capability section is looking seriously at this with others across the agency right now, because we've seen a decline in people being willing to identify gender and race.
Okay, thank you, Susie.
Yep.
I think Aaron had a question.
Yeah, as you all probably know, NASA is now going towards these doubly anonymous grant proposals and reviews where neither the proposal writer or the reviewers disclose who they are, their names and institutions and all of that are redacted. I've read some of these because my institution is now submitting some of these for this year's round of proposals, and they're kind of awkward. They're kind of weird. It's kind of weird to write a proposal without really telling them about yourself. But anyways, it's an approach, and I think they're taking it really to try to address bias in these grant proposal reviews. It'll be interesting to see how this works out, but has there been any discussion in the NSF about this approach?
So yes, I'll start on that. Let others come in if they want. So we've talked with NASA and the person who has championed that. We think it's an excellent pilot that they have started. So one of the things that they did first was to try to identify where there might be the most issues, if you will. And so their approach is that you de-identify everything in the proposal, and there's a separate document that goes with your ID and your institutional affiliation and all of that. The reviewers only see the de-identified proposal. And so they have seen some improvements in gender issues in particular. So I think they were particularly concerned about gender. And so we think we want to pilot it too. And so we're right now trying to figure out where in the agency a good pilot might start. So this is one of the best approaches that we've uncovered over the years.
Thanks.
Okay, Roger, did you have a question?
Well, I did, but they've largely been answered. Thanks for the questions from other members of the panel, of the board. I just want to, we heard some powerful discussions this morning. And I guess not being associated with this, with the merit review process as deeply as others have been, and wanting to be assured that we listen to the groups that are affected, that have been, that do seem disaffected in this process. I mean, are we listening to, are we raising the questions within ourselves? Are we asking others for suggestions of improvement? I suspect it's the latter, but the panel this morning really revealed a number of things to all of us. And it's important we listen to those who do feel disaffected in this review process. I like all the questions that were raised by Aaron and your answers to those. I think that goes a long way towards alleviating some of the challenges, but let's make sure we're listening to those that have not done as well as others of us in processes that affect the NSF, that deal with the NSF. That is our job as a board, to ensure that there's equal access and access for the right reasons. So that's my point.
I think, Roger, you'll find that we haven't touched on broader impacts yet, but this is part of the issue that will come up. And it's also something that now that we're looking very closely with some of these points in mind that you're bringing up, we're looking rather differently at the results of the biennial survey and the Committee of Visitors reports, which are not at the stage that I've been able to share, at least the Committee and Visitors thoughts with you before this, but we're going to have meetings very soon after this particular meeting. We're going to have meetings of the Committee on Oversight, where we will be able to introduce the highlights from the biennial survey more and the Committee of Visitors results. And I think you'll find that if we want food for thought on these topics, and indeed, then what's come in there has made it more clear that we really do need to pay attention. Okay.
Thanks.
So
Thanks.
I expect you to be my watchdog on this.
Thanks, Adil. I especially look forward to the committee of the external committee that looks at this, and that was really the
Committee
basis.
on Visitors is illuminating Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Thanks.
We have a few more hands up. I believe Suresh had a question.
Yeah. So I'm cognizant that we're running late, so I'll ask a very specific question. I've said this before at previous discussions like this. I think we underestimate or underweigh, in my mind, the role of the program managers. I think they have more authority. They should have more authority. They should exercise more authority than my own experience shows when I used to serve on these. So I'm sorry if there's a lot of feedback. I don't believe it's from me. It might be, it might need somebody muting, but so as you know, DARPA, et cetera, have very strong program managers, and the review is almost advisory. I think especially for these issues of bias and such, I hope that there is much stronger training and empowering of our program managers to catch those things. Reviewers come and go. I think reviewers are doing the best they can most of the time, and there's only so much we can expect of them. But I think our program managers are much more within the family, and we can affect change in that way. It's not only for bias, but in general, if we're trying to go in a new direction, sometimes reviewers are still in a mode that, well, gee, I got reviewed this way, so I'm going to do this. And I think I've generally not, in my own experience, seen program managers be slightly more heavy-handed than I think they could be than they are. So thank you.
So can I just make a comment on that, Anila? That we have
Yes.
extensive training for our program directors, and it includes implicit bias and lots of other things. And so we believe at this point that they are strong believers in both merit review criteria, intellectual merit, and broader impacts. And they really are, if you will, a value added to the whole panel process, because, you know, reviewers submit their individual reviews first, right? Then they come to a panel. Not everyone, I mean, as you can read in the Merit Review Digest, but that's one of the most frequent styles. And I think that just what you're saying is so true, that that they play a huge role in making sure that any negative comments are stated, that you can't talk like that, or you shouldn't say things like that. I think they're really handling the situation very, very well. Could they do more? Can we do more training? Sure, we can.
Did the rotators get that also?
Yes, everyone has to do it. It's a requirement on being a program director at NSF, and it's extensive. It's not just one training class, and it's extensive. And then there's also boot camp for the people who've been around for a while. So you have to take annual boot camp too. Get your booster shot on merit review.
Okay. How many more questions do we have? Thank
I have 3 other hands up. Carl, I believe, raised his hand.
They're going to have to be, could we make them as quick as possible, because we really are running out of time, and we have 2 very important, we have broader impacts still to discuss, and also we have to, the committee of visitors, and also the risk and the risk and enterprise risk management. So we've only got now 35 minutes. This has been a lively discussion, and I've enjoyed it. Please just ask your question if it really, I mean, I'm sure they're all important, but please try to make it very quick, okay?
Carl, did you have a question?
I decided, given Neil's comment, my question can wait. I'll save you some time.
Very good. How about Melvin?
Sorry.
Melvin? Yep.
You mentioned that Susie, you mentioned that the anonymous procedure yields some difference. What was the magnitude of the difference?
So that's NASA, right? And so I don't have their data in front of me. They came and did a presentation for us, and so we can get that presentation for the board if you're interested in it.
Well, I think that would be I'd be very interested, Susie. Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
One last hand, Dario.
I think, quick question. During the panel, Kelly Mack shared a statement that externally they had been posted in some social media channels, I believe, hundreds of verbatim quotes from NSF reviewers that were racist, was, you know, what she shared. What is when they are detected, right, as part of the process, what is the feedback mechanism, and what are the consequences when those are detected as part of the review assignments?
So all racist comments are redacted, and the Office of General Counsel is contacted in that process.
Does that answer your question, Dario, or would you like to hear more?
So we kind of turn it over to them and we redact them. So so there's typically a program director. If they saw this happening, I was a program director once. So the one consequence, so I don't think that there's any penalty. I didn't see very many in the course of being a program director for a long time like that. But I would have never invited that person back to be a reviewer again. Because again, they have to be redacted. You cannot take that into consideration as you are reviewing a proposal. It's disallowed.
I think from what was implied, it seemed that somehow these had gotten back to the researchers, right, as part of the review process. I guess that was the implication, at least. I don't know the details, but I think that might be worth checking.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank all of you for these thoughts. This has been one of the more lively sessions of oversight in a long time. And so we'll keep all your questions in mind, your thoughts, your comments as we go forward. Now, the committee itself has already discussed the digest and found it acceptable. At our July 1st meeting, we voted to recommend that the board, accept the 2019 digest. So the full board will vote tomorrow on whether to accept the digest per se. That's not the complete report tomorrow, just to you know what happens next. I'll now turn to the preparation of the overview, the board's overview for the 29 digest. And as I mentioned, the overview is the place where the board highlights some merit review results and trends and identifies sometimes issues that want to be tracked as we go forward. The overview also relies on information from the biennial survey results and the committee of visitor results. And while we've seen preliminary highlights of the survey results, it's not yet released. But we do notice that they're based on the preliminary results. We want to ensure that more reviewers pay attention to NSF's reviewer training material. And we did find that there was a distinct, it may be that the training process or the training video for the reviewers is relatively new, but there was I would say a woeful lack of enthusiasm to go and view that training video by the reviewers as reflected in the biennial surveys. Then as far as the committee of visitor reports, we're still working on that. And I think I've heard anything about that. Are there any topics that didn't come up yet? And I think many of the ones that came up are relevant in some ways. Are there preliminary thoughts that we should be putting into our overview topics based on what you've heard today, other than what the board has given us already? Are there any questions, Raphael?
Not at this time.
Okay, so later in the summer, or maybe the very early fall, probably next month, the Oversight Committee will be drafting an overview for full board review. And after that is approved by the board, the digest and the overview will be published together and widely disseminated. So that is where we are with the review procedure. And I'd like to move on as quickly as possible to discuss broader impacts. And because as I indicated, we're taking on in Oversight this important task that was highlighted in the Vision 2030 report to evaluate how the broader impacts merit review criterion might be adapted to better meet societal needs. And those words, better meet societal needs, cover, as you can imagine, a very wide swath of topics. But since it's one of the two major research criteria that NSF uses for scientific research funding decisions, and is in fact known as a gold standard in that respect throughout the world, we feel that our evaluation will present an opportunity to reimagine this standard to encourage innovation through the resulting benefits to society. So we feel that if we look at what we're doing with the broader impacts criterion, we can hope to benefit society more and in a variety of ways. And because it's been nearly a decade since we reevaluated the criteria, it's a timely moment for us to do this. So having said that, I would just like to mention what we have found superficially, and this is from a quick reading through, and so this is probably new to the committee as well, but I feel it's very important that the board be aware of this at this time, that a preliminary review of the Committee of Visitor Reports completed in 2019 indicates that in many instances, reviewers do not review the broader impacts of a proposal with the same level of rigor that they apply to the intellectual merit criterion. This could be due to a lack of clarity about what broader impacts are, or to the weight that they should be accorded. I mean, according to us, it's 50-50. But a representative from the Committee of Visitors for Biology, actually, or for the Bio Division anyway, encapsulated it in these words. Compared to the intellectual merit criterion, feedback on broader impacts was more likely to be abbreviated, sometimes reduced to a brief statement, e.g., broader impacts seem adequate. Part of this may reflect the reviewer's perception of their role in evaluating the proposal's scientific merit versus the broader impacts. The discrepancy could also reflect a lack of expertise or understanding of broader impacts among individual reviewers. But I note, and it was noted by another COV report, that a response of adequate regarding the level of intellectual merit of a proposal would be damning to any proposal. It's just not an acceptable value. So we really have to work on this. So in the upcoming year, the committee will analyze the elements of the overall concept of broader impacts as found in the America Competes Act and in NSF's Guide for Proposals. We expect to focus on ways to define and measure success in achieving broader impacts. And we also expect to clarify this criterion and communicate the changes so that merit review participants have more clear expectations, that is merit review reviewer, about how to implement this criterion. NSF is a national leader in basic research, and leadership in broader impacts could have an enormous impact, as I have said. And so for an example, the merit review process itself contributes to the broader impacts in the sense that survey results show that proposers rely on reviewer feedback to improve future proposal submissions. Actually, reviewers in turn require better training to provide useful, high quality feedback, because then they can help themselves and the community more. This is really true in every way for broader impacts. So if we can review it effectively, and we're going to have to find our feet there, we can increase the quality and variety of future proposals and make them more competitive in the broader impacts area. And since we are aware of persistent differences in outcomes for proposals from different groups of individuals and institutions, we would also like to explore ways that an improved broader impacts criterion could support a more inclusive and equitable STEM workforce. And we look forward, of course, to working with NSF as to how the reimagined criterion can be incorporated effectively into the merit review process. So that is as quickly and as encapsulating as I can make the statements at the moment, except to say that we will in fact be informing ourselves by using the advice of experts in the field, including those from the ARIS, the Advancing Research Impact in Society Committee, the Committee on Equal Opportunity in Science and Engineering. And CIOSE has 3 relevant reports coming and starting this year. And we expect to bring in representatives to describe their findings and recommendations. I must say, as you will have seen today, we are fortunate in having experts within the directorates, and in particular in the offices of the OIA with Susie Iacono, and this will be critical to our review. And now I open the floor, of course, to thoughts from members of the committee or from the board.
So Anelia, since I have my hand up, I think the most important, first of all, this is so important, but I also want to say that we need to decide as a board what impact we want to have with broader impact. What is the impact that we are seeking? Because that started out when this whole thing started, and I remember when it started and putting proposals in at the time, it seemed like it was a much narrower focus on what that impact would be, and that being largely minorities and underrepresented groups. And then with all the bitching and moaning that went along with that, then it just continued to get broader and broader and broader. So I think to where people to have I think it's just become so ambiguous, and that's what it's showing. But I think the big issue is, what impact do we want to have?
Well, I think that's true. And that's one of the, we haven't even got down to the questions we're asking ourselves yet. And so I agree. This has blown up since the last meeting. I think we were already concerned, and we would have been concerned by the Committee of Visitors reports, as you can imagine. But it's really blown up as an issue, and we have ideas. And in fact, I probably have a list of them somewhere. But we will have to sit down as a committee and prioritize, and then bring that to the board for your approval. Is this the way we should go? Is this the intent we have? Okay. It's going to be a very communicative process.
Looks like Dan Reed has a question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to echo what Jerry said and Anila said. We discussed this quite a bit in the ANF retreat yesterday, as Anila knows, since she's also part of ANF. And I just want to say that this is an issue that cuts across not just individual PI and group research awards, but facilities issues as well, as we sort of think about how we empower communities. So I think we really need to look holistically at this issue. And I completely agree with what Jerry just said, that we need to be clear on what we mean, but I think we also need to elevate the importance of broader impacts as we think about the role of the foundation. Of really its key issue in my mind is it's enabling talent to explore frontiers, and the talent part in an equitable way is a critical part of our mission.
Yeah. Thank you, Jan. Yes, yesterday was when I began to get on my high horse. So I already had some momentum when I walked into this meeting today. So other questions?
Suresh had a question.
So,
I believe Suresh is muted.
Suresh B, I believe, I guess. So
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry.
So one of the things which I'd like to ask is the early career researchers, when they are writing, spend a lot of time focusing on intellectual merit. I've seen many of my colleagues who are early careers spend a lot of time preparing this proposal for NSF. Most often when it comes to broader impact, they don't have an experience to reflect on how this may have a broader impact. And some of the well-established universities have a mentorship so that they know how to address that for the early career one. So is there any way the foundation can show some successful examples of how this broader impact has materialized by NSF proposal, which has been successful?
Well, I think actually that there's a whole broad question of what we address within your question, because first of all, of course, the advice of the program officer to the review panel picks on what they think. We need to make sure, and I think we are not making clear, you're correct, what we want when we ask for a response to broader impacts. We're not making it and I think that may be the first place for NSF to go, for us to, for OIA and and the Committee on Oversight to work together, is to define a little better what we're looking for, because I think that anyone in NSF could tell you 10 ways to approach broader impacts, but your early career award person can't think of one. So there may be a simple response to that question. I don't think it answers our broader question, but I think it may be that a little more instruction for the proposers might be in place. I mean, Susie, do you agree with this? Am I overstepping myself?
Yeah, I completely agree with this because it's difficult, and just for all the reasons that you were talking about. And so we do have resources. Institutions have resources. We know that there are broader impacts professionals in a lot of VPR, VCR offices across the country. And those professionals belong to this organization that you mentioned, ARIS, that's run by Susan Reno, and NSF has been funding them as a collective to spread the word about broader impact. So they have events, networking in different regions to get it out there. And so we believe that for broader impacts to really have an impact, right, it's probably necessary to plug into something bigger than just your own project. And so we're wanting to look at it at a collective level rather than just a per project level, and helping. I know that computer science size has started such a pilot where the institution is really helping them with broader impacts.
Thank you. I would like to know about that organization because I didn't know that. So.
Okay, it's Anne will make sure that we send the name of that committee. I've listed my, anyway, it's pretty easy to find. Okay, actually it's Advancing Research Impact in Society, ARIS.
And yeah, there's a couple of more hands that were up. Melvin Huff.
Okay, and again, I have to ask for quick questions, but this, obviously they all have implications. Yeah, okay.
Could you give an example of what broader impact would mean in the mathematical theorem?
Sorry?
In a mathematical context, what would broader impact mean?
I'm sorry, I'm not getting your question properly. That's my, I think
I would like an example of what broader impact means if one is submitting a proposal for a pure mathematical theorem.
Well, I don't have one off the top of my head. Do you have one off the top of your head, Susan?
Well, so certainly if there's graduate students involved, so that's part of broader impacts. If someone is taking is doing something in the classroom that is critical to bring in more underrepresented groups into the classroom. I remember a quantum class at MIT that had the word pizza in it, and so evidently, if they could get people to come to and learn about quantum, they also got some pizza with their class. So there's lots of creative ideas across all of the agency.
Thank you, Susie. I'd forgotten about that. I'd completely forgotten about that. I was thinking math.
Very well attended.
Right. Next question. Quick.
Ellen, I think you were, you also had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment as Jerry and Anila were talking about, the broader impacts. And I know Susie could give a whole dissertation on this, but the board and even NSF is somewhat constrained because the goals for this are really in statute, right? And I think the very latest one, they change every once in a while, right? Every few years. And I think the latest one was from the American Innovation and Competitiveness Act. And then there's 7 goals as part of broader impacts. And they're everything from increasing the economic competitiveness, supporting the national defense. And the 7th one is expanding participation of underrepresented groups. So, whatever we do in this, we have to just understand, the constraints that are given to the foundation, and then how the board can work with the foundation, given that the goals are, essentially given to NSF.
That's the perfect point for me to move on to the next stage. Thank you, Ellen. I think so now we're again, thank you for a great discussion. And so can I move on now to the Inspector General's update? Alison Lerner will now brief us on recent activities in the Inspector General's office. Alison.
Good morning, Anila and everybody. It's wonderful to see you all. I'd like to start by welcoming Dr. Panchanathan to his new position as director at the foundation. I had my first meeting with him on Monday and was thrilled by the energy, enthusiasm, and compassion he's bringing to his new role. Everyone in my office looks forward to providing him with critical insights over the next 6 years as he works to accomplish his goals. Now that we're entering the 5th work of working remotely, our folks continue to rise to the challenge of accomplishing our mission in a distance environment. With respect to our Office of Audits, The financial statement and FISMA audits are progressing as planned. We appreciate the Foundation's continued responsiveness to the information request for those jobs. Our external audit work continues. We recently issued 2 reports, one involving UNC and another focused on the University of Houston. And we anticipate 3 additional such reports in the month of August. With respect to pandemic-related focused oversight, we have 2 jobs in progress. The first is an assessment of NSF's plans to return its staff to the headquarters. We undertook this job in response to a request from Representative Gerald Connolly, Chair of the House Committee on Oversight's Subcommittee on Government Operations. And he made that request to all of the IGs at the 24 CFO Act agencies. This job is moving smoothly. We're currently finalizing field work and transitioning to report writing, and we aim to complete this assessment by October. The second job is a review of NSF's high-level strategy for identifying and responding to the risks and impacts of COVID-19 on both the agency and its recipients. We're examining the risks NSF has identified, the risks recipients have identified, and the strategies NSF has for mitigating these risks. Our goal is to ensure that NSF is being proactive in addressing the impacts of the pandemic and preventing future problems. Doing this work now gives us an opportunity to make recommendations early on so the Foundation can strengthen its response if necessary. And it also helps us make better decisions about future audit work. Our investigative work also continues. Just today, the Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office issued a press release announcing a plea in a multi-agency case involving false claims committed under various SBIR, STTR programs. Starting as early as 2008 and continuing through 2016, Pengcheng Liu, co-owner of AlphaSense Incorporated, a small technology company in Wilmington, Delaware, intentionally made false representations in grant proposals and payment requests for SBIR and STTR funding from 7 different agencies, including NSF. The total loss attributable to his conduct was between $250,000 to $500,000. Liu pleaded guilty to wire fraud in connection with false representations made in a final report to the U.S. Air Force, and he also agreed to enter into a civil settlement to pay $700,000 to resolve False Claims Act violations. Liu's scheme included forging letters from university professors and industry professionals, and including such letters in his proposals to funding agencies as evidence of capability, support, or interest. He also represented that AlphaSense had employees with impressive experience and education, when many of those individuals had never worked for the company. And finally, he was pocketing money that had been earmarked by government agencies for other people, including ghost employees. While investigators from many OIGs were involved in this case, staff from our Office of Investigations made critical contributions. Investigative Attorney Elizabeth Christensen was designated as a Special Assistant United States Attorney and helped prosecute the case. And Special Agent Nick Macedonia worked tirelessly, examining evidence and collecting and assembling it in ways that it enabled prosecutors to build their case. Kudos to Nick and Elizabeth for their outstanding efforts with this case. I want to close today with a few words to honor the memory of Dr. Jim Kroll, the former head of our Research Integrity and Administrative Investigations Division, who passed away unexpectedly last week. Jim had a master's degree and a PhD from NC State in meteorology. He came to the OIG almost 2 decades ago after a distinguished career in the Air Force, which he left as a lieutenant colonel. In our office, he was instrumental in building our capacity to investigate allegations of research misconduct. Our outstanding cadre of investigative scientists exists because Jim figured out how to build them, how to take the skills that made them fine scientists and combine them with the expertise that they would need to investigate criminal, civil, and administrative wrongdoing. Jim was a dedicated mentor to all the scientists who have served in our office, always willing to share his vast experience and help them grapple with the many conundrums they encountered. But he didn't stop there. He was also committed to engaging with the academic community to improve their ability to prevent and to respond to research misconduct. His efforts were especially important to the community of research integrity officers. The connections he established with that community made both sides better and were set to culminate in a day-long research integrity workshop that our office planned for June of this year. Unfortunately, we had to postpone that event because of the pandemic. When we're finally able to host it, we'll do so in Jim's honor. That concludes my remarks, which I raced through. I apologize. I want to leave room for the ERM conversation. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Allison. Raphael, are there questions for Allison?
None at this time.
Allison, you always absolutely answer them all before they even get up to the surface of anybody's mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And sorry too. Moving on, I'm coming to our last part, but it's two last parts. Our next speaker is NSF's Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Grankovich, and some of Teresa's information has already been provided and is available on the portal. And Teresa is also going to introduce Mike Wetlow, who will give a presentation on NSF's enterprise risk management efforts and its importance to NSF's overall mission. And I'd just like to say before he is introduced that I would like to note that the consideration of risk at the Institute really came, I think, about, I think Jim Hamus is the one who pointed this out to me, thanks to Ruth David, who was chair of the Oversight Committee, I don't know, 6 years ago, but a previous chair of the committee. She brought risk to the boards and to the foundation's attention. And we recently discussed with NSF the opportunity to periodically receive briefings about this in oversight, although they will apply to, of course, other committees, notably strategy and ANF. So with that, I turn to either Teresa or I see that you are already in place, Mike.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Anila. As mentioned, my written CFO update as of July 1st is in the board book. I'll provide a few quick updates to this written report. First, I will start with some updates to the BFA response to the COVID-19 pandemic. BFA continues to conduct virtual outreach to the community, and on June 29th conducted a financial webinar with over 1,000 attendees across the grant research community, covering COVID stewardship, canceling appropriations, electronic remittances, and annual monitoring. The webinar recording and slides have been posted on the NSF's website for broader dissemination to the grant community, and a set of frequently asked questions will be posted soon. On July 17th, NSF posted on its COVID-19 website a new set of frequently asked questions to serve as a companion document to NSF's implementation of OMB Memorandum M2026. These FAQs include a set of questions relating to NSF's major facilities. As of July 28th, NSF has awarded over 99% of NSF's CARES Act programmatic funding. As Allison already mentioned, the fiscal year 2020 financial statement audit continues to proceed on schedule with great collaboration between NSF, OIG, and the financial statement auditors. The staff in BFA and OIRM did a tremendous job in implementing the new Data Act reporting requirements related to the supplemental funding provided in response to COVID-19. And I was able to publish and attest to the first monthly submissions yesterday, 2 days ahead of the deadline. NSF's 2020 Management Challenges Progress Report draft was submitted to OIG on schedule on July 15th. The document will be reviewed and updated in September to address any additional significant actions taken through the end of the fiscal year. Some updates on our oversight and monitoring activities since July 1st include 2 additional site visits. So a total of 25 have been completed, 10 additional desk reviews for a total of 94, and a resolution of another OIG audit report. In March 2020, the General Services Administration surveyed all federal employees at the CFO Act agencies to ask for their satisfaction with mission support services during the previous year. The responses provided a detailed picture of customer service satisfaction across the surveyed agencies for contracting, financial management, human capital, and IT functions. This year, as in the past, NSF has received high rankings for the surveyed services in both BFA and OIRM. NSF was tied for the third highest agency for financial management services and was ranked first in contracting, recruitment and hiring, human capital, and information technology. NSF is continuing to mature its enterprise risk management community of practice by formalizing its ERM governance structure and procedures. NSF is leveraging and expanding ERM in its day-to-day decision-making to better respond to challenges triggered by risks like COVID-19 and assess damage to rebuild for the future. Mike Wetlow, the Division Director for the Division of Financial Management, and my Deputy CFO will give an update on NSF's approach to ERM and obtain board input on this approach. For sake of time, I will just turn it over to Mike, and afterwards we can take any questions on my update and his presentation on ERM. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you,
Okay.
Teresa.
Let's see, can everyone see my screen okay? Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, just checking. Well, let's see. Distinguished members of the National Science Board, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today to talk to you about our approach for enterprise risk management. Enterprise risk management is a key component, is a key component to supporting the NSF mission. There are two major topics about ERM I would like to cover with you today. First, to inform NSB on why NSF does ERM and where we stand. And second, what are the opportunities for NSF and the National Science Board to work together? Let's see. ERM has been around for decades. It came about more recently in the government around 2016 as a result of a series of high-profile reputational risks where unfortunately, several agency heads had to step down at HHS, VA, and GSA. For example, do you remember a couple of years back the time with the GSA Las Vegas conference scandals where that had a ripple effect and even affected scientific conferences in our community? Well, those incidents led to government-wide guidance and requirements to implement ERM. More recently, though, ERM is viewed much more than negative risks. It's also about opportunities. And the word cloud that you see is the current thoughts and direction of the federal ERM community. Most importantly, ERM is not a compliance exercise. It's a powerful tool to support making and preserving and creating value for the NSF mission. Let's see. Okay, a unique part about ERM at NSF is that we have you, the National Science Board. Not many agencies include a board. Guidance around ERM encourages agencies to foster an open, transparent culture that encourages communication with oversight bodies. An open and transparent culture results in earlier identification of risks and collaborative responses, ultimately leading to a more resilient NSF. This presentation today, please think about how we can establish lines of communications with the NSB to further advance our maturity of ERM at NSF. So this next slide, this shows our journey over the last several years. Much like other agencies, we've taken a maturity model-based approach. ERM is kind of like a long-term process. It's not a one-and-done type exercise. And this chart shows first that we started out by simply learning how to do a risk profile. Second, we learned how to implement OMB guidelines and other agency best practices. And right now, currently this year, we're working to integrate and build ERM into our existing processes, but being careful not to add on more work. We want to build ERM naturally into what we do, and we're starting to see some value and opportunities with that. A significant step that we took this year includes a communication structure. That includes flow and input on risks and opportunities, starting with staff, going up to division directors, DADs, ADs. We have a CXO council of all of our business functions, the SMART with our scientific directorates, and all the way up to leadership. But at the center of this communication structure is risk captains. Simply put, these are risk owners. For example, the Chief Information Security Officer for cybersecurity, our large facilities officer, our new science and security officer, et cetera. We get together on a regular basis to help develop a collaborative community practice to share practices and how we can learn and build out ERM at NSF together. And as I mentioned earlier, we would like to find ways to have periodic communications to include the board into our ERM practices. This next slide is one of my favorite ones. This is an example of how we're building ERM into what we do naturally without kind of adding it on. At the May board meeting, NSF had communicated the COVID-19 posture of the agency. That action was followed up with a memo from, at the time, our acting director to all NSF staff. And this is a good example of how, we're building it into what we're doing naturally without, calling it out is kind of like a compliance process. But most importantly, this posture has acted as a North Star for the agency and made three things very clear. Number one, employee safety and our university partners are paramount. Number two, preserving NSF core mission functions, contributing to the government-wide COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. That's number two. And then finally, with our new director, we have a renewed sense of optimism that we're going to get through these difficult times we have. And we do. When we do, we're going to be stronger than before. These are just a few illustrative examples. We've learned over the summer that things can change really quickly between Memorial Day and the 4th of July. This is a bird's eye view of the topics we work on. As I mentioned in defining ERM, it's a process to preserve and create value for NSF and support our strategic goals. The Post-it notes are topics we are working on, and we develop more detailed risk profiles, and I'll go through an example of one of those in a second. This is not intended to be an all-inclusive or static list. New risks can emerge, risks can go away, opportunities can arise. Most of all, NSF's current risk profiles includes an element related to COVID-19. For example, managing major construction projects in the most extreme environments, now coupled with navigating a global pandemic, project management risks at major and mid-scale facilities, maintaining a clean financial statement opinion, and always being vigilant about dealing with ever-emerging and constant cybersecurity risks, mitigating science and security, and then finally, continuing proactive approaches for management challenges related to the IPA program. Next, I have a little bit of more what's under the hood. This is an example of a detailed risk profile. I'll use one that Teresa and I work on, and that's financial reporting. Maintaining a 22-year record of clean opinions is no easy task. I provided some highlights to help understand the detailed components of our risk profile. The green areas show the three major sections of our risk profiles. First is a description of the risk. Second, our initial response to reduce that risk. And then third, ongoing reviews to continually reduce residual risks that we have. The blue areas are intended to tell the story of the risks that we're managing. ERM is really a discussion, not a documentation. But we have ongoing risk management discussions and efforts like we have every year. But this year we're focused like a laser beam on the important property findings that the IG's financial statement auditor reported to the board last November. The yellow area gets to the point I made earlier that ERM is also about taking risks to maximize opportunities. An example of that in financial reporting is we are taking significant steps to innovate by exploring emerging technologies and data science. In closing, I'd like to thank NSF leadership and our risk captain community for their commitment to ERM, the steady support of our CFO, the OIG for their partnership, and the NSB for the chance to share our progress on this important effort. And last but not least, I want to give a big shout out to Rafael Cotto for both his service to the board and our guiding force at NSF for ERM. So these are just a few questions. I know we're tight on time, but I turn things back over to the NSB and welcome any feedback or guidance you may have. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It's really good to have heard from you. Do we have any questions from the board at this point or the committee?
Yes, it looks like Steve Willard has a question.
I guess that.
Thank you. No, these things are dear to my heart. After 20 plus years, forgive me if I tend to take a corporate approach, but I disagree that it should be your idea that it should be a discussion, not hard, tangible action items. And I do believe, and we differ on this, that there is a compliance function, because if you are going to create a good ERM, then you have to have a compliance function to make it work. You highlighted 3 or 4 items, which the most recent document I'm aware of that kind of helps is the report of the OIG in 2019. And there were 6 areas of risk to the NSF. So your 4 little doohickeys didn't include the last 2 of them, which were responsible and ethical conduct of research and mitigating threats posed by foreign government talent recruitment programs. I would think that at minimum, the 6 things that were identified as enterprise risks would be part of a rather robust enterprise risk plan. What is important to me is this is Ponch's call, but I would be happy to spend time with you and introduce not only a corporate perspective to enterprise risk management, but also some of the best practices of a few other government agencies, which I think have very thoughtful, detailed, specific risk plans and mitigation steps.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for the feedback. I do not disagree with that in any way. Forgive me if I kind of try to shoot through the presentation with the time we have, and if I could take a rain check, I would love to, sure, tap your knowledge to learn, because that's what is
applicable. I'll be with you more than you would want.
Well, can I just say that I have heard Steve say this relevantly several times. I'll be with you when you want. But Steve, we are planning to have presentations from Eric at regular intervals and our committee. And so I think that might be the first place for us all to get involved, and you could lead that obviously as part of the committee activity. So I think we tried to find you. In fact, when Eric spoke to us the first time a month ago, and didn't manage to find you, but I knew that you would want to be involved. So let's plan a meeting of the committee or part of it for the next month or so, okay?
Thank you, yes, that's very wise.
Thank you. Other questions?
That sounds excellent, Anila. Bob Groves also has a question, I believe.
No, thanks for this presentation. Really well done. And I'm interested in all of us are dealing with the fact that we didn't have on our risk registers a global pandemic as fully as we should have. So I'm interested if you could elaborate on how you're thinking about whether COVID forces a reconceptualization of some of the risk structure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, well, it's a lot of a rebaselining of our efforts. And just to touch on Steve's very valuable feedback a second ago, we initially, our ERM efforts focused on all the OIG management challenges So if we could take a rain check to go through and talk through that with you, Steve, we'd be happy to. But what happened with COVID-19, and depending on who you talk to, some people call it a black swan event. Some people call it a gray rhino, where a black swan is, something that we could have never possibly imagined. And a gray rhino is something, we knew that was in the background and didn't do something about it, and it really snuck up on us. So the community is really sorting out this event, and it's somewhat causing a total rebaselining of our risks and thoughts. What I gather from this is there's a lot of risks and things, but the guidance that I've seen with the ERM community is, focus on the people first, focus on the mission, and then gradually, recover, respond, and then eventually transform. This is just changing. Who would have known 6 months ago we would have been, teleworking like we are now and could do it well. That's just a simple example. But, last year and prior year efforts, we focused on each and every one of the IG management challenges, and our ERM response is provided in the NSF response to the IG management challenges. But now we're just really focusing on taking stock in this event, understanding how it's changing us, the risks to be prepared for future events. But there's also positive silver linings of things that, we see there's opportunities as well. But thank you for your question. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Raphael, or do we have any more questions? Because really we're 10 minutes over time at the moment. And I'm anxious to move on. This has been really great, and we will be being in touch. Mike, I do intend to have a Zoom meeting with you, with the committee very soon. And thank you. And we will do it on a regular basis. And already the chairs of the strategy and ANF committees have told me they too are interested in keeping up with this. Raphael, are there any questions that remain that we need to, you think, how many are there?
I don't see any more at this time.
Great. Okay, there are no more questions. Seeing no more questions, I think I'm going to say that we have, I'm going to remember to remind the committee members that we will have to hold a brief closed meeting to review the OIG's proposed fiscal 2022 budget in the immediate future, so we can bring it to the board. And finally, I'd like to close by saying, it's been wonderful to know that we've been joined by our new director. Thank you again, by the way, Mike and Teresa, for doing this so quickly. It's been wonderful to be joined by our new director, Panch. And Panch, you had become in my mind, I think, so much part of the furniture that I completely forgot you were the new director for this session. But welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Anila. I really appreciate that. Thanks, and look forward to working with you.
And stay being part of the furniture, yeah.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I really do apologize, Ellen, but I think you can see that we had a very active session.
Yes, absolutely. Rather than taking a 10-minute break, how about just a 3-minute break? So we start just 5 minutes late. At least it'll give you a chance to stretch your legs, or a very quick bio break. And at 20 past the hour, Julia, we'll turn to you and the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy.
And I apologize to Julia and Maria too.
Just for everyone's awareness, I'm not going to stop the stream because it's worth the 2 minutes. If you're ready to go, Ellen, I'll start recording.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Julia.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the meeting of the Committee on National Science and Engineering Policy. It's a pleasure to be chairing the SEP committee again. Maybe it feels a little like Groundhog Day, but not really. I just have to get used to saying Indicators 2022. It doesn't trip off the tongue quite as easily as Indicators 2020. But it's also a pleasure to have both returning members of this committee as well as some new members. First, it's a particular pleasure to welcome Maureen Kondik, who is our new committee vice chair or co-chair. And she and I both look forward to working closely with the committee, with the board office, and with the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics over the next 2 years. As I've said repeatedly over my previous term in this position, it really does take a village to do everything that this committee needs to do. And we need the full engagement of all of those different groups in order to do the really important work that falls to us. I'd like to begin by calling roll. Committee members, please respond by saying here after I say your name. Returning members, we have Artie Bienenstock.
Here.
Kent Fox.
Here.
Suresh Garamella.
Here.
Amelia Merlan. He was here. Well, maybe he stepped out. And new committee members, Maureen Kondik.
Here.
Steve Leaf. He also was here. Suresh Babu.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and Aaron Dominguez. Okay, and our board office liaisons are Reba Bandapadai and Portia Flowers. We also have executive secretaries Carol Robbins, Ann Emig, and May Aiden. I'd like to move on very briefly to approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve. The first is from the SEP open session at the May board meeting, which most of you will recall. And the second is from the July 1st Indicators Orientation Open Telecon. Are there any comments or corrections to those minutes which are in the board book?
Move to approve.
Okay, hearing no corrections, these sets of minutes stand approved as presented. As all of you who are returning members of the committee know, and the new members are learning very quickly, SEP has an intense schedule. I sometimes describe it as drinking from a fire hose, and that fire hose has already turned on to some extent, and it's going to be going full steam beginning next month. Experience is critically important work, as you know, and it relies on the expertise and input of all of you, both the committee members as well as the rest of the board. And we're really excited we've hit the ground running, I think, in really fine form. I'd like to thank everybody who joined us for the July 1st orientation, which was an orientation to the science and engineering indicators. All of us who participated, which was most of the committee members, as well as a couple of other new board members, Heather and Dario, were delighted with the thorough information that was conveyed to us by NCSES and by the level of engagement from the committee as well as our new board members. So now we're all oriented and we need to plunge into the work on Indicators 2022, which is going to start right after this meeting. I'd like to thank all of the board members for filling out the thematic report preference survey over the last couple of weeks. We did our best to make assignments based on the preferences that you indicated, and you should have received your review assignments in an email from our staff just a couple of days ago. As in the 2020 cycle, each report has 1 lead reviewer and 2 additional reviewers from the board. If you have any questions or concerns about your assignment or the associated deadlines, which are also indicated in that email, please let Maureen and me know as soon as possible. We really need your active engagement in the telecons in which we discuss the review of the narrative outlines. And we also need you to be very timely in submitting the reviews of the thematic report drafts so that we can make sure that the indicators not only continue to be the high quality that they always have been, but also so that the publication of the various thematic reports stays on schedule. The telecons to review and discuss the narrative outlines for the first 3 thematic reports, which are on K-12 education, the science and engineering workforce, and academic R&D, will all take place in August, and that's August 2020, so it's coming right up. Next week, staff will be polling the committee members and the reviewers assigned to those 3 thematic reports to identify dates and times during which we can hold those telecons. I would ask that you please respond to those polls in a timely manner so that we could get everything nailed down on all of our calendars. And I'd like to thank you in advance, both for your responsiveness as well as your invaluable contributions to the work of the SEP committee and the final indicators products. So we got oriented with regard to indicators, but we also had a policy-focused telecon in mid-July, and we'll discuss the outcomes on that in just in relatively few minutes during this committee meeting. But before that, the planning for indicators, as I said, it's coming down the pike very quickly, and NCS and the indicators team have been really busy preparing for this next indicator cycle. Carol Robbins from NCSES and the SEI program is going to update us on the upcoming activities as well as planning for our interaction with the reports of the 2022 cycle. Carol, over to you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm so glad to see all of you, and the Science and Engineering Indicators authors are looking forward to working with you on your review activities for the 2022 cycle. In fact, we've been waiting for you. So in addition to those of us whom you have worked with in the past, we have 2 fine economists who have joined SEI last year and learned the cycle the hard way, right into the fire. So as they are still here, and we're happy about that, you will be seeing and hearing more from them, Drs. Abby Okrent and Letty Aguchi, as they take on major roles in the thematic reports. Those of you able to join us for the SEI orientation earlier this month got a deep dive into indicators. But here is a short version of what to expect, not respect, as reviewers this cycle. So the Science and Engineering Indicators report for 2022 will include 9 thematic reports of around 20 to 40 pages of text, plus, as you know, figures and data. And then, of course, the summary report that synthesizes the major elements of the individual reports with high quality graphics and concise text. The official release of the summary report is January 15th, 2022. And that's the time when our major public outreach is focused. The 9 thematic reports, however, will be released between the summer of 2021 and the spring of 2022. This is the staggered release approach that we have all worked so hard to begin to achieve. For any given report, the cycle time of our work is about 1 year. All board members have the opportunity to read each report in its draft stage. It will be in your diligent book, and provide comments. So in addition to the overall responsibility that we have, each report has 3 reviewers and 1 lead reviewer. The board reviewers have a profound impact on the shape of the reports, both in the current cycle and over time. So I want to describe to you the interaction between the board reviewers and the SEI at a very high level. So I said the cycle time is about 1 year. So we'll start out in August, yes, indeed, with the narrative outline telecon, where the author will present to you their proposed outline, which is going to incorporate not only the comments from prior years, prior reviewers, but also, to the extent possible, the data that we have found that is useful to help provide reliable information for the kinds of topics the board is interested in for the Vision 2030. So likewise, while the reports are expected to be long-lived, their content and presentation can evolve, and the role of the reviewers is very helpful here. So the first step, let me walk through the steps. The first thing is the narrative outline telecon, which takes place early in the cycle. And this is going to take place in August for many of them. And then there will be a draft for you all to review and comment on. And then there will be an opportunity to discuss that. There will be a revision of the report. And then the board will have an opportunity, the entire board, to read and vote on the report. And that all takes place over the course of a year. And that was a very high level summary of something that Reba has spent many, many pages writing very carefully. So while the NSB members serve as the reviewer of at least one report, the SEP committee members have another important responsibility, which is to be involved in understanding the content of all the reports. And they're partly overseeing this entire suite of products. And it helps us to make the connections between the reports. That's so critical as we broke the report into separate thematic ones. And so your input helps us see these are the things that link together importantly. Likewise, let's see. So now you know your assignments, okay? And so you can begin to respond to the polls that you're going to receive about the timing. And the first ones will be in August, and that will be K through 12 education, and it will be the science and engineering workforce, which the people on the SEP committee have already heard about some major changes that we are interested in making there. And then also, then we have the university R&D report. These are the first ones that will come. And then in October, we will have the narrative outline meetings for the invention, knowledge transfer, and innovation report and the publications output report. All this information is in the diligent book. I'm just trying to capture your ear if you're the one who this is your report. And in November and October frame, we will do the ever popular R&D trends. I know everyone wanted to be on that report, and the report on knowledge intensive industries. That final report, Public Attitudes, is scheduled for later in the cycle, and we'll have, as I think we've already discussed, some evolution taking place. So given that, we encourage you to fill out your poll in a timely fashion when you get it. And let's see, what else do I really need to tell you? Well, we really look forward to working with our board reviewers, continuing with those who've shaped the reports in the past, but also these new reviewers that have come on with new board members that are going to bring us fresh perspective that we need to look at the data as the world is changing so fast. So I think at a high level, that completes my overview of the process, and I've left some time so that you all can ask specific questions if you like.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any questions for Carol? Reba, I'm assuming you're tracking this?
I am. I haven't seen anybody's hand raised.
Great. Thank you so much, Carol. For those of you who are new to the board and new to indicators, yes, it's work, but you are really in for a treat because working on these reports and getting to know the work of NCSES is just, it's awe-inspiring in my opinion. So thank you, Carol and team. Staying on the indicators theme for a few minutes, Sandra Richardson, the acting program director for indicators, is going to update us on the impact of COVID-19 on NCSES data sources in indicators. And after that, NCSES director Milda Rivers will be discussing the impact of COVID-19 on national and international statistical data.
Thank you, Julia.
If someone can share my slides, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you all again for an opportunity to talk with you today about the impacts of COVID-19 on the 2022 indicator cycle. I will begin our next couple of minutes together with just some very brief remarks that are intended to serve as just an update on impacts of COVID-19 on data availability for indicators. And then, as Julia mentioned, our director, Imelda Rivers, will follow me with a slightly longer discussion on the impacts of COVID-19 on national and international statistics. In between the two presentations, Imelda and I decided that we'll pause for questions related specifically to my remarks, and then we'll directly segue into Imelda's presentation, which will also be followed by a question and answer session. And we'll do all of this in less than 15 minutes. Ambitious. Next slide, please. I will not spend a lot of time on this slide because everyone here is relatively familiar with NCSES. You know that the Science Engineering Indicators Program is housed in NCSES, and NCSES is housed in the SBE Directorate, and we're one of 13 principal federal statistical agencies. And so I won't say much about that right now, so I'll go on to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. In order to think about the impacts of COVID-19, and I'm still on the next slide, we need to step back and acknowledge that our survey data comes from a range of people, businesses, and organizations. And this is particularly important because impacts on all of these entities are what can actually contribute to possible delays for indicators. Next slide. So as I'm making remarks, I ask that you just keep that in mind, this wide range of people and businesses and organizations that data comes from. A key takeaway that I want you to have from my remarks today is that COVID-19 has impacted the availability of some of our data sources, and there are risks related to ongoing survey operations because of delays in both data collection and processing, coupled with the potential for lower response rates on surveys. So as such, we anticipate some slight delays in some of our data delivery. Next slide, please. In terms of specific indicators reports that have been impacted by COVID-19, I'll briefly give you 3 examples. I'll preface these examples by saying that these delays have already been accounted for in the most recent thematic report schedules that we've shared with you. So please don't panic. For the Science and Engineering Labor Force thematic report, we're monitoring very closely critical release dates for both NCSES and non-NCSES survey data. There is some potential for data delays, but again, we've already accounted for this in the thematic report's anticipated release date. Also, the knowledge intensive industries and trade thematic report is also being impacted by data delays. Our release in particular of final Bureau of Economic Analysis data or the KTI report will be delayed. But again, we've already accounted for this in the most recent anticipated thematic report schedule release. Lastly, I'll share with you a recent delay that we learned about after the submission of the slides for today's presentation. So you don't have them in your book or on this slide. However, I just wanted to share that a data survey for our higher ed and science and engineering thematic report will also have some delay. And this may cause a very slight delay in the higher ed thematic report, but the delay should still allow for the thematic report to be released in the anticipated fall 2021 timeframe. So this is just a snapshot of where we are today. And you know, things change daily, but we'll continue to have contingency plans in place. And most importantly, we'll continue to communicate any potential delays with you. So at this time, I'll pause for just a second and see if there are any burning questions that you would like for me to address in regards to these remarks before Imelda joins the conversation with some additional information on COVID-19 impacts. So Reba, I'll defer to you if you see any questions for me.
I see Bob Groves' hand is up.
Sandra, this was wonderful. Thank you so much for doing this. You talked about the delay impact of the pandemic, but I think a lot of us are worried about the quality impact of the pandemic on the resulting data. So I'm interested in how since you're a consumer of data created by other institutions, how are you thinking through that process?
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for the question. So certainly quality is, of course, extremely important. We don't anticipate any issues in particular with quality. Some of the survey data has seen lower response rates, but we're just watching that very closely. But on our end, certainly we're doing everything that we can to ensure that the quality of the reports remain the same standard, if not even better than the prior years.
Julia, I see Imelda has her hand raised.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Imelda.
I just wanted to say, in terms of the quality, Sandra is absolutely right. As you can imagine, this is something that, as you said, Bob, we're consumers of data. And so we're looking at what people are doing. And there's now a reliance on administrative data and other kinds of data beyond survey data to try to help us understand things. So as field offices are closing and staff and others are not available to do in-person surveys or either some of the telephone follow-ups that are necessary, we're looking at some statistical and other types of modeling, as well as administrative data and private owned data that might be helpful for us in terms of ensuring quality.
So let me just put a pitch in for maybe some added paragraphs in some of your standard reports. If you notice as experts some quality concerns and not bury it in the technical appendix, alert a reader to your cautions, I think it would be.
Thanks. Thank you. Anything else, Brandon?
Okay.
No, we're good.
Okay, great. Imelda,
All right. So is it Imelda's turn?
Okay, great. So you can advance to the next slide. And I think we're a little short on time, so I'll also just do some general comments. So first of all, I wanted to thank, you can go to the next slide. I wanted to thank you all so very much for the excitement that I was hearing over this entire process that's upon us in terms of the indicators report and the thematic reports and the reviews. And I'm looking forward to a very exciting year, particularly as we address some of the issues that I've heard throughout the board meeting today, whether it's on the skilled technical workforce or being able to provide and shed information on women, minorities, and persons with disability. Also wanted to report out in that vein that we do have information related to HBCUs under that discussion that was available earlier within our research and development program. So there are many ways that we can engage with you on topics that are of interest to this committee and to the board in general. So as we can imagine, the impact of COVID-19 is widespread, and national and international statistics agencies are not immune to these adverse effects. So what we're trying to do is look at both data collection, conduct or support research, and then engage in the community on how having data to understand the impact of COVID-19 is so important. What we're seeing is accelerating trends in people's decreased participation in surveys. That's where we were having the discussion on having some statements about this up front if we see this as a potential impact on NCSES data and the indicators. We're also seeing a need for alternative data sources. So as the community, national and international, these are topics of interest to us. So it gives us challenges and opportunities on national surveys, on partnering with agencies and governments around the globe, actually, to understand the impact. And I think it provides the opportunity for more statistics for evidence-based policymaking and overall public consumption. I'm hearing people talk about data and the need for data in ways they haven't before. Next slide, please. So here, and you can just click through this one. Just wanted to provide for you examples from 3 federal statistical agencies that have an impact on our everyday life and where we see impacts of COVID-19. So we know for the census, that's apportionment. It's critical that we have good response rates here. So what we've seen is an extension of the data collection, and we've seen more efforts to reach people. I'm sure you've seen the advertisements on TV, probably have heard some radio announcements. There's just an all-out blitz to get response rates up there as this impacts our country's services. Our unemployment rate, we've been hearing a lot in the news about that lately. And here they're looking to make adjustments. We were just being asked about quality. We're making adjustments in models and other types of methods that are used to support low response rates, given people's reluctance to answer their door to respond to employees that want to know and get responses from them. So we're having to make some adjustments as we work with the public. And the consumer price index is another area that we've seen. In particular, these are statistics that we all are familiar with as citizens. Then I just wanted to share a couple of opportunities. You can keep clicking through to the next slide, please. I'll just keep talking since in the interest of time, and the slides will be there for your enjoyment later. But there are also opportunities within NCSES to add questions to our surveys, and our communities definitely have reached out to us. How are we going to have a better understanding on degree completion, employment opportunities, and post-graduation decisions and plans for our doctorate population, not only the doctorate population, but other populations that NCSES covers as well. And then what people have asked is, what is the financial resource allocation to R&D universities and colleges? What does that picture look like now that we're in COVID-19? So we're adding questions on our surveys to be able to understand both the demographic side, which would be the employment and education opportunities, as well as the R&D business opportunities in terms of COVID-19 and what changes are being made there. Next slide. Several statistical agencies, including the Census Bureau, are conducting what they're calling quick turnaround surveys to get information on COVID-19 and stimulus-related assistance. And there have been weekly data collections on employment and income loss, food scarcity, housing insecurity, the problems with housing and educational opportunities. Just wanted to give you an example of the type of data. Here we see from a week 1 survey where there was a question about availability of computers for educational purposes. And this is by race and ethnic group. And we see that Black group alone, that means no other ethnicity, they're among the lowest in terms of having availability of computers for educational purposes. So you can start to see the importance of having such data to inform the impact. Next slide. Here I wanted to provide an opportunity to show you what's happening on the international front, where the OECD actually conducted a flash survey. This is still, I believe, being in the field at different phases, where they're trying to understand in a timely way. So it's a pulse measure, again, just like the Census Bureau, the state of science amidst the COVID-19 crisis, and to report on society's perceptions about its role and future outlook. So this slide is displaying respondents' expectations about the future of the world of science. And we know that this is very important to understanding where we are as a nation and across the globe. Next slide. Wanted to highlight for you that there was an Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, working party group. And this working party, they're national experts in science and technology indicators. And it was really to understand what is the state of affairs for science, technology, and innovation given COVID-19. About 150 participants attended this workshop representing statistical organizations, government agencies, ministries, and invited expert organizations. NCSES really does have a pulse on this, as our own John Jankowski is the chair of this NESTI group with countries around the globe participating. Some of the topics they discussed are here, and then I also wanted to show you some others that I think have a direct link to what's being discussed today. Monitoring business, R&D, and innovation. Monitoring personal and societal STI engagement and trust is a very big issue during the crisis. So those are just a couple of the highlights. Many countries have reported disruptions in their statistical activities as businesses and respondents' ability to provide the information has significantly diminished. This is something I started off saying about the US. This is something that's also true international basis. And so companies are, and statistical agencies and offices are experimenting with what I call these pulse surveys. And we can look forward to more information on that front. So please let us know if you have any questions on the national and international efforts to provide statistics to understand the impact of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Imelda and Sandra. You know, it is, I think the committee fully appreciates how well plugged in you are to kind of the statistical communities around the world that provide the data that is so important to producing indicators. Are there any very quick questions for Imelda at this point?
I see Bob's hand.
So Imelda,
Okay, Bob.
Imelda, thank you for your leadership of NCSES. Just a quickie. It seems pretty likely that many agencies are going to revise their estimates in retrospect. And so you may get versions of estimates from your suppliers, and that'll be another little thing to document. But I'm hoping you use the best and last available to you, and maybe we even have to prepare for updating digitally estimates, because no one knows exactly what's going to happen over the next few years.
Thanks, Bob, for that. We definitely are starting to address that in what is called, many of you may not know, but our Council on Statistical Policy, which is where the agency heads for the statistical system meet. And so a part of our discussions there have to do with, you know, is this even an opportunity to provide data more quickly, recognizing that adjustments are happening, as Dr. Groves mentioned. And so how do we help the public to understand what these changes may look like? And so we're having those discussions. Committees have been established within the Interagency Council of Statistical Policy to address how various statistical efforts can impact the estimates and how to communicate that to the public.
Okay, thanks. And I think, does Suresh Garamella have his hand up?
Quick question. Imelda, thank you very much as always. It's great to hear you and your staff talk. The one question I had was, so we've talked about the effect of COVID on data collection. I was wondering, and maybe you said this and I missed it, but I was wondering if you were doing anything about the effect of COVID on research and on researchers.
So we are, and I think, well, we are, and then we know and are trying to stay connected with communities who are definitely looking into research and the effect on researchers. I'll just say, I'll make a small plug here for the fact that one of the things that the statistical system has done is to open up their normal brick and mortar access to federal data to a virtual environment so that researchers can conduct more rather than having to go into a physical space. I know that's a small thing, not exactly what you might have been addressing, but the other part of it is that what we want to understand through the survey of earned doctorates and through some of our other surveys is how has research changed? And that's where it's important for us to stay connected to the international community. And particularly the PULSE survey that I mentioned is one that goes to researchers and asks them questions about how their research has changed, whether they're able to focus more or focus less, collaborate more, collaborate less. So all of those types of questions that really do have an impact on the research community.
Yeah, that's great. Great response. That's the kind of thing I was wondering about, and I'd be very curious about the answers.
So Julia, if I could spend a minute on what we're going to do in indicators, would that be helpful?
Very quickly, please.
Okay, so basically, Suresh, what we're going to do in each narrative outline, you are going to hear the authors talk about what they understand about the impact of COVID on their topic area. And that can be included in the report, and that's the intention.
Okay, great. Thanks, Carol, for that. And thank you, Imelda and Sandra, again. We look forward to working with you during this challenging time. Clearly, Indicators 2022 will not be like Indicators 2020 in a variety of ways. So I now need to turn our attention to kind of the other part of what the SEP committee is responsible for, and that is board policy products. The committee met on July 15th to discuss potential policy products, and that particular conversation built on the April retreat that the committee had. It's of no surprise, I'm sure, that we had far more topics that we were quite excited about than either the board or the board office could possibly have time to pursue in the near term. So in July, we narrowed that rather expansive list to 3 priorities based on consideration of several factors. First, the topic should be informed by Indicators 2020 data, quite potentially augmented with other data sources from other federal statistical agencies or other high quality sources. All of that, of course, we do in consultation with NCSES. Second, the topic needs to be timely and appropriate for a board policy statement. And finally, the topic needs to be consistent with priorities for implementation of Vision 2030. Maureen is SEP's liaison to the Vision Implementation Working Group, and so one of her responsibilities is going to be to help the committee stay in sync with the vision implementation as we move forward there. Policy products can take a variety of forms. They might be one-pagers that are policy neutral, that can potentially be updated for each indicator cycle and provide timely data to policymakers on topics that they potentially have interest in. The foreign-born students and workers in the U.S. science and engineering enterprise that you found in your board book is an example of such a one-pager. We can also create one-pagers that convey a policy message informed by indicators or other data. An example of that was a one-pager released a couple of years ago about the rapidly increasing R&D investments in China and the projected overtaking in terms of sheer quantity of investment in China relative to the U.S. So the board can make statements like that, NCSES cannot. Another type of policy product that we could consider would be a report that would draw on indicators data, probably other data related research. And such reports can be fairly brief, a few pages, or they can be longer in-depth pieces. But of course, the longer the report and the more in-depth, the more resources that are required to pull it together, and the more time it is going to take to do that. Ultimately, we'd like to have, of course, a combination of policy products, and what we're talking about today are products that we might produce within the next 12 months or so. These need to be data informed. That's one of the things that is sort of a stamp of our products. And they need to be aligned with the vision implementation and compatible with the bandwidth both of our members as well as the board office and SEP staff. So with that prelude, turning to the topics that we we discussed in July, we started with 3 rather broad topics that were we identified during our April retreat. First of those was the importance of fundamental research. Second, nurturing the U.S. STEM workforce. And third, the need for the U.S. to be part of the science and engineering global collaboration. We've had a robust discussion around these topics, and we came to consensus on how we would propose to focus our work in each of these areas. And we identified committee members who have agreed to lead the work in each area over the coming months. It's our hope that maybe a few other board members are also interested in one of these topics, and so we can augment the committee members with one or two others after we have this conversation today. So here are very briefly the topics that we've proposed. First, in nurturing U.S. science and engineering talent, the SEP here is interested in exploring the possibility of an in-depth report that looks not only at data on who participates in science and engineering, because that's widely available, and in various reports, but also at societal barriers to participation in S&E more broadly. This will likely be the heaviest lift of the three. It's certainly the broadest topic that we're bringing to you today, but it's a centerpiece of Vision 2030, as you heard in Vic's presentation earlier today, and it cries out for a thoughtful, deliberate, and data-informed approach. This links directly to the missing millions that are referred to in Vision 2030, and also clearly gets, connects very strongly to that amazing panel that we heard earlier today. Artie Bienenstock, Suresh, and both Sureshes, Suresh Babu and Suresh Garamella, have agreed to lead the work on this topic. If there's another board member that's interested in helping out, that would be terrific. And you can either indicate that in the chat or send an email to Reba or me. The second topic is the economic impact of international students and workers. This is another topic that is central to the well-being of U.S. science and engineering, but it also comes right out of the headlines. Very, very topical right now. And it has the potential to be a report on direct economic impact. Is somebody not muted? There's a lot of additional noise. Okay. It has the potential to be a report on direct economic impacts, or possibly a more expansive product that looks at a range of second-order impacts. Suresh Garamella, who obviously a bit of a glutton for punishment, and I are going to be leading the work on this topic. Again, other volunteers would be more than welcome. And finally, the third topic is economic impact of fundamental research. This topic is also very timely. As we know, it's relatively straightforward, or at least more straightforward, to communicate the economic impact of applied research and experimental development. It's more challenging to articulate the case for fundamental research whose payoffs are unknown and which may bear fruit over a much longer time horizon. OLPA has made really significant strides with their efforts in this area, but long-term research is particularly vulnerable when times get tough. And with some of the legislation that's been proposed and has been discussed briefly earlier today, there is some potential for a bit of a change, a broadening of NSF's remit, and keeping the focus on and the emphasis on the importance of fundamental research is really important right now. So we would like to explore what data and case studies we might be able to identify that would illuminate and, where possible, quantify the economic impact of the type of research that is at the heart of NSF's mission, and that we assert will remain at the heart of the mission. Aaron and Steve Leaf are on point for developing this particular topic. So again, anybody else who's particularly interested in this topic, would love to hear from you. Some of these topics are likely to be easier to address than others, and we will need to engage with NCSES to understand the landscape of available data, where there are data gaps, and so forth. And one of the big questions we'll be asking is, what new ideas can we offer? What new analysis can we offer, or data that will enable the board to contribute uniquely to the policy conversations that are going on here? The plan is that each, the SEP leads and any of the rest of you that are interested will work with SEP staff to define the scope and focus of these policy projects over the next few months so that we can bring one or more concrete proposals to SEP and the board at the December meeting. And as I said, if any of the rest of you are interested in working with us on one of these topics, please do let Reba and or me know. At this point, I know we are very short on time, but if there are any brief comments, this would be the time for them. It would also be helpful to have, yes, Roger.
Julia, it's Roger. We heard just mention of these flash surveys. Is it likely that we'll need any of those flash surveys or something like those tools for some of these questions, and how well do we build on top of those? I guess the question is, do we have the data for each of these kind of short one-pagers in the NCSES currently? And if new information arising from important topical questions and issues, can we rely efficiently or well on those flash surveys?
I'd be leery about flash surveys on their own. That's my personal opinion. We have not had the in-depth discussions with NCSES that I think we need to have in order to scope out where one-pagers might be appropriate. Imelda, it looks like Imelda wants to say something. No? Okay. Okay. So, you know, we identified these as being very timely and ones that align very well with the vision implementation. Exactly what we can do in those areas where we have something unique to say and where we can do it in a data-informed way is going to have to be scoped out in the coming weeks and months. Okay, we have not had a chance for much conversation, barring violent objections, I guess. This is the direction that the SEP committee is going to be pursuing for the next few months, and we will look forward to reporting back in December. Again, if anybody would like to participate on any of these little groups, please do let us know. Thank you all for a productive, if jam-packed meeting. There being no further business before the committee, this meeting of the SEP is adjourned at, I believe, 10 minutes after the hour. So I at least stayed within my time allotment.
Thank you very much, Julia. Your committee's made a lot of progress, and you know, the topics that you mentioned certainly fit in well with the Vision 2030 items that we wanted to pursue, and I look forward to more work on that. So we will take a short break. We will reconvene at 15 minutes past the hour, and at that time we'll have Maria lead the Committee on Strategy. Thanks.
Streaming is stopped for a sec, and we'll be joining back up once we come back. Things when we're starting back up, just so everyone's aware. Okay, we are recording and can go whenever you're ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open meeting of the National Science Board Committee on Strategy. My name is Maria Zuber, Chair of the committee. Last week, the committee met in closed session, but as this is our first open meeting, I'd like to introduce and welcome the new members of the committee. Vice Chair Heather Wilson, Roger Beachy, Suresh Garamella, Dario Gill, Emilio Moran, Dan Reed, Alan Stern, and Steve Willard. It's a high energy committee. Staff members assisting the committee are Executive Secretaries Mary Koskinen and Teresa Good, and NSBO staff liaisons Kathy Jackert and Elise Lipkowitz. The agenda for this open meeting covers first, the approval of the May Open Committee on Strategy minutes. Second, an update on NSF's budget. Third, a presentation on NSF's skilled technical workforce portfolio. And fourth, an update on NSF's initiative on spectrum management, advanced wireless, and spectrum innovation. Before we start, a quick reminder about using the hand raise icon or the chat function when you want to ask a question or make a comment. Unless you have clarifying questions, please save them until the end of the presentations. Staff will monitor and call you in turn, and don't forget to unmute your audio to speak. All right. At this time, I ask for formal approval on the minutes from the Committee on Strategy's open session on May 5th, 2020 at the May NSB meeting. The minutes are in tab 11 of the Diligent Board Book. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Move to approve.
Okay, hearing none, with no objections, the minutes can stand as approved. All right, today we will receive updates on the FY 2020 budget, progress of the FY 2021 appropriations process, and an update on NSF's FY 2022 budget development from the NSF's budget director, Caitlin Fife. Before we turn the floor over to Caitlin, Ponch, do you have any initial comments that you want to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no specific comments. Delighted to be here and engaging with the Committee on Strategy. We had a good meeting the other day, so I look forward to this presentation by Caitlin Fife.
Great, excellent. Thank you, Ponch. And so, Caitlin, you have the floor.
Thank you, everyone. It's so great to be back briefing you again. I'm going to start by sharing my screen so that I can present to you my slide deck that was also included in your deck in advance. So the first, the topics, as we have already been covered, is we're going to talk briefly about FY 2020. We're then going to go have a brief update on coronavirus investments. I know you've already heard about those today. Also talk briefly about 2021 and the activity that has happened as recently as last week. And then talk briefly about budget planning for FY 2022. So as you all know, the budget process is quite a long one. And so we like to remind folks exactly where we are on the timeline in developing our budget. So we're right here kind of in the middle of the chart that I have here on slide 3, which shows that we are here to discuss with you our OMB submission and our updates on 2020 COVID and 2021 requests and share our 2022 budget priorities. And we will be having updates later in August in advance of our OMB submission, and those will be discussed in closed session. So just a reminder for folks who are new is that the budget process, we actually have several years ongoing at once. So as you know, we are still in FY 2020 until the end of September. And so we are still busy committing, obligating, and spending the resources that Congress provided us this year, both in our base appropriation, as well as spending some of the supplemental resources that were provided as part of the coronavirus or the CARES Act bill earlier this year. At the same time, we submitted our FY 2021 budget to Congress in the winter, and we are awaiting congressional action on fiscal year 2021. We know that the House has started some of their action, and we are still waiting on the Senate to start showing us what their thoughts are for NSF in FY 2021. And then finally, we have the FY 2022 budget cycle, where we are very early in the planning stages and will be due to submit our initial request to OMB around Labor Day. We will then have negotiations through the winter, and then depending on the outcome of the election, we will then be submitting a budget in calendar year 2021 for fiscal year 2022. So as folks know, for FY 2020, we have a current plan that included a transfer to pay for some administrative costs that were necessary in the AOM account. So this column that I have right here in the center shows how the $3 billion was split through the various accounts at NSF. It also shows how it compares to where we were in FY 2019 and what the FY 2020 request was provided to Congress last year. As you note, there are significant changes between what was included in the president's budget and what we ended up getting provided by Congress. So you might be asking, what are some of the differences? What did we actually do with the additional resources that was provided? So we did provide additional support for industries of the future. As folks know, this is a high priority of the administration, but it also aligns with some of the work that NSF has had ongoing for quite some time. The areas of specific emphasis here are AI, the Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes, the Spectrum Initiative, which you've heard of before. We're all part of recipients of some of that additional funding. Also, the president's budget did not include the same levels for certain broadening participation programs. And so Congress instructed us to spend more there, which we have done. In addition, the totals for things like AppScore and SBIR, STTR, those investments increase along with the NSF total. So as we receive additional funding from Congress, we also invest more in those programs proportionally. And as I mentioned before, Congress had provided, for instance, a statutory cost of living adjustment in their appropriations bills. And so we were needed to cover those administrative costs, to make sure that we were solvent on our personnel compensation and benefits. The coronavirus supplemental we received, as I briefed you last time, we received $76 million in the CARES Act. This included $70 million for RNRA. We transferred $5 million to EHR, and we also received $1 million for AOAM. While this funding is available through September 30th, 2021, we are over 99% obligated on those resources and are now in the process of getting those funds expended. And as of July 23rd, in addition to the $76 million in supplemental resources that we provided, we have directed $62 million of our base resources to also support the COVID-19 efforts. It's also important to note, as I have at the top of this slide, that the emergency funding that was provided by Congress in the CARES Act had a much more narrow purpose than our base appropriations, which was specifically to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. So there were extra efforts taken internally to ensure that those expenditures aligned with that more narrow purpose. Now for 2021. So just within the last 2 weeks, 10 days, the House has been moving on the appropriations process for FY 2021. And that's good news for us because it starts to help us shape what precisely we are going to be doing in the upcoming year. Now, it has been historically true that the House appropriations mark, at least recently, has been higher than what we receive ultimately, but it is good for us to see what congressional intent is, at least as early as possible. So the legislation did include $8.55 billion for NSF. So this is an increase, a true increase of about $270 million from where the funding level that we are spending in FY 2020. In addition, it's $807 million above the 21 request. So as you've heard me say before, the comparison point matters, right? So if you hear, between the 270 million, the 800 million, that's still a pretty wide gap. And I have a slide later that will kind of illustrate this point again. I'm sorry, is someone trying to ask a question? All right, I'm just going to proceed. So the FY21 full year appropriation is still pending. The full House needs to take action and the Senate still needs to begin, at least demonstrate publicly what their intentions are for FY 2021. So here are just some of the comparisons at the account level. We won't really have full details on until we see the resulting appropriation, but you can see where that the majority of the increases do align with the larger accounts that we have. So RNRA and EHR is where we see the most increase. One thing I will point out again is that AOAM, like we have seen in the past several years, is one of the accounts that what we request in our budget tends to be the number that Congress reflects back to us in their appropriations bills. Here's the slide that I was referencing earlier whenever I was saying how the various levels kind of interact with each other and the base comparison matters. So you can see how in real terms, the FY 2019 enacted compared to the 2020 enacted had an increase of about 3%. And it looks like if that were, when looking at the enacted levels, that story still looks to be holding true. Where the confusing part comes in is where you see, take into account the most recent president's budget request, where we have a 6% decrease from the 2020 enacted. And so then when you use that as the comparison point, you can see that the story changes, that there's a potentially a 10% increase in the House level compared to what was requested in the president's budget earlier this year. So finally, I'll touch briefly on the 2022 planning process. So OMB's guidance was received in June this year. It was provided to us, to agencies verbally. There was not any written documents that we would have been able to share. We are still waiting on the OMB and OSTP R&D memo, which is expected to come later this summer. And as was already mentioned, NSF held leadership retreats in June and July to start discussing how we would implement the direction that we have received so far for FY 2022. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to questions. I'm going to stop sharing so that I can see anything that comes up in the chat or the raised hands. I'm not seeing anything. So with that, I guess I will, Maria, I'll turn it back to you.
So Melvin has a question.
Oh, Melvin?
Melvin, can you unmute yourself?
What is the discrepancy usually between what you request and what you get?
So that depends on the year. So if I were to, let me see, if I were to go back. So what we requested in FY 2021 and what the House has provided is about $800 million. So it's a pretty wide gap when you're looking at dollars. But as we'll talk about tomorrow in the closed session, we can help provide some additional details on kind of how we try to navigate that gap and also leverage the information that we have with the congressional action to inform our planning processes and leverage the discussions and prioritization that happens during the NSF leadership retreat.
Thank you.
Caitlin, sorry, this is Maria. I dropped off, but I just wanted to ask you, how are you managing through just the complete disruption of, pretty much everybody in grant world's expenditures and trying to keep track of things? How is the staff managing to handle that?
I would say that the budget staff and I think BFA staff overall are pretty resilient. And so what we're trying to do is just listen to the project officers and the program staff. They know much better than we do what's happening out in the communities. And what we try to do is provide some tools. So we have added, for instance, within our own financial module that is available to all NSF staff, we added a new real-time tracking of the CARES Act funding so that people could be looking at how that was being tracked as well as how they were doing with their other obligations. And I think in Panch's opening remarks, you saw some of those two charts that talked about workload and expenditures. And I think they had 3 graphs each. And I think that folks really are putting in extra effort to be able to do that. And we just continually look for tools, whether it's, providing additional transparency to what our funding profile looks like, or also finding ways for folks to tag their funding as either COVID related due to research or COVID impacted, so that we can try to come up with the story using numbers for what the impacts are to the agency and to the community. So I can't say enough good things about staff. I think they're being pretty resilient and creative in these times. And so, you know, I think we're doing our best.
Well, I'd say the flexibility on NSF's end is, you know, with granting no cost extensions, et cetera, you know, I think is much appreciated by everyone out in the community. So,
yeah.
Maria, Aaron,
sorry, just one more thing I wanted to mention is, you know, we're still trying to get you know, NSF normally does do quite a bit of spending in the fourth quarter. And so we're just really trying to stay on top of that, especially as it may impact, for instance, the amount of funding that we can carry over from one year to the next. I know NSF is lucky in that we have 2-year availability of funds, and unlike some of our federal partners. And so as we look at those numbers, we'll come back to you. And obviously, if things look like they'll be out of kind of the normal expectations, it's really just about communicating what we're seeing in the budget and the financials vis-a-vis what's happening in the community.
great, thanks. Aaron, you have a question?
Yeah, Caitlin, is there any talk about additional supplemental funding for coronavirus support in like the HEROES Act or other things?
So there's definitely talk of it. So whether those will become realized is still a large question. I would defer to Olpa, who probably has more intelligence than I do. I will say that I think most of what's being reported in the news is at too high of a level for us to understand whether NSF will be a beneficiary of some of those funds. You know, so I know that there have been different bills introduced, but what the final package that had included NSF, there are some that have not. And I think what the final package looks like is still, I don't know that we have enough resolution yet to say whether or not NSF will be a recipient. But we're planning for it, and we'll be ready if that is the case.
Okay, any other questions?
Don't see any.
Thank
Okay.
you all.
All right, well, thank you very much, Caitlin. Keep at it. Okay, so our next item, in response to a recommendation from the National Science Board 2019 report on the skilled technical workforce, the committee asked Karen Marengel, Assistant Director for the Directorate on Education and Human Resources, or EHR, to present an analysis of NSF's STW portfolio. So I'm now going to turn the floor over to Karen, and we look forward to hearing from you, Karen.
Thank you so much, Maria, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to join you again today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about NSF's investments in the skilled technical workforce. Next slide, please. To start today's presentation, I want to remind us about a recommendation outlined on page 37 of the NSB's 2019 report on the skilled technical workforce. The recommendation calls for a foundation-wide portfolio analysis of STW-related investments to do 3 things. Number 1, help the board and NSF convey to stakeholders NSF's contribution to strengthening the STW. Number 2, engage in strategic discussions about how these STW investments fit with other parts of NSF's portfolio. And number 3, better communicate STW-related funding opportunities to principal investigators. Next slide, please. The Directorate for Education and Human Resources gathered these data, and I want to extend gratitude to my colleagues Jennifer Carroll, who led and conducted the analysis, and Yulia Manyanika for working on the visual displays that you will see. For this portfolio analysis, the skilled technical workforce is defined as the individuals who use STEM knowledge and skills in their jobs, but who do not have a 4-year degree. While the purpose of our analysis was to survey and examine programs across the foundation, we began by looking at the Advanced Technological Education, or ATE program within EHR, which invests between $65 and $75 million in technical education per year. The ATE program focuses on the education of technicians for high technology fields, Therefore, its portfolio aligns with the STW definition in front of you, and it is the premier program at NSF that funds projects in technician education. As a program, ATE has consistently contributed to communicating the importance of developing the United States skilled technical workforce. Thus, ATE awards served as a starting point to identify other NSF investments in this area. First, we identified and collected all ATE awards from fiscal year 2010 to fiscal year 2020. Next, we used a text mining tool to identify the 20 awards that were most similar to each of those ATE awards. We removed duplicate awards and we examined the awards with the lowest similarity scores to ensure they met the STW definition. And again, I point out that that's the definition in front of you. It is worth noting that text mining is based on finding similar words in proposals. The skilled technical workforce portfolio presents a challenge for text mining because the mine terms may be related to the research themes of the awards, thereby identifying awards that are not as narrowly focused on this workforce. Nonetheless, the tool does allow us to capture a broader view of the portfolio than can be achieved with other methods. Finally, we used a clustering tool to visualize all STW awards, both ATE and those found through the text mining tool, to illuminate any themes in NSF's skilled technical workforce funding. Next slide, please. Between fiscal year 2010 and fiscal year 2020, programs outside of ATE funded close to 2,000 projects in every directorate that in some way involved the skilled technical workforce. This may not have been the main focus of the project, but technicians and technical training were included in some way. As you recall, we are defining the STW as individuals who use STEM knowledge and skills in their jobs, but who do not have a four-year degree. Some of the themes that emerge are represented on this slide. And if there is some animation on this slide, if it's possible to start that. The awards are clustered into several main types of interventions, such as engineering design and science education, a focus on 21st century skills, including developing technical skills in fields such as cybersecurity, renewable energy, and green building, advanced manufacturing, and precision agriculture. Partnerships with industry for mentors, experiential learning and job placement, and research experiences for first and second year students and other experiential learning opportunities. The animation on this slide is made using the image outputs from the clustering tool. The landmass or islands that you see represent groupings of awards. Each directorate has a different central color. Awards are clustered based on the similarity or thematic proximity of the words that appear in the award proposals. Awards that have similar themes are closer together. For instance, you can see that cloud computing on the upper left is closer to cybersecurity than the smart grid on the bottom left. The size of the land features is based on award amounts. For example, the thematic areas with large amounts of funding, such as teacher preparation, are depicted as mountains. The connections between the hills and mountains represent the interdisciplinary nature of the awards. The islands then represent awards that are not as closely connected to other themes on the larger land mass, such as natural gas up at the top. As such, the tool is able to give us a view of the landscape of the STW portfolio at NSF. What we found in conducting our analysis is that the demand for skilled technical workers is increasing in every sector of the economy, including construction, agriculture, ecosystem management, computer science, and automated vehicles. And what you saw through the animation was a run through of each directorate and the visualization of the awards in the STW portfolio within those directorates. And as you can see, every directorate was represented. In the next few slides, I will highlight a handful of these awards, which are projects outside of EHR. Next slide, please. An example from the Directorate for Engineering highlights the construction industry, one of the largest industries in the United States, employing millions of workers. However, it is challenged by low productivity rates, worker shortages, and safety concerns. The industry has a tremendous opportunity to improve its productivity and safety with the recent advancements in technology. With the increased level of automation on construction sites, workers need to learn how to work with these new technologies while gaining new knowledge and engineering skills. This project focuses on worker situational awareness and training on construction sites. Engineering educator and researcher Burson Berbick Gerber at the University of Southern California is building immersive virtual reality environments to explore virtual learning for workers, trust in human-robot interactions, and the future of the construction industry. This project explores the changing nature of work and the training and upskilling requirements for tomorrow's workforce, especially in jobs requiring human-machine interactions, such as on construction sites. The project seeks to improve teamwork among workers and robots on these sites, focusing on more than one specific skill set and providing a comprehensive learning experience through virtual reality. The project is also significant because it is a pioneering effort to provide the learning opportunities to workers with varying levels of language proficiency and education. The cyber learning program through which this project is funded is designed to maximize the extent to which the workers accept and trust construction robots, while at the same time freeing up human resources, improving productivity and safety, both of which are important to both individual workers and society at large. I'll also add that for this project, the researchers at USC are working with the construction industry throughout the state of California. Next slide, please. Now I want to turn to an example that we may not typically think of when considering the skilled technical workforce. This slide highlights a project from the Directorate for Computer and Information Sciences and Engineering that is working to address the problem of sustainable food security and food safety. Ecological sustainability critically depends on our ability to manage increasingly limited natural resources, such as arable land and water. To make agriculture more productive and sustainable, growers or farmers are turning to an environmental sensor measurement, data acquisition, and data analysis tools. This project at the University of California, Santa Barbara is called Smart Farm. It combines cyber infrastructure and agriculture analytics to enable precision agronomics-driven farming. Smart Farm provides the technologies, tools, and open source data that helps growers with data analysis. It also couples this new scientific research with novel outreach efforts to highlight diverse educational pathways. These pathways introduce youth who are tech savvy and ecologically conscious to the challenges and rewards associated with computer science and precision agricultural science. The long-term impact is that they will be adequately prepared and inspired to address the global challenges of the sustainable food production. I also want to add that this project has resulted in a number of very interesting publications, which are available through the NSF Public Award Search, and I encourage you all to take a look. Next slide, please. And now I want to highlight another project that focuses on land management. There is a pressing need for more Native American geoscience professionals, especially in the Northern Rockies, where 14 tribes manage 7 million acres of land and natural resources. The Native Pathways Native Science Fellows Project from the Directorate for Geosciences is a collaborative endeavor. 3 organizations based in Montana are working together. Salish Kootenai College, the Blackfeet Native Science Field Center at Blackfeet Community College, and Hopa Mountain, a Montana-based nonprofit. Together, they are devising the most effective strategies to increase the number of Indigenous, Native American, and Latinx students in community-based geosciences research. They are also developing work and training programs. Specific objectives are to match 18 promising tribal college and university students annually with hands-on fieldwork and professional research experiences to build land management skills and pathways to both professional and academic careers. This will ensure that the students' geosciences training is relevant to their future work. Ultimately, this program will promote the inclusion of Native Americans and Latinos in science-based nonprofit organizations and professional networks. It will also build knowledge of effective strategies for increasing the number and diversity of geosciences students entering the workforce. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to close with an example from the Directorate for Social, Behavioral, and Economic Sciences, which is also a project funded through the Future of Work at the Human Technology Frontier, one of NSF's 10 big ideas. As a United States transitions to automated vehicles, millions of American jobs will be impacted directly through changes in job requirements, standards of living, and worker well-being. And I believe that in your visit to Detroit, NSB board members heard about some of these concerns and future trajectories. These changes require interdisciplinary and collaborative approaches to examine who, how, and why workers and society will be impacted by this transition. This knowledge will prepare all stakeholders for workplace changes and inform policy changes needed to deal with the indirect impacts on society. The long-term goal of this research study is to prepare the current and future driving workforce for the shift that will occur. The future of work at the human technology frontier is a rich source of exciting and cutting-edge examples of projects working with the STW, such as this one. These projects integrate the latest technological developments into forward-looking training programs that have both near and far-term impacts on workers and their work. Next slide, please. I hope that these examples have given you a glimpse into the breadth and depth of NSF's investments to prepare the skilled technical workforce of the future. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions and look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thanks very much, Karen. Are there any questions from board members?
Dick has a question, then Ellen.
Okay, Vic.
Karen, thank you for an excellent presentation. And thank you for capsulizing the different industries and the importance of the STW. As you know, this is a project that we are continuously gathering more data. Would it, have you thought about a strategy to roll this out, this presentation, or that with some of your program officers and team people to go to other sectors? And I'm going to tell you something important that will be very important. For example, going to the construction sector, to, for example, Whiting Turner, Clark Engineering, going to the unions and talking about this, as well as because Poncha's starting or initiating those discussions with various parts of the Department of Defense. And I bring this up for two reasons. One, particularly with the Department of Defense, it's a national security issue. They really need skilled workers in this area. They have to be US citizens. And it's also part of our mission as NSF. But also in many of the skilled technical workforce, it falls back to some earlier conversations we had today. And that is, it provides another pathway to the middle class and pathway particularly for Black and brown minorities to come in and gain those technical skills, as it was right after World War II when many people took advantage of the GI Bill. So I would ask you and to consider taking this show on the road. One, because I think NSF has captured this skilled technical workforce and articulated. And two, I think you'll find another of supporters outside of this, such that you can talk about leveraging both programs, funding, and other resources that will help this along and help look at our science and engineering technology workforce, which, as you know, earlier today, we took a slide from NCSCS. We're talking about 35 million people. You know, that's a very powerful argument.
Vic, thank you. That is an excellent suggestion. Certainly, this has been such an interesting analysis to do, to see just how widespread the our investment in the skilled technical workforce is across the foundation. And now that we have more knowledge of the depth and the nuance of how we're funding this work, yes, this is absolutely something that we can get a strategy, a communication strategy around. And your suggestions about going to some of the industry that wouldn't first come to mind for us to partner with is an excellent one. So that's certainly something that we can work with you on.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about that at our next time we get together as a board. But in between time, because we see this as an extension of just Vision 2030, a number of the things that we have to do. We'll be willing to help you and provide you resources. I mean, when I say resources, contacts and some ideas in that area. We'd leave it up to you to put that strategy together.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ellen, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Again, really interesting presentation. So my question is, as you did the animation or the heat maps, we could certainly see sort of the relative areas where there's investment. And I wonder if we can actually understand like the dollar investments as well, because, you know, trying to be able to understand, communicate, you know, really the full picture of what NSF is investing, and also, you know, hopefully advocate for increased investment if we have that opportunity. But, you know, knowing that would help.
Yeah, Ellen, thank you. It's a great question, and it's one that we've all been, you know, wondering a lot about. So it's very easy to get the number of awards, which, you know, is around 2,000 over a 10-year period. We would have to, you know, to get the dollar amount that goes with them is a little trickier. First, due to the analysis itself, one could argue that we're either overestimating or underestimating on the awards because, you know, of the matching algorithm that we were using. But we would need to dig into each of the awards and really try to understand what of the total award amount was going to technician training and technical training. So that it would take quite a bit of effort to do that. Now that if there is interest in that, that's certainly something we can try to figure out how we would get that done. But given just the sheer number of awards, it's a very easy question to ask, and it's a much more complex question to answer. I apologize for kind of that as my response, but it is something that we've been thinking about, but just trying to figure out how to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I realize, you know, when a lot of these awards are made, you're not necessarily thinking about parsing it that way.
Right.
And then as you try to look over the whole landscape, it's hard to do that. There may be certain areas where it would just, you know, help us somehow communicate about it or advocate for it. So, you know, we can just continue to think about it. But thank you. This was certainly a lot more information than we had previously.
So Heather and Roger.
Heather.
I thank you also. I thought that was a fascinating presentation. But it strikes me that this may be an area where our strategy of partnership has some low-hanging fruit, because there's so much more funding outside of the NSF for the skilled workforce development from Department of Labor, Department of Education, apprenticeships, workforce development agencies. Many states have job training partnership acts, those kinds of things where partner, you know, the whole may be more than the sum of the parts. If this is an area where NSF wants to have an impact, there may be a way to partner and leverage, and it might be really, I love your island charts. It would be really interesting to see those, whether there's a way to look at that more broadly across what the federal government is doing, or even broader than that on what's being done by states and apprenticeships and industry. It would be fascinating to see, and then where the gaps are, what's not being done that needs to be done. So that would be fascinating, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. That's a great comment. And I in particular ended with the future of work at the human technology frontier, because that portfolio, I think, has some very innovative and interesting forward-looking projects that highly involve the skilled technical workforce. We have connected with the Department of Labor around some of the future of work work that we're doing, and certainly we can, you know, we have a great relationship with the Department of Ed, and this is an area in which we are doing a little bit of collaboration through the COSTEM federal group, certainly with our partners at the Department of Ed and others, but can think through deeper ways to connect with them on the skilled technical workforce. And that we are, you know, Ponch is a co-chair of COSTEM, and I co-chair the FC STEM group. Certainly we can make some of that work.
Okay, Roger.
Yes, thanks very much, Karen, for that report. It brings a couple of things to mind. Clearly, the first one is how do we tie the a need to program development RFPs? I mean, when a need it comes out and an RFP is developed, are we listening to industry? It's a different group of stakeholders than the academic stakeholders for these less than 4-year programs. So what is our listening? How does our ear listen? And the second is, how do we track that we're having an impact? Because at the end, the roadmap asks us for deliverables. And I'm wondering what our plan is for follow-up of these kind of studies that in a decade or in 5 years, midterm, we can say we've had this impact. Thanks.
Great questions, Roger. So let me take the first one. Look, how do we listen? We listen in several different ways. So we are very well connected to the ATE community. We have a series of centers that was built into the initial legislation that we're in very close contact with. They help us reach out to specific sites around the country geographically to hear from PIs about what the needs are in the field. So that is certainly one way that we listen. We do direct outreach, of course, to PIs, to community colleges, but likely we can bolster how we're reaching out to industry. We do kind of leave it up to the local, the local PIs to bring in those industry partners, and they are required for ATE projects. So ATE really has been the flagship for how we listen to the community and what's needed, but certainly something for us to think about in some of our other programs. And then impact, ATE, and again, I apologize for speaking kind of so ATE specifically, but it's the most concrete. They have been providing annual reports on the impact of ATE projects, and actually it is called ATE Impact. So one of their centers is an evaluation center, and reports annually on the projects that have been funded and the results that those have driven, specifically for local communities and organized certainly around partnership and job creation in the geographic area. So we can get you copies of those reports. I can't remember off the top of my head when the last one was produced, but it had to have just been within the past year. But we take that, as you know, we take evaluation very seriously, and ATE has quite a track record of reporting on that. Now, given this analysis, the important question would be, how do we track this in a wider way across the projects that are outside of ATE and outside of EHR? And that it's something that we can certainly get our arms around trying to figure that out.
Just to Victor's suggestion of taking this on the road, having those outcomes will be a really important addition.
Right. Thank you. Great questions. Thank you.
Suresh.
So Suresh B or Suresh?
Suresh B.
Okay, so one of the things is how can we help to reach out the industry? So we can do that. For example, there are the STEM workforce requirement is there in the energy industries, and also when talked about DoD, is there any way the STEM workforce can get a clearance and work in an area also? Is there any thoughts on that too?
Yeah, thank you, Suresh. That's a great question. Something we would definitely I would definitely need to do some legwork on that. We do partner with DoD on some of our other programs, the cybersecurity program, CyberCore Scholarships for Service, and that would be a great starting point for us to understand what the clearance process is through that program, and then if that can bounce over into ATE. I'll definitely track that down because we have had cybersecurity awards in ATE, and so we may already have a way to provide clearance.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, I don't see any more questions.
Vic and Artie.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Vic.
Just a quick question, Karen, and maybe this is deferred. You can defer it to Ponch and put it on him. But any update on the Council on the American Worker? That was established in 2018. We can't take credit that it was because of us, but I think it was in parallel and this concern. And there were a number of agencies, including NSF, that sit on this council together. Any updates on what they're doing and their advisory committee?
I will bump that to Ponch because I'm not directly involved.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks, Vic. I did meet with the NSTC, the key staff folks in NSTC, and since I'm just getting in, and one of the things is the Council for the American Worker. They're going to have meetings, and I've signed on to attend them. The latest status I do not know, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Artie.
To what extent do we have in our social science portfolio studies of barriers to participation in the skilled technical workforce?
Artie, that's a great question. I would need to dig in to look at that. I expect that we would have funded, something there, but that's a great question. But what it is, I'm not sure. I know that certainly in the NSB's report, you talk about some of the stigma related, which comes to mind as a barrier, and so I sense that we may have funded something in that arena. But let me check on that, and we can get back to you with some more details. Yeah, that's a fascinating question.
Okay, any other questions? Karen, it's clear that this presentation has generated quite a lot of interest from the board. So I don't think you've heard the last from us on this topic. So
well, thank you, and we're very enthusiastic to partner with you on this.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you for all your hard work on this, and everybody on the board continues to be excited about pushing this forward. Okay, so our last agenda item here. Strategy, an update on wireless and spectrum innovation initiatives, which are one of the industries of the future in the FY 2021 President's budget. And this was actually on the agenda at the May meeting, but we had to cut it back when we went to all virtual. So now we are in a position to hear it. And today, NSF's Chief Officer for Research Facilities, Jim Ovestedt, and his team are going to give us the long-awaited update on this topic. So Jim, take it away.
Thanks, Maria. Spectrum management started at NSF many decades ago because of a need to protect the capabilities of our radio astronomy observatories. There's been recent controversies pitting the FCC against other government agencies that have highlighted the fact that spectrum is a finite resource and that the traditional approach to the radio spectrum as fixed allocations may no longer be viable. NSF is in a unique leadership position among federal agencies to facilitate win-win solutions for spectrum. We seek maximum protection for passive research users like the radio telescopes, at the same time that we support research to develop capabilities for active wireless users. Today, you'll hear about NSF spectrum management and research activities, including the new Spectrum Innovation Initiative. With that, I'll turn it over to Jonathan Williams, who chairs NSF's Electromagnetic Spectrum Management Coordination Group. Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Think back 25 years ago. To the mid-90s, we needed wires to connect our computers to the internet, and phones could only be used to speak with one another. There was no such thing as smartphone apps, much less wireless bandwidth for them, and we had to step out on the street to hail a cab. So fast forward to today, everything is done on smartphones, these wireless devices in our pockets that allow us to find out anything, almost anywhere. In just 10 years, smartphones have changed our lives, a feat that would not have been possible without the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or cellular networks that we rely on today. So this growth and societal transformation is a key reason why advanced wireless is one of the industries of the future. This particular sector supports all of the other IoTF. It is a key supporting technology, and it also benefits from from advancements in the others. Advanced wireless technologies enable distributed machine learning and control through sensors and actuators that can learn and react in real time, novel biological sensing, and quantum information and control capabilities. So what do we mean by spectrum? Well, throughout this talk, we are referring to the entire electromagnetic spectrum, but especially the portion of the spectrum that is regulated domestically and by international treaty. That's 8.3 kilohertz to 275 gigahertz. While scientists are motivated to use whatever portion of the spectrum is dictated by physics, only certain portions are officially allocated to particular uses. There is limited availability of spectrum like other natural resources. So let's bring together the challenges we face in spectrum use, and this figure really brings it together. It shows the number of wireless devices as a function of time. Spectrum use has exploded in the 21st century, and in the last 10 years alone, the number of wireless devices has increased tenfold. There are far more wireless devices than there are people on the planet, and demand only continues to increase. I mentioned regulation a moment ago. Well, regulation of the spectrum seeks to bring order for the large number of users of the spectrum. This figure shows the United States frequency allocations from a few kilohertz up to 300 gigahertz. The main takeaway is that it is a very complicated picture with many different spectrum users. And there is very little spectrum dedicated to scientific uses, especially below 5 gigahertz. Now let's zoom in to the portion of this chart indicated by the magnifying glass. And you can see in this blown up portion, 2 bands that are dedicated to radio astronomy. That includes the 21 centimeter hydrogen emission line from 1400 to 1427 megahertz. But there's also GPS frequency bands in this range. And you can see in this zoomed in view how many different users share portions of the spectrum and why the increased demand for more devices will be an increasing challenge in the years to come. The challenges that NSF's approach to spectrum must take into account include commercial use, public safety needs, national security, and science applications. NSF-supported research relies on access to the electromagnetic spectrum, and it catalyzes its efficient use. Examples of NSF research that relies on access to the spectrum include listen-only or passive uses like radio astronomy and atmospheric sciences. But NSF research also includes and enables active use of the spectrum, such as Wi-Fi, 5G and beyond, drones, CubeSats, and radar. Passive and active users aren't always easily compatible, especially given the extreme sensitivity of many passive applications. But NSF is in a unique position to encourage innovation for the productive coexistence of these users. This illustration highlights attention to spectrum challenges. It's 2 sides of the same coin. On one side, radio quiet environments are crucial for scientific observations like the cosmic microwave background experiment at the South Pole. On the other side of the coin, scientists in these remote facilities need communication channels, for example, to send petabytes of data back home, and this may result in more radio noise. For discoveries to progress, we need to innovate and secure to ensure both a radio and quiet environment where needed and wireless access for communications and logistics. So here's an illustration from NSF's Office of Polar Programs in the Geosciences Directorate. This is related to research efforts at McMurdo Station in Antarctica. There is again a tension between the general rise of industrial noise and active communication requirements, because as you can imagine, moving data from such a location frequently involves satellite communication, for example, with the requirements for a very radio quiet site for science at the site. New methods of harmonization and coordination are needed. Now I'll turn it over to Ashley Zotterer.
Thanks. With the challenging issues described to you, NSF's role in spectrum management. First, we represent NSF and the scientific interest of the nation domestically. In the United States, spectrum management is handled by 2 agencies. Most of you are probably familiar with the FCC, which handles commercial spectrum users. The second agency is NTIA, which handles and represents federal users of the spectrum. NTIA hosts monthly interagency radio advisory committee meetings for coordination, and NSF participates in these monthly meetings. NSF spectrum management also represents scientific interest internationally. We serve on State Department-led delegations, such as to the 2019 World Radio Conference, a treaty-level conference where changes to the radio regulations are determined. One point that we wanted to highlight is that the perspectives and positions that we bring forward for NSF are based on input from the scientific community, such as the National Academy Committee on Radio Frequencies and the many advisory bodies, such as those at NSF and the President's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology, PCAST. Now, as I hope you gathered from the first part of this talk, we are facing significant challenges with the increased demand for wireless users of the spectrum, as well as challenges with the implementation, such as 5G and security. This slide gives an overview of NSF's response to the new spectrum challenges. As you see on the top, as we have for decades, we continue to have 1 to 2 full-time spectrum managers, with a recent change that we no longer focus primarily on radio astronomy, but we also consider representation of optical astronomy, interference issues from spaceborne transmitters, and also science and engineering interests more broadly. In the second line, you see the advanced wireless portfolio. Again, this has been around for more than 2 decades, but it has become increasingly interdirectorate with more external partnerships and national level platforms. Next, as Jim mentioned, a formal NSF-wide ESM coordination group was formed in 2018. And in this group, we developed the strategic goal to innovate and secure. And with this group, we now have a formal place to regularly discuss those spectrum-related issues of importance across the foundation. And then finally, in 2020, we launched the Spectrum Innovation Initiative in direct response to the new spectrum challenges the nation is facing. NSF's goals in spectrum are to innovate and to secure. Our goal to innovate is straightforward. NSF's primary purpose is to facilitate research and breakthroughs, whether it is in the use of spectrum or techniques for its more efficient usage. By secure, however, we mean both protecting and maintaining access to portions of the radio spectrum necessary for research, but also security in the signals that are sent, such as 5G and beyond. Now, I wanted to pause for just a moment to highlight the types of connections across NSF, because this truly touches on every single directorate. In engineering, you have things from wireless devices and circuits with a focus on security. In SBE, they have funded research on game theory foundational to the spectrum auctions used by the FCC. In bio, we have biosphere monitoring. And as we had this great discussion just before this talk from Karen, decades of experience with workforce development critical pipelines that will be helpful in growing the spectrum workforce. And then in MPS, we have radio astronomy, but also research into physical layers and things necessary for the next generation of detectors. So the Spectrum Innovation Initiative is cross-directorate, stewarded in MPS OMA. It has 4 main pillars to meet the specific spectrum challenges that we mentioned: the National Radio Dynamic Zone, National Center for Wireless Spectrum Research, Spectrum Research Integrative Activities, and Education and Workforce Development. We wanted to note that the education and workforce development is a critical component of the entire initiative, but we also pulled it out as its own pillar to designate a special focus. There is a nationally noted shortage in a skilled spectrum workforce, and so we can leverage NSF's experience with workforce pipelines, such as the REU programs, to address this challenge. Now, I wanted to briefly describe the concept of the National Radio Dynamic Zone. The basic idea is to create geographically isolated test beds where the normal spectrum rules do not apply. This would allow wireless testing in the zone, which you see depicted here in the blue bubble, as long as it was carefully managed to not interfere with any of the users outside. This will allow new cutting-edge techniques such as dynamic spectrum sharing and real-time frequency hopping to be studied and eventually implemented. This will require innovation with machine learning and artificial intelligence, and it will be an important step in modernizing spectrum management. NSF has the start to this concept with the first FCC designated innovation zones. The very same technology for a national radio dynamic zone, frequency sharing in time and frequency hopping, may also lead us to create quiet zones of the future for the passive sensors like radio astronomy that are 1 million times more sensitive than typical receivers, such as the Very Large Array or the Green Bank Telescope in the National Radio Quiet Zone. For decades, NSF radio telescopes have operated successfully primarily because of their remote locations and coordination requirements. But as there are more emitters, especially from airborne and spaceborne devices, we have to rethink how to continue to provide access to broad portions of the spectrum to be able to make great discoveries like the electromagnetic counterpart to the gravitational wave in 2017. So the National Radio Dynamic Zone will pilot innovative approaches for transmission reception at various frequencies of interest, eventually leading to a modern machine-to-machine frequency coordination instead of the static and manual way that frequency assignments are done today. leading to improved, efficient use of the spectrum. We have reached out to the community to begin thinking about this. The next pillar is to catalyze a national center for wireless spectrum research. A key takeaway is that the US does not have a national center for R&D related to the challenges we have described. So this will leverage the existing facilities and platforms NSF currently funds, bringing together a diverse set of stakeholders in academia, government, and industry. This will also be a key avenue for growing the spectrum workforce in support of industries of the future. As an example, for the National Center, a key goal is the creation of education, training, and workforce development programs. This solicitation requires a thoughtful plan for workforce development, including exposing the trainees to these open questions and challenges in wireless spectrum research and innovation in both educational curricula and pedagogy. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tiaga to discuss the integrated research activities that we have at NSF.
Ashley, can I move to the next slide? I'm going to talk about the spectrum integrated research activities that NSF has been engaged in. Wireless networks have clearly led to rapid societal transformations, and NSF is seeking to continue what we have accomplished for 5G and focusing on what comes next beyond 5G. So this is the 5G and beyond phrase that we coined. Our research outcomes in some sense are going to be vital to ensuring the delivery of affordable and equitable high-speed broadband services to all parts of the country, taking advantage of novel wireless-driven applications that we are going to develop. And I want to kind of emphasize the point, why do we think that NSF is the right place to do this? And the answer to that question lies in the fact that in the last 10 years, our investments that we have made in those 10 years have led to seminal contributions that have enabled current 5G network deployments. I mean, this is a very short time frame of research to impact. And the research community, as a result, has been primed to innovate further, and they're actively engaging with the federal and industry stakeholders as a result of NSF's decade-long outreach through various interagency working groups and community workshops involving many of these very stakeholders. So what do we have to do in terms of supporting the next building blocks? Commercial wireless systems until recently were using only a total of 1 gigahertz of spectrum for wireless data communications. However, within the next 5 years, we are hoping to use almost 10 times this much spectrum. So we need to use many of these frequencies better. And as Jonathan mentioned, there are conflicting uses that for the spectrum that's allocated right now. There are other stakeholders for using the spectrum differently. So we need to learn how to share the spectrum well and use the spectrum allocated for data in a much more efficient fashion. So those are the two big building blocks. Third building block is the major shift that has happened now, where wireless networks used to be upgraded once a decade. That used to be a hardware-driven upgrade. You had to replace entire servers and antennas and stuff, in a full replacement model, to much more of a continuous evolutionary software-based change. And this, in some sense, has created a massive paradigm shift. And just to, for your awareness, this is also being enabled today by a success story of NSF funding, namely software-defined networks, which many of you are very familiar by now from past presentations. So in addition to these technologies, we are also looking at novel applications of wireless, such as motion detection and monitoring of vital signs, leveraging the physics of how wireless signals propagate at different frequencies. I want to, Jonathan mentioned the fact that 10 years, 25 years ago, things were different. And even 10 years ago, the smartphone was something that we didn't foresee, and today it has changed our world. In 2030, we'll be looking back at 2020 and saying the same thing. Such is the age, that the potential for discovery and innovation in this space that we are trying to invest in today. Next slide. So our investments in advanced wireless R&D span multiple facets. This accounts for an average of $60 million per year looking back at the last decade, and we expect this number to only grow. A major component, as expected, are the foundational R&D investments, such as the core research programs in computer science and engineering directorates, as well as multi-directorate cross programs. NSF also engages in multiple partnerships in R&D, some of which are noted here. The Spectrum Center investment that Ashley described fits here as well. The second major investment is in the testing infrastructure that is needed to enable validation and verification of lab outcomes, as well as to ensure translation of research into practice. Two key components of this investment are the platforms for advanced wireless research, which I'll talk about soon, and the National Radio Dynamic Zone that was described earlier. The third investment is one of human capital, where NSF coordinates R&D investments across the federal government. The Wireless Spectrum R&D Interagency Working Group shares such information and coordinates across different federal agencies, and we each co-chair this group. The last, but certainly not the least component of our R&D investment is in education and workforce development. This element pervades all of our activities, but the Spectrum Center investment tries to raise its profile by emphasizing this as a required component of this long and very important activity. And you probably have inferred by now that much of spectrum research has to be inherently multidisciplinary in order to achieve the goals that we are seeking to meet. Recognizing this, NSF started multi-directorate coordinate efforts in 2012, and these programs, as you can see on this chart, have slowly evolved over time to reflect many of the new challenges that are being identified by the community. This particular year has been a good one with the launch of 2 different programs that have related goals in terms of increasing spectrum efficiency, but feature totally different partnerships, one within NSF and one featuring external partnerships. The Spectrum Center would be a new addition to this chart that will show up next year, and we hope to continue and grow these into the future. Next slide. Having advanced testing capabilities is critical, as I mentioned before, to ensure validation and verification of research and also to offer a path to technology transition. NSF had the vision of creating a program to support city-scale, programmable open access testbeds for this purpose that can be used by anyone around the world, our country, if not the world. 3 years from the launch of this program called PAWR, or Platforms for Advanced Wireless Research, we have assembled a consortium of 34 wireless companies that span the entire wireless ecosystem, and they are matching NSF's $50 million cash contribution with their own mixture of cash and in-kind contributions worth $50 million to build 4 city-scale platforms. We have funded 3 such platforms already, and we also have funded 1 radio emulator over 5 sites spread across the country. These locations are shown here in green, and there is a blue lines that are connecting this. This is part of our mid-scale fabric research infrastructure that provides the ability to experiment at a national scale by connecting these and other testbeds. Of these locations shown, the testbed at the University of Utah went live last year, and another testbed at New York City went live just 2 months ago. And within the next 8 months, we are hoping to fund another national priority platform focused on affordable and on rural wireless broadband delivery research. The National Radio Dynamic Zone, wherever it is established, will feature on this map, and it will interface with these existing testbeds in a synergistic manner. This way, the Spectrum Innovation Initiative is in harmony with and also amplifies existing NSF investments in advanced wireless research. Over to you, Ashley.
In summary, NSF's approach is to invest in research and development to contribute to innovative solutions to the advanced wireless and the spectrum challenges facing the nation, to innovate and secure. And we wanted to leave this slide up at the end to just say thank you to the entire team for their contributions. So the SII team is listed here. We're happy to take questions now or anytime in the future. You're welcome to reach out. And we're also happy to note that Carmina Londoño from engineering is online if there's questions related to engineering, and also Pat Smith from Geosciences, the Office of Polar Programs. Thank you.
Okay. Jim, Jonathan, Ashley, and Thayaga, thank you very much for those excellent presentations. I see Heather has a question.
I did. This is one that seems to me, it's not clear to me how what the NSF is doing relates to what's the explosion in the private sector. I mean, a $60 million R&D investment is trivial compared to what's going on in the private sector. And there are companies that aren't in your consortium who are moving forward very quickly. And I kind of wonder, this may be an area where it's an interesting initiative, but it just doesn't seem to be, is this really where the NSF is going to make its seminal contributions, given the speed and the profit motive that others have to put a whole lot more money into this area. And that was just my reaction to it. As an example, Legato, that got its 5G license, which is concerning a lot of people, isn't part of the consortium that's testing. And so they're doing it some other way. And so it strikes me that this may be an area where you need to think about where the real leverage points are. And that was just my reaction. Thank you.
If I may respond to that thing. I mean, I think I mentioned earlier that NSF has made some seminal contributions to what is now 5G. We started on investing in what we call 5G in 2008. And there were three major breakthroughs from what was then, small investments that we made. But these are forward-looking foundational R&D investments that essentially showed that there is a way to tap into wireless spectrum and capacity that people in industry who wrote those ideas off, saying that they were not feasible, because our scientists made those breakthroughs. So there are three different things: one on spectrum in the higher bands, one on how to use the kind of antennas to do the math, what you call as massive MIMO, which enables very high capacity, and also in how do you do virtualization and network sharing, so software-defined networks, which essentially upends the notion of hardware-based networks. So these three have single-handedly changed the view from industry about, oh, you can actually do these things too. And what the industry now thinks of 5G. So back in 2016, when we started the power program, industry essentially told us NSF should forget about 5G. We got this covered. And our perspective was the design space that we are trying to explore is vast, and industry is not going to do all of it. And while they wrote it off at that point, now, just 4 years later, many of the very same folks in this who were part of the consortium now are coming back to us and said, you guys were right. We actually don't have all the answers. We want to make sure that you can help us provide that answers. So, and this is just 5G, and we are already looking beyond 5G now. So this investment, while it looks small, it's really focused on the foundational R&D questions that no one else is answering. In some sense, we are the venture capitalists who are investing in the problems that nobody wants to look at. And we think that's where the big breakthroughs are going to come from. And we leave the rest of the stuff to industry. So we are complementary and acting in concert with each other. And we're not trying to conflict. And we are not trying to repeat what industry is trying to do. So that's a point that I would like to make.
One other thing I would like to weigh in, I think you bring up a very, very important question. So in the design of the Spectrum Innovation Initiative, we wanted to make sure we were not replicating what was already done anywhere else. So we've been in conversation with other federal agencies. And so the intent is not for the National Center for Spectrum Research to be only an NSF activity. It's actually to catalyze this and then have other partners join. So we've asked folks to consider, reaching out to industry. So a very vibrant and robust center would include activities and partnerships across all federal agencies that have an interest in spectrum, as well as industry, because as you point out, they spend hundreds of millions at a single company. Similarly, with the National Radio Dynamics Zone, one of the biggest challenges, even for companies, is the question of this testing, the basic R&D. And it's a very challenging regulatory environment to get the authorizations for the license that you need to do various kinds of testing. So the approach would be, if we can actually form these test beds, they would also be useful for industry to go as a place where they can kind of play and to work with various types of frequencies and to even move their research faster and further without having to go through the current way that allocations are done. So both of those projects as part of the Spectrum Innovation Initiative, we've looked very carefully at finding ways to partner with all of the existing resources that have gone in and not to replicate it. But I think you make a very important point that we definitely take to heart. Thank you.
May I add a small comment? I'm sorry, am I muted? Yes?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. So Carmiña Londoño, and I'm part of the group from engineering. So I just wanted to add that in general, let's say we have a couple of solicitations that Thiago discussed, and even though they are primarily focused, of course, on the basic engineering research, we do encourage our PIs to leverage with industry. So, when they come and talk to our PDs or want to get some sort of guidance, we do let them know you don't compete with industry. On the other hand, leverage what they have to offer, because we know that our investment as NSF is limited. And so we don't want to be duplicating. We want to be leveraging. We want to be growing. The other thing is that the investment, however decent it is from NSF, really does have an impact on the workforce development. I mean, we are developing the people that industry, not just industry, I mean the whole economy, but definitely industry uses. So in the bigger holistic picture, our limited amount of funds does have a tremendous amount of influence.
Great, thank you. Vic.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Ashley, I commend you and your team. Thank you for the presentation. This kind of follows up on the workforce development needs. I know that you have a solicitation out for the SII Center. One of the things I think you ought to clearly keep in mind, and this is to kind of echo Heather's comments, there's an estimate of anywhere between 300 and 600,000 workers are going to be needed in this area. I would strongly suggest that if you haven't already, to talk with Celeste Carter in the ATE program and see how you can also get this solicitation out to the community colleges, because the skills that are needed for this is not the same person who climbed your telephone pole 30 years ago. There are very highly technical skills that are needed. You don't need a 4-year degree. You could start working with the community colleges, and that's how you can also start working closely with the industry, because those industries right now are coming to those community colleges and saying, look, we want to start developing a curriculum. We need those workers. Okay, and it's all the big names that you know. Of course, the community colleges, are somewhat strapped for funding, but also this is where ATE can come in and play a big role. So I think if you really want to put some meat on the bone to this big effort, which is a growing part of the technical workforce, I would do that. And in addition, and I would say use any of the board members, people like Heather, myself, as well as the NSF director, who's very well connected. DOD needs a large number of these workers, okay? Because this crosses over into the Internet of Things, because you need that 5G in order to reach a lot of systems that they need to have. Of course, the workers that they have some additional constraints on who they need, but this is where you can really have the big impact and subsequently can really get the attention of the industry for what you're doing.
May I was just going to say the other thing that it's just preliminary talks. We also want to reach out to the veteran community. I mean, NSF has supplements for veterans, just like we have the RET program and the REU programs. And it's very important that we bring that part of the economy on this very important issue.
Right, and Victor, thank you for pointing out the community college connection. I also want to, going back to your point about the DoD is very much concerned about the shortage in workforce, and we have been talking to them about how best we can meet those workforce training needs. So there are some conversations underway, and we will definitely take your points to heart and work on those too.
Great. Roger, did you have a question?
I did, but I think Heather's question helped me get to where the concern that we had in the vision team that was as we wrote the vision. That is the importance of good communications and partnerships with industry. It's always difficult to find out what's missing, the knowledge that's missing. And Heather pointed out a really critical component here, and that is trust between, which is, I think, addressed by trust between partners and a willingness to say what's missing. We don't, I mean, $60 million isn't a lot of money. And if we're duplicating what's already known, it's not a useful 60 million spent. So that's a real challenge that we recognized on the vision task force. on the other hand, it's absolutely key to moving to filling in the gaps of knowledge. So I urge that close coordination as much as you can, because I've seen other examples that have failed when we've tried to fill in gaps that industry already knew about. So we really need this, what you're talking about, Jonathan, and others in your team, and urge you forward and bringing us updates about how you're filling in. Well, I think it would be helpful for some of us to understand how the investments are best deployed.
Right. And I think this is exactly something that we have been striving for a very long time. As I mentioned, right, for the last 10 years or so, we have engaged in extensive outreach with the wireless research community, in industry, or the federal government. You know, I'm involved in multiple other initiatives as well and other topics. I cannot think of any other subject matter where we are so closely connected with the entire stakeholder community as the wireless area. I think that this is something that we are all very, very mindful of.
Great. Dario.
I wanted to connect a thought that Tiaga, you brought up in terms of a macro trend and a point that Vic just made. The virtualization of the network and the fact that what is happening in telco and in these networks is essentially becoming a software problem. There's tremendous amount of intersection between what that is going to look like and what cloud looks like. So when we look at about investments and the opportunity to leverage investments across a whole variety of areas and to train a whole new generation, a whole workforce, that convergence that is occurring presents a really wonderful opportunity, Vic. I mean, to react to it, that by, sort of like those core capabilities on like how do you program with modern architectures based on containers and what that is going to mean for both cloud and 5G, it really changes the game. So there's opportunity to leverage investments across many areas is my core point.
And that's exactly why when we started thinking about what would the Spectrum Innovation Initiative look like, what would be the big investment that we will have to make, instead of starting another research program, we thought about creating an interdisciplinary, well-integrated, large-scale effort that essentially shows the way on how to bring these different components together and create the workforce of the future, but also leading to research breakthroughs that connect these different parts. So that is the reason why this SII Center is happening now, and not some other program that's looking at just doing more and more just foundational R&D in different individual siloed segments. So it's a very good point that you're making, Dario.
And one other point I wanted to maybe pass it over to Jim Ulvestad. When we think about NSF's unique contribution, NSF is one of the few places that we really do care a lot about the passive services as well as the active. And so we do want to find a way to facilitate a win-win solution. Let's find something that people say, hey, these two services are not compatible. Let's dig down and see if we can help facilitate a solution to that. And so that's a big place that I think we have a unique contribution, since we're on one hand operating the most sensitive receivers on the planet, on the other hand trying to develop R&D. Jim, did you want to comment on that?
Well, you basically said most of what I would have said, Ashley, but I'll just point out these folks have stayed on the technical side and away from the political side here. But you all know the big battles between FCC and other federal agencies, and those are only going to get worse in the next few years. And basically, the only way out of those battles is to innovate our way out, because the spectrum is not getting any bigger.
Right.
Before we finish up, and I know folks are probably ready to take a break, I just wanted, at least from the engineering point of view, I just wanted to say that, we do complement what industry is doing. I mean, right now, advanced wireless needs secure hardware and high performance electronics. And so, because today's electronics are somewhat inefficient, they generate too much heat. So the way we see part of our role here is that in order to have semiconductor and hardware security, which are really needs that the wireless industry may not be addressing as well today, NSF has a role in funding the basic research that's allowing us to do that. so that we can complement what industry is doing today. So we're doing the forward thinking. I'm not saying that industry doesn't do forward thinking. I'm just saying that we work in partnership with them because there are important issues that we need to address relating to hardware security, semiconductor security, hardware security. Anyway, on that note, it's probably too late to continue with this. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those closing thoughts. What a rich discussion. I think the board really appreciates being brought up to speed on what's going on in this very challenging space. So, so with no other questions and with being out of time, I'm sure there would be more questions if there was more time. But I'm going to adjourn this open meeting of the Committee on Strategy, and Ellen, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Before we adjourn for the day, I just want to remind board members that the breakfast room will be open at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and that we have invited the ADs to join us for some networking time for everyone who's available, please join us. I also feel compelled to note that tomorrow morning is the launch of NASA's Mars Perseverance, the rover that will land on Mars next February. It includes the helicopter Ingenuity. Not too bad on the East Coast, 7:50 a.m. with a 2-hour launch window. Realize that's pretty early for our West Coast colleagues, but for anyone who wants to follow along with that. So thank you all for a really, really interesting and thought-provoking day, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thanks, Ellen. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.